What's up? Hello, and a happy Monday to all. Hopefully you had a good weekend filled full of Age of Empires 4 action. And hopefully we can make the weekend days just as just as good. I just leaned on my ankle and that was a mistake. Oh god. So I was half tempted to not get out of bed this morning. Because when I tried, I almost just killed myself. Well, killed is a strong word, but destroyed my ankle. So, by the way, this isn't even the ankle that was injured last year. So, like, have you guys ever slept? This is like my topic of the day. Have you ever slept on your leg so hardcore, right? Like it's all gone. I quite often avoid this with arms and legs these days because like where you just cut the blood flow. Because also like I get super sketched about that stuff. There's like a history of like blood clot type things in my family. I'm like, oh my god, the rush back could kill me. So I'm very careful about that stuff. Somehow my leg got completely cut off. Like we're talking so dead, it's like you didn't even have a leg. But have you ever had that moment and then rushed so fluidly to get out of bed that you don't realize you've had that moment? Because that's what happened this morning. So like I just rushed to get out of bed. I don't even think about it. I don't even realize it. And I just swing around, hop up, and then go to take a step on the right foot, which at this point like has I have no control. It's just dangling there, but I don't realize it. Like there's still blood, I guess, like towards the waist area, so I can lift my leg up to make myself think I'm gonna walk. And then I go and press my foot down, and like just full on, like it tilts to the side. Luckily, I just about grabbed the side, but I've already like full on pressed down my leg. It still hurts, and that was like 3 hours ago. It's like I don't know, like I'm starting to wonder if I might have lightly sprained it at least. But I was like, Jesus Christ, I can't even get out of bed without injuring myself. I'm setting new expectations. But it's just like the degree to which I had no feeling. Like it's just imagine, the kind of the flop feeling. My ankle didn't have any structural like boundary of holding on at all. It just flipped. Oh god. Guess leaving your arm because it goes under your head. How do you cut off? I don't know. That's the other thing. I don't know. Like maybe my leg laying on my leg. So I don't know if I'm the only person who does this, but I like to lay, kind of like one leg cocked up, almost like a dog getting ready for a pee. You know what I mean? On your side, sort of thing. I find that very comfortable. I don't know how that would have cut circulation, but I found a way. And yeah, like the thing is, I'm kind of glad there wasn't much circulation there, because if there was, the pain would have been probably like 3 times worse. So the thing that caused it was, I guess, in some ways, a safe haven against the pain. I'm gonna get myself. Should we go with? Let's go with apricot strawberry today. God damn, that was. I just didn't want to get out of bed. But let's get ready to kick off the day. We're going to be kicking off with Louis MT up against Mahodo. After this, by the way, we should be able to catch Lucifron versus Scatterbrain happening at about 2. So hopefully this series is going to be quick enough so we can hop live and whatnot. But yeah, it should be a mixture of recorded games, live games. You guys know the gist of it is how we work here. Today, I'm going to be aiming for, so Louis MT, Mahodo, Lucifron Vortex. So, Lucifron and Vortex series, I believe, are happening today. CSO MSN, I believe I noticed that pinged in the communications channel. So, I think we got like at least 5 series today we'll be able to do. Hopefully more, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, without further ado, I do have to sound the red alert. Mahodo is drunk. Why is Lancaster appearing in my drafts? What? I don't get it. By the way, we do begin on high view every time this week. We return to high view via the pigeon's view because it's just a better version. Honestly, I don't like having to do that, but it's just a case of the spawn variety in high view is just so imba, it just wouldn't be fair otherwise. So this was like the more balanced option on the table. But we give people a few minutes to get in. I think we should get ready to get underway. We are live on all platforms. Good. Yo, guys, should I start streaming on Kick? Kappa. Are there any other new like platforms I'm unaware of that are kind of pop? Probably not. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I feel like everyone's just trying to replicate what Twitch has done instead of being their own ecosystem, and it's no surprise they fail. At least Facebook Gaming was trying to... Well, I don't know. It was kind of trying to buy its way through, but at least it was like trying to attach them to something different. But let's see. I'm going to hop us into game now because I think we're all good to go. Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't added the map name. Let me fix that. Fix that? Fix that words today. I'm clearly still not fully awake. At least my leg now is. FB is good for old people. That's not not just actually the reason for Facebook. Facebook is very, very popular in Southeast Asia, if you know your regions. It's insanely popular. That's why I think in theory they went after the AOE2 creators so hardcore, is because like logically there was a big overlap potential there. Oh, I knew there was something I forgot to do. I was vibing playing some games last night. There we go. Well, something has gone sorely wrong here. Want to know, what am I looking at? House of Lancaster actually made it through the banner phase here, Midweek Muster. That's right, Midweek Muster 21. And we're going to open up by checking on our runner-up in said Midweek Muster, Louis MT, who was able to take B all the way to 7 games, just to fall victim in the end. I don't know if he's going to fall victim here, though. We've got Malians on the other side. I wonder what Mahodo's game strat is. In theory, Malians could be very good against House of Lancaster, courtesy of the fact that, you know, most Lancastrian players want to play into Yeoman, and that's a death sentence against Javelins. So we'll see how this one plays out. My instinct is it's just going to be a standard me-like building manners, so the question mark is, does Mahodo contest by going Fulani? And will Fulani be better? In theory, Fulani should be quicker, I think? How's my dead leg doing? My leg is awake now, but my ankle's in absolute pain because of it. I can't believe that, man. Like, just getting out of your bed and just having this like, oh, man, I'm eager to start the day. Let's start the day quickly. So you just get up and don't realize you've even got a dead leg and a dead ankle. And then just full no resistance as, like, you practically twist your ankle. Fun day. But yes, this is Pigeon's View. We did update it. Shout out to Caillou for that. We have now got the points of interest on this map. It's being used over Highview because Highview just has some spawn issues that make it less competitive. So this was by far the better choice to make right now. Shout out to Caillou for being so swift on that, by the way. Speaking of swiftness. Swift on the sheep count. Wow. Okay, I'm impressed. Mahodo actually isn't behind at all. Oh, he's going to fall behind, though. Yeah, unless he quickly cuts across the map, because Louis should have the majority of Shroud remaining to scout. Wait, Mahodo's actually coming. Okay, so this can be good, because if Mahodo runs across the map now, and then darts back to his corner that he knows hasn't been scouted, he should, in theory, do better. This is just... Oh, God, I can't with this thing. Okay, so this is like anti-pro scouty, I guess. I don't think it really is, though. Lancaster Castle itself is sucky to block pro scouts. However, adding in the manners here will stop your opponent from picking up the deer if this is a good old-fashioned pro scout game. Devs looked at Louis' playstyle and said, let's just... Whoa. Don't blame Louis for Lancaster. For a start, they don't rule at all. Also, I think you'll find actually what the devs done is they had a look at Divine DFP's gameplay style and was like, yep, I know what we're doing with Lancaster. We got it. Okay, so Manta coming in. Nothing too unorthodox here. I mean, there's not really any moves you can make right now. There is an exposed stone, though. Like, double stone kind of on the fort here. I just don't know if you can actually rush it quick enough for it to matter. Because if I'm not mistaken, the influence of the Lancaster Castle should reach out to about here, so you could kind of protect it. Then again, javelins would be able to keep harassing this. Yo, guys, I know what the counter is. We need to add a range tag to English and Lancaster villages, and then Malians will solve all problems for us. I don't know, like, the more I think about it, this is the battle of the probably most boringly designed economic civs in the game. Does that sound right to you guys? I don't know, like, Mana's had the opportunity to be interesting. Ranches maybe as well. But the way they're played, it is the most, let's just sit in our base and see what happens. And I'm not too crazy about that. I think I've been quite vocal about this. I've always been a bigger fan of presence being rewarded. I don't think you shouldn't be able to play your campy style if that's really what you want to do. You know, you do you, host, but you shouldn't be able to punish me for you not doing anything like playing the game, if that makes sense. Now, I use like a lot of HOM free comparisons these days. Here's My Magic 3. It's kind of like in Here's My Magic 3, where there are games where people will build up armies for months on end. Whereas when you talk about the competitive level, like, players at that point are very good at exploiting you being lazy and not playing the game. So they go out on the map, they do things, they get loads of XP, they kill you. Like, that's something that's key to, like, Age of Empires 4, feeling good long-term to players. You can't just overly reward people for this. Wow, I've never seen someone do this before. What an innovative and deeply involved strategy he has gone for. Do Lancaster and Mali have a similar power spike? I think for House of Lancaster, the power spike is more aggressive because of the Shires. The Shire and the Muster of the Nobles gives them a lot more weight behind the punch early on than Malians can usually achieve. Especially when Malians are doing this. Yeah, it is going to be pro scouts. Okay, so why does he not value the Fulani Rush? Does he think that maybe it's not worth going Castle Age? I could kind of back that idea. You know, you're going to end up playing, what, Yeoman versus Javelins. That's good for Yeoman in Castle Age because the attack speed difference really matters at that stage. Also, when you scale Javelins, they just end up overkilling a lot. Whereas Yeoman, obviously, they might overkill, but they shoot more frequently. The other interesting thing, guys, is actually the House of Lancaster, I think, can counter Malians in Castle. So if you think about what you want to do as a Malian player in Castle Age, there's a few options. You can go Musafadi. You're not really going to do that against Yeoman. That's a death sentence. What you could do instead, though, is you could go Sofa, which sounds great. Lancaster, like, what did they got? They don't really want to build crossbows. You want to build Yeoman. Yeah, but Lancaster has a few things that work out for them. Their spearmen are actually super threatening. Actually, like, their spears are just as good as Donzo's because of the debuff. But the other interesting thing, actually, is the Collar of S's, which is a tech that allows your knights to deal bonus against heavy. So you guys can kind of see where I'm going with this. Sofa play can be countered by knight play from House of Lancaster. And, well, not only do the knights get their hands on that Collar of S's later, but so do these guys. This is a very early Muster of the Nobles. He goes for the 5-pull, doesn't wait for the 8. Yeah, because he wants to block pro scouts. And the time is going to be pretty good. Short pose out here is going to harass Mahodo away. We do have both of the points of interest in control Mahodo. But here come the boys. These guys never feel reasonable. 5 is a little bit more controlled, but the reason why 5 is still really potent here is because Mahodo just doesn't really have a strong defense force. In fairness, his Warrior Scouts are going to do similar damage to Demi Lancers, but the Demi Lancers obviously have melee armor, and they are simply in existence to delay Mahodo's greed. So if they achieve that goal, it's a win for Louis, who is currently in the process of rushing Castle Age. Yeah, I like this build. This could very easily just turn into a Collar of SS spam. I don't mind Hobilars, but I don't think people really want to do Hobilars on 1TC that frequently. It's just horseman logic. They're just very difficult to bolt quick enough. Mass Warrior Scout as a meat shield? No, Mass Warrior Scout because he wants all the deer and he's greedy. So we'll start poking in. That's going to force the reaction of the scouts. Demi-Lancers also have funky lance charge. To my understanding, that this is not correct. So a Demi-Lancer charging for 16 damage mathematically doesn't make sense because the castle version also has 16 damage. Something went really wrong here. I think it's actually another part about why Demi-Lancers are so damn good. That initial point of contact has quite the wall behind it. It's interesting, actually, because from a cavalry perspective, it feels like maybe Lancaster has been designed around that initial charge quite a bit. Demi-Lancers, Hobilars with the Hill Forts tech. Okay, so good work being done so far by these Demis. It's slowing down Mahodo on pulling the deer home. It's forcing me into Spearman. Behind this, I think Mahodo probably senses it. This is just the Demi-Lancers, no follow-up pressure. If your opponent has got extra manners already, or you are looking at a fast castle build. And does he rush Color of Esses here? Not really. Your opponent hasn't given you a reason to yet. There are better units to get. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Louis goes for, like, a Monastery pull. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be dropped. Double Monastery. I didn't want to jinx it. It's been a while since he's gone for this, but Louis MT used to love this build on most civs, but also frequently would be seen doing it on English. Double Monastery. 9 minutes in. At a point in the game where Mahodo is running around after Louis, and what am I seeing here? Karimba? He has zero reasons to do Karimba right now. By the way, there's the damage I talked about. You did just see that. Math gone wrong. So, fun little fact about Demi-Lancers, guys, and a big part as to why you're probably struggling more with them in Feudal Age than was intended. Did you notice the lance damage? Did you notice something weird about the lance damage? The lance damage on Demi-Lancers actually goes down from its feudal damage when you go cast stage. Now, their health goes up, the base damage goes up, the armor goes up, but they lose lance damage. So their initial charge in is worse than the feudal version, which is wild. I don't really know how that happened. Oh, I can imagine how it did. But it's crazy. Considering that the lance charge in early on is more important, considering there's barely any units. Okay, so it's going to be Master's Javelineers coming in from Hodo. I'm a little bit shocked. Javelineers usually feel a lot better when you scale them first. He hasn't scaled any. He went age up and then started building them. Louis already picking up 2 relics here. One of them's being guarded already, so Mahodo at least knows what the game is about now. Demi-Lancers are kind of struggling to protect here. So it's going to be 1 monk struck down. I wonder if Mahodo knows it's double monk, though. Oh, I may have just discovered it based on the timings. Oh, this is a nice idea for a bait and switch by Mahodo. He shoots Sofa, but he isn't scaling them. This is really smart because now if Louis thinks he's up against Sofas, he's going to consider going into Collar of Essence and scaling into Knights or Spears. Either way, Javelineers are going to be happy. Like, normally Javelineers hate seeing Spears, but the logic here is that you just kite them infinitely. And Louis is holding a lot of resources in reserve. I think that's going to be fixed. We've got so many racks being dropped, so he's just going to blob Spears. Now, remember what we said? You don't really want to build Donzos against these Spearmen. It's just not a cost-efficient trade. You do have a hybrid attack, great, but like when you're talking about the melee, one of the big edges Donzos have over other Spears is the melee armor. The problem is melee armor gets offset by building entirely. In theory, Malians have more passive income than really? I don't think mathematically, no. So, Fulani... I'll pause that for. We haven't got time for maths. Javelins. Whoa, nice hit. Finds the villagers. Okay, Mahodo ramping up the pressure. If he could just sandwich here with the scouts, but the Spearmen come out just in the nick of time there to save some lives. Louis is losing more villagers, though. Like, overall, this isn't too bad for Mahodo. The only issue is he doesn't have Fulani behind us. So, to answer the Fulani issue, so a Fulani ranch is worth 75 food. You get 6 of them, so that's going to be 450 food. Then you, with 20 cows, get an extra 20 per cow, so that ends up being extra 400 food. So you're 850 passive food, and then a pit mine on average gives, let's say, 100 gold. So 850, so 350, like 300 more, plus the Mansa, you're at 45. So you're at like 1,275 passive resources when you're capped out at Castle Age, which isn't too bad. 1,275 resources is pretty damn good. But you have to be capped out. And while your number will theoretically be higher until Scuttage comes in, by the way. Scuttage is the conversion point. The reality check is your opponent is going to be getting a lot more back, a lot more quickly with mana spam. Yeah, the 60 plus the 45, so he can go up to a total of 945. And then Scuttage adds in another 360. So, like, you are technically correct. The highest number favors Malians. But getting that high number feels a lot more difficult. This is rough. You know, back to the game, out of the maths. This is brutal. Like, what, Louis, what are we doing right now? It's 5 javelins. That's the perfect number to insta-kill. Wow, I cannot believe he actually hung around there. Louis MT, so greedy. And speaking of that greed, it still shows in different ways, but we do have it on the way, folks. It is going to be hill training into mass Hobolars. This is the true test. Javeliniers have laughed in the face of Horseman spam time and time again because it just feels so hard to get on top of them. But I like what Louis is doing here. If he can blob Hobolars, which will require some gold access, the logic is that you can have enough units to surround him. It's all about that timing. Veterancy is on the way. And by the way, there is one relic almost home that still has not made it home. Mahodo is making this game incredibly infuriating for Louis right now. I think is he busted? Nah, like, I think Louis has one punt at this. There's an issue with Mahodo's game strat here. He pulled away from the goal. That might be his first big error of the game. This is huge. That amount of gold gathering, like Louis' intent should kind of be obvious to Mahodo now. It has to be something gold heavy. You just saw Hobolars, so at this stage, alarm bells should be going off. You'd think a Donzo switch should be on the way, but no, Mahodo continues to punt more javelins. Because nobody trusts the power of the Hobolars. They seem like a meme unit, guys, until you look at their stats. You've seen that correctly. 22 damage on a charge. And you're also seeing that other piece correctly. Hill forts, or hill training. I keep saying hill forts too much here with my magic. Hill training does buff the bonus damage. So if you touch these javelins with a charge, it's 44 damage. Over half their HP in one strike. So looks like that relic did get home in the end for Louis. Mahodo in the meantime is going to be able to vacuum the rest of the map. Another risky thing for Mahodo is that obviously with so many Hobolars, Louis can just split up and start raiding. And by the way, Hobolars are also a counter to Sofas. Haha, nah, I'm kidding. It's a fuel age Sofa, but in reality check, like 22 damage on a charge in is pretty good against Sofas. And you're quicker, so you can run away from it. And wow, Louis, he's actually switching Yeoman. Look at this. Yeah, because think about it from Louis' POV. We can see actually it's pointless to go Yeoman because your opponent's barely building any Donzos. But Louis' feeling on this is that he's been revealed. His strategy is known. So if he doesn't build Donzos, if he doesn't build Longbows, Yeoman, by the way, he's going to get countered by Donzos. So it's, in his eyes, a forced transition. Cool thing is actually just how swift it can be with the Lancaster Castle. He does seem to be housed right now. Yeah, so tricky thing actually with Lancaster Castle, it functions a bit differently to alternative similar landmarks, like for example, Wingard that tries to spawn them all at once as one entity. The way these shires work is you spawn an entity one after another. So you can actually house yourself halfway through the spawn. It's very confusing. Double blacksmiths now. Louis. What is this greed? He's still going open field systems behind this. That's going to be the extra 3 manas if he somehow survives long enough. Javelin count has me a bit skeptical about the reality of that. Louis, stop producing the hobbies. Just fully focused on the Yeoman now. Can he get enough out to hold here, though? There's not many Donzos. The Hobolars are ready to rock and roll. Hobbies, they're going to dive in. They need the charge, though. He actually doesn't go for it because the spin were in the way. Going to start walloping him down here. Now, this is interesting, actually. Hobolars might just be the best cavalry counter to Javelins. They are low investment, low HP, but it means that you overkill them constantly. That's crazy. Compare this to, say, having a few knights out or just having standard horsemen. You know, you're still going to get killed, but you can have less entities, which means your opponent is going to get better trades. Against Hobolars, attack speed is more important because damage is all but guaranteed to net a kill. But Louis has already lost the first wave. Pretty much cleared all the Donzos. Well, this could actually bait Mahodo, because I think one big error in that fight for Louis is he didn't charge. You saw it. There's barely any damage coming out. He had to run them in because of the spinman. But this is going to be wild, guys. Because Mahodo now thinks, oh, wait. Oh, well. Hobolars don't, like, they don't count javelins. I don't need Donzers. Imagine the next fight. Louis has 20 Hobolars that all do 44 damage each on the first point of contact. And he'll be able to use that ability because you haven't built Donzers in. That's pretty wild. Yeah, honestly, this looks like it could still be a pretty good fight for Louis MT. I think positioning is going to be key here. Mahodo still has to try and crack the egg. It's interesting, though, like, you know, you'd think he wouldn't need this much urgency, considering that he's got 4 relics. He's got a sizable villager lead. There is an argument to be had that he's maybe rushing an end game state, but then you have to remember that even though he's got this villager lead, he doesn't have Fulani. So, you know, in raw economy, the mana should be able to beat him. I think that's what he's worried about. We can see raw number-wise, he's miles ahead right now. I think there's also an element of the player you're against here. Louis MT is renowned for his late game. He loves it. He thrives on it. And I think Mahodo doesn't want to let him get there. Cheeky games being played around here. What matchups favor Lancaster? All the matchups. Clutch staying alive. Dude, ankle rolls are crazy, and I'm still not sure I survived it. I'm getting worried. I swear I'm going to look down later. It's going to be swollen. Oh, nice raid with the Hobolars. Didn't get the charge in, mind you. That would have, like, almost killed a few villagers straight away. Looks like you just clubbed them down casually. But this is a small investment. You know, compared to other civs, you send 5 horsemen in, it's almost like you send 3. In terms of cost, anyway. And wait, we've got Ulsgard on the way. By the way, Rams get melted by Hobolars. Oh, yep, that is a veteran sofa, by the way, with imported armor, believe it or not. He's going to break through. Charges to the back. Makes initial contact. That's able to shove him away. Now the Spearman can mop up the sofa. Louis MT now with the military lead. Oh my god. Is he out zerging Malians? He is, and the backstab comes in. Body blocks are big here. Javelins just keep trying to shuffle away. But they are melting fast. Okay, so Hobolars will reset back away. Louis happy with the outcome here. He killed a few villagers in the back. Stabilizes. He's got the full mana count online now. And he's got range damage too coming in as well. Yeah, Yeomen are going to go pretty hard here. Sync shot isn't in. I don't think you really want it. Synchronized shot damage is kind of underwhelming into Javelins. Also, they can actually dodge quite easily with their movement speed. But I like what Mahodo's doing. He has to now. He realized what just happened. He took a break, and look at how it cost him. Louis MT just bulked much quicker, so if you back away now, you know you're going to get outmassed. I can't believe it. Like, there might be a new Zerg in Age of Empires 4. This is ridiculous. Like, this is meant to be the Zerg Civ. Not with this game strategy. Javelineers is more about quality, but the irony of this being how you beat it. Louis in full control now. There's no dying it. Mahodo, valiant effort, but I think maybe he should have been a bit more greedy. I don't know. I don't know if it really would have worked out for him, considering Louis MT was already massing. This is the tricky thing. If you play Farimba, you don't really have time in the game. You have to kill. And now I'm not really sure what Mahodo does. It's about to get well. Oh my god. No, this is disgusting. Guys, military tactics training, it gives 20% more bonus damage. But remember, that charge, like, it's already ramped up on bonus damage. So you end up getting another 5 damage on your initial point of contact. So it pretty much mirrors the melee tech. So you end up doing 25 damage. And then, if I remember correctly, the way the calculation, it might even be higher than 27 damage unranged. It's crazy. I actually think this might be the best use for military tactics training in Castle Age. I haven't seen many games where it's looked viable, but this could be the one. Odo. His economy is not safe. Remember, no Fulani. He's gone 2 TC now to try and recover, but I don't know if he's got time. He might be playing off the idea that Louis MT likes to just chill and play into a deeper game state. I don't see that happening here. This is too big of a military lead not to flex it. He might be slowed down. I think the other thing for Mahodo here is because it's high view, there's another expectation your opponent plays slow because you're playing blind. And that's the risk. When you run Horseman, if you don't have vision, like it just backfires so easily. Here you go, guys. So you can see right there, 22 damage. The military tactics training from the King's College is about to come in. Damage about to ramp from 22 up to 27. And remember, like, your standard attacks also got buffed by 20%. So you went from 9 to almost 11. This is crazy. Hoblars get so much range defense. They don't get any more range defense than standard horsemen. Right? Pretty sure it's just standard horseman levels. Especially when you consider the difference in health. Like a standard horseman right now would have 155 HP, I think it was, or 145. Might be 145. Keep in mind, the weakness of Hoblars is genuinely, once you're 200 popped, they're bad. It's like, playing Hoblars is similar to playing Malians with Musafadi. They're just worse once you're completely raw capped. But, oh, come on, Mahodo. He only just built this up. Oh, there's something bittersweet about watching a Malian player get zerged. Damn, that's crazy. Do you indeed have... Oh, yeah, is it +1? It must be +1. Because Castle is +3 ranged armor by default. Yeah, you're correct. But they get hard counted harder because they have raw less HP against melee. But that was... I can't believe that, man. That was wild. What's the focus of that game? Is Lancaster the new Zergs? Just get out tempo for Frimba. The timings don't work. It requires you to just keep going. I think like Louis played that very well into hobbies. A lot of players just wouldn't go Hoblars, weirdly enough. I think if like that was so, I feel if Lancaster had gone Yeoman, it's tight, but you can maybe out micro. If they'd gone Osgard, Spearman, Knights, or whatever, then Javelineers can win. But Hoblars is the one true counter. All right, so point on the board there. So that was House of Lancaster going up against Malians. Left side win. Let's see what the boys are taking us for G2. Delhi versus Byzantines. Yeah, I actually think, like, based on the recent executions of this matchup, I actually think, like, Louis might be the best one at executing this. It's kind of crazy how well he does it. If he's doing what I think he's doing, this is going to be rough for Mahodo. But let's find out. Okay, so we hop into game number 2. So the build that I'm looking for from Louis MT is a pretty vicious one. It's Lombo. So what you can do in this matchup is you can actually play into Lombo, Horseman, Limitane. You can actually technically do Javelin, Horseman, Limitane. It's just less impactful. Usually we see this done on Gorge. I think it can actually work... Lipany. It can work on Gorge as well, though, because Gorge has a lot of front-facing resources, so you kind of get shut out of anything good. I actually think usually when you play Gorge, Javelins is just better against most civs. The reason is that when you push the front resources, the only thing your opponent has left is wood. And wood is not good against Javelins. It means you can only build archers. So Louis, he is a 1 villager onto the Stone Boy, and he's going to assist on the other side for the gold and the berry buff. Just read that horses Hoblars ride in real life are called hobbies. Huh. I just instinctively call them hobbies because it's a better name. But there you go. I guess I wasn't the only one. Subconsciously, Frimba also forces you to make only 1 unit because you invest in the landmark. Yeah, and that's why it's very important to identify your kickoff point where you can go into, for example, Sofa. I think a lot of people miss that point and they actually lose Frimba games because of it. Like, we actually had a pristine example. I think the one that comes to mind, actually, was the Dimu Scatterbrain series from the qualifiers for League Classic, where he just kept building Javelins, and there was a really solid argument for just going Sofa. He never done it, though. Because, you know, I've got this landmark. I want to get the most out of it. And it is a logic of critical mass. You know, it's kind of like, it's what in some games, some genres you call power stack. Pretty obvious when you say it like that. A power stack is, you know, my thing that will clear everything. I keep using my Magic references. You know, I play some Magic, I watch a lot of it. And you'll hear pros talk about their power stack. Like, what's my power stack? You know, what's the thing that's going to be able to clear everything this game goes on? And Age of Empires 4 has that as well. So, like with Byzantines, for example, playing Lombos. Lombos, there's a power stack in Feudal about 20. Once you reach 20, the bulk is so big, it's scary. When you play Hovelars or Horsemen, like Delhi, when they play Ghazi, is kind of interesting. Their power stack starts at, it feels like 3 or 4. But for normal Horsemen, there's a power stack timing of like 15, 20, and 30. Then you've got things like Knights. Knights are very low on power stack count requirements. Like most of the time, Knights are individual power stacks. Then you've got things like Nest of Bees. Nest of Bees tends to reach its power stack point around 3 to 4. Yeah, actually like a very interesting concept in Age of Empires 4 that doesn't get talked about now that I think about it. No one really talks about the concept of power stacks. I think we come close, so a term I use a lot that kind of overlaps with it is critical mass. Power stacks and critical mass can kind of be intertwined. And this is going to be the EGC Gorge, because EGC Gorge tends to be a little bit more balanced, is the understanding. Kayu's been working hard on those iterations to make sure that's the case. Okay, so second system should be ready to be dropped here. That's going to then buff the gathering rate for the third system. This is a little less greedy, and I think the reason Louis is being less greedy is he's trying to be more conscious of his timings against Delhi. If you're playing against a Civ that doesn't aggro you, you'd probably be double system. As in, you put 2 on stone to get it quicker. But against a Civ that is going to look to contest the Sacred Sites, etc., you probably want a slightly quicker tech timing so you can start prepping your first mercenary contract earlier from the fact that you're gathering on the berries. That looks like a very good sheep ball. 13. Actually, sorry, make it 14 up against 16. Really respectable count actually up against Delhi. Louis sets up the pellet path thing? What do you mean the pellet path? Rogan? I think you got the wrong Roman Empire, mate. Oh, you're right. Actually, yeah, good eyeballs. It's because you said prelates. I was like, what are you on about? Yeah, the monks for age 3. It is pretty crafty, actually. Well, yeah, well identified. That's kind of sick. Also greedy. Wait, he's got... Okay, yeah, but he has double pathing for this relic. Huh? Oops. He got a bit too eager. Okay, so Mahodo right now has got a wagging tail. I was like, oh, good. 4 berries. Like, actually, in some ways, we're quite happy with the spread of resources because Ghazi can just, like, hop resource to resource. Wouldn't be surprised if Louis MT goes for an outpost on the ford just to protect him. He also has the additional stone gathering, which means he could easily afford arrow sleds. But for the time being, we have got Limitane being prepped. Ghazi, meanwhile, from Hodo, already going to be on the way. What do you do here as Louis? Do you go for that longbow idea we talked about? The Merc House is coming in, and you see the difference I was talking about, guys. Like, his mercenary timing feels a little bit quicker than, like, when we watch players like Vortex, because Vortex likes to go for the double stone opener. Just gives him a slightly delayed timing. But it means that his economy is much better around 8 or 9 minutes. But this is, once again, just what Delhi does to you. Delhi forces you to be present, no matter what the Civ is. If he guesses right, by the way, he can actually just shut down the Sacred Site board. Mahodo's probably going to pull for 2 at this current count. Because he's got Blacksmith coming in, you're probably going to want to keep at least 2 Scholars home to ramp your tech. And obviously you're going to have one in the Dome of Faith. So you can't really afford that many to be pulled. Which could actually just backfire for him. And there we go. It's going to be the Western contract. I'm telling you, Louis is just on it with this. I think a lot of people just, at this point, would benefit from shying away from the Javelin contract. In theory, it makes sense against Delhi, but I don't think in practice it actually plays out that way. Longbows are more about just kind of hunkering down on a location, which is what you want to do against Delhi. Like, once you've got control of their sacred sites, you just want to be able to slowly push towards them. And when you add in the stables, it means you actually have a mirror blocker to the Ghazi play. Also just protects you against the inherent expectation of archers, because you've gone Limitane. Yeah, this is a really cool build. I think this, to this day, is my favorite Byzantine build. It's not always the most impactful. Javelin just feels like a good go-to a lot of the time. But to me, Javelin feels more synonymous with the idea of rushing the next stage. Which, specifically against Delhi, is a dangerous game to play. He's already greedily extending. Great timing as well. He just slows down any attempt to capture the central sacred site. There is going to be a scholar pool to the north and the south, though. So 2 are being captured. LuMT is about ready to scale up to level 3 system, which will give him an increased economy of, what, 22%? Meaning he can compete with 2 sacred sites worth of gathering. The real reason I go jabs is really for the camera riders. Yeah, but how often do you actually find a way of using camera riders well? Like, this is the problem with camera riders. I think camera riders are, in theory, a really, really crazy unit. Really powerful unit. But in practice, especially for Byzantines, the scale point just doesn't make sense. It feels so hard to spam cameras. And if you can't spam them, what were we just talking about earlier in this game? Power stack. Critical mass. Well, if you can't spam your camels, you don't have critical mass. So, like, camels are only then useful if your opponent is spamming lancers. But here's an interesting dynamic about camel versus lancer. If you don't have camel handling, and you don't have critical mass as well, lancers just go after your villagers. And even with the debuff, they kill the villagers quicker than you can kill them. So, like, this is fundamentally the issue with camels. Lancers still have better value because when you fast castle, your primary focus is spreading the map and raiding. Because you want to spread to get relics, and then you want to poke at your opponent's economy before he has enough troops and walls. So yeah, camels just fundamentally a fraud for the timing of the game where they become accessible. Nice pull. Drags the whole army north side, gets free information. LuMT, we do have Steel Arrow on the way. Wait, Mahodo, no. Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Did he not have a blacksmith prepping earlier? Did he cancel it? Oh my god, no, that's so unforgivable. In this matchup, guys, blacksmith timings are critical because both sides can accelerate them. Look at the timings. It takes him 32 seconds to get attack. Meanwhile, for Delhi, you're meant to get them free quite swiftly. But Mahodo has multiple issues here. He's pulled the scholars. They're busy healing right now, so blacksmith techs aren't coming quick. He hasn't even queued them. He cancelled the blacksmith earlier. I'm almost certain of that. Yeah, everything's just going wrong here. Oh, got it. Your camel theory, you're one of those people. You're like, yeah, if I just survive 40 minutes, I'll be fine. That's like me going, if I just had $1 million, I know I could like do investments and make 10% return, so I'd be earning 100k a year. Yeah, but I need to get the $1 million first. And I don't have many sugar daddies. And all of us can run sub fund with one person giving 5,000 subs. I still can't believe that. That's wild. Is it Death Gun? That guy is crazy. Like, I was hopping in BC stream the other day, and someone's like, is it going to end soon? And then the person just responds, it's honestly up to Death Gun. Honestly, this fight. The Limitane, like, he just can't reach them. This has just been great micro by Louis. Killing all those archers. And now it gets messy. Horseman plus Limitane should be easily able to mop up the Ghazi. He can afford to lose a few longbows, and Mahodo cannot afford this game anymore. It is going to be a GG and a 2-0 victory for LuMT. Yeah, that game 1 might haunt Mahodo a little bit. This game 2 less so. I think game 1 you probably find a little bit more frustrating with the way it happened. Game 2 is more like, oh wow, Louis has a really cool build, and this is a lesson to be learned. Like, that's the thing I think that is intriguing probably for Mahodo is G1, it's like, okay, so if this doesn't work, what the hell works? Whereas G2 is going to like, oh, wow, okay, that Byzantine timing is kind of sick. Maybe I should start trying that as well. Specs, exclamation mark PC should bring up the specs. I keep forgetting to update the Amazon links. I really need a better platform that offers affiliate links, so you get some kickback on commission. So, guys, we have got about 10 minutes until the next series, which is going to be Lucifron versus Scatterbrained. So we've got a few minutes to burn. What do we watch? Maybe we catch a Louis game on the ladder. Oh yeah, Louis versus Eliona, that's a cool one. So let me update it. Up next. Lucifron versus Scatterbrained. Scatterbrained, I didn't catch the second qualifier. He almost made it, actually, if I remember correctly. I think he went to 5 games in his deciding series. Let me double check. Because I remember glancing like, damn. Yeah, against CSO. Wildly close. Okay, so we'll do a quick pop game, like I said, while we wait for the next one. Yo, do we try a new intro? Hey guys, KP here for another caster game from the tippity top of the ladder. We got Eliona up against Louis MT. Now, when I saw the Ottoman pick, I got intrigued. I had to see this. We're on 2x speed just the other game to get through it and see what's going to be cooking. Because Ottomans, I feel like, has been slept on still. You know, we just exited the Pro Scouts meta that arguably did not favor them. We're now into a new horizon of discovery. And I feel like not many people have been tapping into the Ottomans. I think that I said it best on the weekend when we were casting on UGC's channel, that since the patch dropped, since the DLC was added and the capture age was revamped, I have cast a total of 1 game where I saw the Vizier Council UI. This is the second one. And that is correct. You did just hear me correctly. We can now finally see the Imperial Council points without having to switch to the ugly UI. So, Elio, what's the goal here? He opens with the military school, but he's running across the map, and I'm kind of scratching my head as to why. Against Roost, it's kind of pointless. Roost is that civ that still doesn't need to touch their gold. Between the food they get and gather gold from it, and the fact that they generate off the hunting cabin, there's no reason for them to do anything with the gold. So yeah, a little bit funky, but the thing you can do to make this worthwhile isn't going to happen, because Louis has already counted it. I don't know, Eliona. This is a bit rough. Oh, he will find the village around the back. Okay, so that's not bad. And you can eventually burn this one down. Yeah, Louis got a little bit greedy. I guess technically he had to try and hide the hunting cabin because placing one here wouldn't have changed the outcome. And credit to him, I guess Eliona did get something out of this in the end. Louis MT has to drop the archery range now. Not the end of the world for him. He's still going to be playing for Pro Scouts timing eventually, but also this can eventually be used for horse archers. Horse archers are a little bit weird in this matchup now, by the way. They used to be pretty damn good against Ottomans because Janissaries took too much damage. But there was a rework a while back where Janissaries now specifically have a tag that archers get bonus damage against. So that changed the dynamic. It used to be that a Janissary would take 50% more damage from a crossbow, from a horse archer, etc. Now, it's only archer-specific counters. So if Eliona can survive a little bit deeper in this game, things can start to look up. You guys get to pick what matches you cast on AGC. We have some input on the qualifier days, because to be crudely honest about it, people like me and Crackety will have a better idea of actually what close matchups will be than anyone on the back-end crew, probably. Just makes sense. Obviously, Crackety plays up against these people a lot, day in, day out. I cast more games than anyone else in Age of Empires at this stage. So yeah, like, when it comes to qualifier days, it makes sense. Later on, it becomes a strategic layering. As a tournament organizer, you want to try and balance your day to have the hype matches in the center towards the end of the day, simply so that people are drummed up hype-wise to keep tuning in. Because what you don't want to do is, like, front-load the day with, say, like, BC versus Marine Lord and, you know, Louis MT versus Dumu, and then have the less-known players at the end, because all of a sudden you have peak viewership at an early point, and then you fall off. The reason that's bad, by the way, guys, is realistically, you want your stream to be growing as time goes on, and also you want to be playing around prime time. Like prime time, you want to reach your threshold. So if you have 4 series a day, you want series 2 and 3 to be the best series. Because Series 1, people are just starting to get in, and Series 4, the reality check is Age of Empires 4 is nowhere near as popular in NA. Not from a viewership standpoint. Which is to be expected. If you think about it, like from an organic standpoint, day to day, the US market doesn't really have any flag bearer that is big. You've got some people trying to be content creators, but like reality check is, you know, you've got like Beastie, Dumu, me, Marine Lord, Lash, you know, basically like almost every single content creator that will average above 200 reliably, 200 views, is European based. So as a result, people's viewer patterns anchored to those hours. Archers? Nice stab in here by Louis. Gotta say, I'm actually impressed by what he's doing with his small group of spears and archers. He's still trending was Castle Age, but credit where credit is due to Elyona. He's gonna beat him. Welcome to the most underwhelmingly boring fight to watch in the history of fight. Actually, that's not true. It could be Dark Age Spear versus Dark Age Spear 1v1. Okay, Elio, probably looking at a Mehmed Imperial Armory. We haven't really seen much deviation from that in recent times. I was hoping we'd see Istanbul Imperial Palaces coming in, but to be bluntly honest with you guys, for some reason they buffed Springolds, and that buff, I think, guaranteed that Mehmed Imperial Armory will remain the de facto choice. Nice looks around here. Looks like Elyona will be able to mop up this small group. But Louis MT, has he now got the space to go for his tech? I think so. That pullback pretty much gives it to him, but Elio has a pretty sick timing ahead of him if he pumps a few troops. He did go for the Anatolian Hills for the extra sheep. He has not gone for the Imam point here, actually. Imam point can be very valuable. I think you're able to afford it fairly swiftly here. But because you'll already be aged up probably by the time he'd get it, it's not going to be worth it. Speaking of age ups, high trade house on the way. Guys, get your number in. That looks like a good one. We'll go for a little bit of 2x speed here while there's been a bit of a slowdown. Elio still just harassing on the front side, but Louis, as you saw on the other side of the map, is still sneaking goodies home. And this is Lancer opening? Probably Lancer opening. Okay, yeah, he did get the point. Imams are on the way. So mirror tech timings. If Louis rushes horse archers, he can intercept, but the problem is he's probably reluctant because he's seen Sipahi. Sipahi will shred horse archers if they get anywhere near you. They're very high damage. It looks like Louis is just playing budget tier army. Spears, archers, spears, archers. What else does a growing boy need, you know? Oh, Lord. It's going to be a fail and wait. Elio, oh no. Yeah, so it's still kind of okay for him, but that could have been much, much better. He loses 2 Sipahi. Louis MT overextended with those spears. If Elio had gone straight away onto the Sipahi, he probably wipes all archers and loses nothing. It's kind of crazy. He gives a little bit better of a trade to Louis. At a point where Elio doesn't really have much standing army. High trade house, by the way, 155. Not bad for Himeyama. Yeah. You know what would have been better? Could you imagine? Oh my god, that... I'm disappointed, Louis. And in fairness to him, we have God Vision. Remember, he wouldn't have seen this small path. But that would have been the most disgusting high trade house you could have imagined. Like, if I knew about this, I would have sent a villager out to add hunting cabin straight up. Maybe that's why I'll never make top 100, but think about the numbers. And you'd never be found, actually. I feel like if you did walk straight out there, guaranteed you just revealed yourself as a map hacker. Because like we said, he did walk past there. They both did. And there's no actual indication that this is a full grove. Yeah, so funny thing about Wallballs, they don't work on religious units. And I know that guy is stabbing in the face, but he's stabbing you in the face. Really. That wasn't a speech impediment. Like, remember, warrior monks are religious tags, so they can't be killed by conversions. You have to murder them in the face. So he does clean them up afterwards. Elio already has one relic home, second one on the way. Honestly, things are looking fairly decent for him. I don't know if he's considering fast Imperial Age. He's definitely stockpiling a lot of food right now. Back on the 2xp, just because I'm mindful we have got an upcoming series in our tournament that we don't want to miss. A lot of extra gear for Louis now, though. Spawns coming through. Actually moves out for the ball. Kind of smart, actually. Most of the focus is north side because they're playing relic games. I actually like this idea. Like, conceptually, what Louis has done is he's taken a very low-risk play. Because, like, why else would Elio come down here? The funny part is, like, neither of them know the final relic is here. So there's literally no reason for Elio to go south. Dive in now from the Lancers. That is without Undervesh, mind you, but both of these guys are kind of in synth with the Blacksmith decks. Elio only with Steeled Arrow. Louis MT at 50 minutes in when he's playing Mass Archers is only now getting Arrow 1. Crazy to actually think. Usually you're expecting to see it around 10 minutes if you're going to keep playing Harassment. We do have an adorable scout maneuver here to try and stop the hitman. It's going to take a lot more than that, though. This is looking like a 5-relic game if they ever find that south one. Oh, good denial just in time. And the Mango. What? Where's the guard? Oh my god. A freebie here. And the Mango, funnily enough, actually got some really good hits in despite the fact it was fully overextended. Spinman line is going to spread out. Just stay away from the archers. Right now, Alyona is gunning for Louis with Mass. Going to steer to the south side or north side. Just trying to play the flanks here. But Louis' kind of power is thinner, but his power is waning, man. He's losing an archer battle against Ottomans in Castle. Despite the 20% extra wood, it just doesn't matter. And the crazier part is there is no meta here. He only just arrived. He hasn't been buffing this army. This is crazy. Elio just so good on the trades. An attempt to backstab is not going to work out. Perfect time as well. Alyona needed to resecure this corner because he has got to go for the berries. Oh, archery ranges Louis. I like these adding in men-at-arms, but I don't like the spearmen kind of feel irrelevant in these fights. Alyona is bulking into lances. Even has his own men-at-arms now coming. Yeah, so similar ideas from each player, really. But the lances are going to be the key difference maker. Also, mangoes now actually have value. Because you push your opponent into his base, you're guaranteed really good hits. The other sad reality, guys, remember, he doesn't have veterancy. This whole time, these spearmen have been wielding plastic. He stand his ground. Meta does finally get sniped, so Elio, he played this well, but this might be a slight overextension. Pulls the lancers away. Spear count is still good enough to scare him off, and I do believe Alyona gambled on the wrong angle here. He has got a second wave coming in, but by the time it arrives, it's been cleared up, and all of a sudden, Alyona... he just lost control of this game. Louis still has some issues to solve. More the way he extends wider on the map. He is also up against Lancers when he doesn't have any, and both of them are playing flank resources. But considering what Alyona's position in this game was just a mere 2 minutes ago, this is a rapid improvement. A ridiculous improvement, in fact. Yeah, kind of... I don't want to say gifted to him. Obviously, you have to earn these type of victories in the moment, but... I think Alyona's going to be kicking himself. That urgency to try and rush the game end up ending. Louis still denying. I don't know how many monks have died over this one relic. 3? Alyona now switching to crossbows. Interesting, actually. Louis MT does not have many spears. No, did he assume that it was no longer lancers? Oh my god. Okay, that's actually really bad for him. He's making the appropriate switch up now, though. We've got crossbow plus spear. Elio can't really rush Imperial Age with this type of access. He has barely any food. Oh, whoa, Louis. He finds him moving out of the berries. Get 2 more kills. Okay. So... all of a sudden, Elyona's starting to fall behind. Military score count is respectable, though. So he's offset the threat there. Obviously, Louis has his own upsides. He's got the 20% more wood. He has got 173 gold coming in from the high trade house. And he also, well, maybe going to extend additional hunting cabins. Because he's got 24 here, 26. That's another 50 gold. Both of them do start reaching the point where they have to worry about farms. Which it should, in theory, be an easier thing for Roos to do. They have a buffed gathering rate due to the bounty system, and then also they have 20% more wood for those farms. So, you know, Elyono, it's more about trickling troops up to 200 that feels good because of the passive production. But once you're at that raw 200, Louis MT's position is going to feel better. The question is if he can get there. Nice clash. Elyono finds the army divided. Divide dive. Louis pinned in the corner. There's nowhere to run with his archers, so they're going to be hunted down. Doesn't even try to turn around. Just keeps on running, waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. They have just turned up. Elio once again with his mangoes, man. I think he just hates his siege. Keeps happening. All right, back to 2x speed. This game is going on a little bit longer than I was expecting. Could maybe end quite abruptly, though. Elyono is out of food, and he just ran himself into a corner. LUMT now on the way. An army that could actually rout him here. Crossbow archer divide is fairly similar. Archers. Oh, I love that, Louis. He just sends them right round the back. So now the crossbows are trading poorly. They might kill these archers, but they're not actually wasting into them in arms that they actually are meant to beat. Crazy maneuver by Louis. More troopers on the way. Elyono is still kind of pinned here. Meanwhile, food has moved out to the center of the map, so this is Danger Town now for him. 2 TC as well. What? Okay, if Louis realizes or suspects what is going on here, a double down wins him the game now. It's so hard to know, though, because your opponent has gone for a very reserved 2 TC. He hasn't built it somewhere aggressive. Still so much deer here as well for pro scouts. Just love how annoying Louis is being with these little archer raids. Going to march in again. Good reactions out of Elyono, though. We'll bypass, which is going to force a reaction, so Sipahi now on the way. And we all of a sudden have a huge stalemate. Because I think both of them now need farms. Yeah, Louis adding in his. Elyono, no doubt, is thinking about it. The berries, the deer, not going to last very long here. He's going to get the walls up first to secure his economy, and then we're going to see more and more of this. Alright, guys. Ones if you think we're seeing Imperial Age, twos if it's ending in Castle. I feel like this is ending in Castle. With the way Louis is building, the priority on men-at-arms suggests he wants to send it. But Elyono has made the correct read. Like, crossbows will be the sufficient comp. And also, Louis has another big problem. He hasn't really resolved the mango issue now. Earlier on, it was kind of like whatever because there wasn't enough troops and you also just found them weirdly unguarded. And now it can actually threaten you. I think actually what would be sicker for Elyono even is Springles. Springles just beats all this. Louis again with the raid. You know what they say about raiding, guys. If at first you don't succeed, Control-Shift-A, and try again. Those that don't know that selects all units, not even like just all units. Oh god, the amount of times that I've accidentally pressed Control-Shift-A instead of Control-Shift-C breaks my heart. This is why I don't advise free-for-all games. Free-for-all games makes you want to use Control-Shift-A. It sets you up for failure. I think what annoys me most about doing that is there's not a click to make them go back to work button. Once it's done, you're like, okay, now I have to put them back on what they were doing. How many of you guys were gathering wood? How many of you guys were on gold? Ugh. 2 TC now from Louis. Okay, I think we're actually going to be seeing Imperial here at this rate. It's just a stare down. Double clicking reveals the worst. Oh, that's why I have the do not select villages when military is nearby. So if I do this, I will select, there you go, military, but not the villages. Thank God for that. It's kind of funny, like I've been playing other RTSs recently, and there's some things you just take for granted. Like, thank God there is a way of selecting all military buildings and just producing shared out of them. Because I've been playing Tempest Rising, and one thing I just can't stand with Tempest Rising is in the UI on the side, you have tabs for every single production building. But it's not like you click into the vehicle area, and you queue up tanks and it gets queued between all the factories. It's each factory. So you have to use a control group. Then here's another kind of frustrating thing I noticed. You can control group to override, but you can't control group to add like we do with Shift 1, Shift 2, Shift 3. Small things, guys. Really, really does make the experience. How is it? I think it's okay. I think the problem with the game for me is it lacks the character of a Command & Conquer game. The nuances that make it great. The characters. The actual characters. Everyone talks about the graphics of like how the general looks in the cinematics and whatever. I think that's cool. But like I don't care for the voice actor. It just feels like they played XCOM one day and was like, let's get that guy to voice like that. But it's like, I almost feel like it's like, I don't want to say AI generated rendering. It's more, you can tell that they put a mocap on someone and just had him read the script. Yeah, you haven't got Kane. We haven't got Romanov from Red Alert. What we might have is a decisive fight. Hold on a second. Louis, where were you going? Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Elyono is tilting him a little with these horsemen because you can't catch them. They just stand there and they stop you running because you have to turn and fight. Body block now comes in. He, I think, didn't activate Fortitude. That was just the aura growing on him. Louis MT is now starting to shrivel up a little here. Double Sacred Sight locked in, a wipe of the army, and now the full chase down. He turns around the Men-at-Arms to try and slow things down, but there is no turning against this. Elio has critical mass. He also has a Janissary switch on the way, which will set him up beautifully should Castle Age ever become, or Imperial Age rather, ever become an option. Mango's just chill for the hunting cabin kills. Ah, this is rough. I think Louis, yeah, he's going for Imperial. The question now is, can Elyono attack him quick enough to stop that? From his current position, like, theoretically, it is possible. He's got Trip Manga now. He pulled the Great Bombard. Okay, yeah, this is the send. This is a wacky timing. Where is it? Is it already? It's already here. And Louis knows. Oh my. Louis, maybe he was thinking about going for the age up. Now he has to reinvest, and it's going to be mass mangoes. Love the switch over to Springles, though, from Elyono. Perfect counter Men-at-Arms. I'm going to go the 4x speed until we get to the next fight. Farm count is looking good. Luinti should be able to get a meat blob going. The question is whether he can scale it quick enough. Can he get the numbers online? Elyono is stockpiling. He's at 200 population. Imperial is inevitable. Unless those mangoes can hit hard enough. Nice little flurry. Slow down temporarily. Hitting the houses would be pretty smart here. Potential pop block opportunities. The Great Bombard is waiting for his targets to come in range. Remember, these mangoes on the Ottoman side do have the attack speed buff, so they should technically win this trade. Problem is, he's not actually hitting them, and also the villages are now getting the opportunity to repair, so Elyono just start backing away. The Great Bombard, oh my god, you're griefing yourself right now, man. Not like this. This is another mango. Great Bombard is going to go for the deploy. Shot comes out. Mango follow-up. Not quite good enough. That extra mango dying means he actually can't snipe the siege. Great Bombar's going to go for another shot. Pathing is giving him opportunity here, but I think with the tech coming behind this, Elyono's just going to back up, age up, and this game's going to keep going deeper. It's annoying because we have got one of our tournament series to cast. Right, so we will definitely use 4x between fights for this reason. Tech up fleet now mirrored. High armory is going to be a good one. Allows you to discount, get into bombards. Massing bombards is going to be your best answer to Great Bombards. And actually, by the way, Rus are pretty good at doing that because of this tech. Siege Crew training allows you to immediately deploy bombards. So you can get in, snipe, and get out before Great Bombards can attack. So definitely a winnable siege wall, actually, for Bruce. Meanwhile, Alyona with the edge in this late text is looking to push it. He's going to bait the army out the gates. Doesn't really want to be here, though. Just the crossbars on the way. Louis MZ is an expensive tech, and he's gambling the game on it here. Elyo did lose control of that northern sacred site to just a single spear. Little raid coming in is going to frustrate his gold gathering. Elyo, no. What is he waiting for here? Maybe elite army tactics? Did he get the trench guns? I do not think so. So his Janissaries didn't get that nice little damage buff. Wow. I'm getting a bit worried, actually. I feel like the more this slows down, the better it gets for Louis right now. You can talk about passive production all you want, but what about passive gold? What does that get us? You know, Master Streltsy versus Janissary, that's going to be a win for Streltsy. Sapahi are going to be critical here to try and hold on in that regard. But the Mass Mango strat, pretty damn good. With the Siege Crew deploying, very, very powerful, even into Bombards. Speaking of Bombards, Great Bombard is starting to hit the backside. It looks like Elyo, I see what he was doing here now. He wanted to pull to the edge of the map so he can't be surrounded. Trying to basically turn the fight into a tug of war. Dive now coming in from those men at arms. Straight on. Great Bombard. Wait, why? Elyo? Oh my god, he thought the shot in return was more worth it. It does work out though! He keeps the Great Bombard alive! Mangoes are coming, however. And that's going to spell an end for the grindest of siege weapons. And look at the exhaustion there. The amount of blue bodies and the military difference now. There's going to be a rally to the south side. Elyo does need to mop up Louis' raiding force. But after that, it should just be a double down on the push. Still proving a nuisance here as well. Mangoes are going to be able to smush the front line. Look at the immediate repop. And oh my god, is it a big repop into Sapahi. Not good against the Spearman, especially with the army tactics on the way. However, if you rush the economy, he's knocking at both doors. Didn't use the fortitude. Small group of troopers are on the way. Elyo should win this. We're talking about Louis. What a founder. How dare you. Elyo, pride of France. Playing the anti-France here, actually. Louis doing his thing again. He's going for the raids. Oh my god, why did I think we'd have enough time to cast the Louis game and then just smoothly be into our next one? I should have known. Louis, if he gets rid of the siege, or rather, Elyo, if he gets rid of the siege, I don't think Louis actually has the gold access to just immediately revolt. It's a big deal. Choke points are going to protect him. Elyona's kind of griefing himself. He goes towards the farms instead. He leaves the men at arms to deal with the spears. And look at that spread. The immediate panic. Louis needs to run. He's circling though. He's coming back towards the siege again. I mean, this is pretty much pick your poison. We either kill your son or we kill your wife. Which is it going to be? Okay, he chooses wife, I guess. Prodigal son, his mangonels, is going to live, but it's going to come at a tall price here. Arms going idle again. Sapahi chasing. Frontline is going to be able to hold on long enough for Louis to get the second wave in. But Elyo is massacring those farmers. Choke points are now griefing him a little. But the farm's inoperable. This is the problem now for Louis, because if Elyo keeps doing this, Louis won't have the food to remax. So really important he finishes off this wave and gets back on those farms ASAP. Louis actually... Wait, what? Roller shutter triggers, really? I mean, even if it's Sapahi, I don't know if that makes sense, but against Janissaries. Yeah, the only thing that kind of worries me a bit for Elyo is like this idea of switching Janissaries. In theory, very cool. But in practice, like, how are you getting to the enemy base? You're building the slowest unit you could that has 2 life. Four-legged boys are dead. I don't know, man. Like, something... I'm just getting this uncomfortable feeling about this game for Alyona. The fact that he should have been able to crack the egg, but couldn't crack the egg. Like, Louis MT, just a sick hold in his base. And it's his signature play, folks. Anyone who's watched this channel for a little bit, we've seen plenty from Louis. Louis is a master of defense. The longer the game goes on, the more worried you get. Even if you're Ottomans. Oh, that is a terrible attempt to raid. Gets cut off. Trapped against the university. Almost like a subconscious learn to raid. And learn to eco. Are you kidding me? This little Ratatouille right now. I'm going to keep speeding up. Doing fights. The Skrulls are a proper match. I said it was kind of weird against Janissaries, but it's not terrible personally. It's just you wouldn't think about it. But the reality check is Janissaries are very low HP hand cannons. So even though Skrulls are pretty 50-50 split between their bonus and their base, it's good enough. I can't believe this. I actually can't believe it. He has 42 siege population right now. This is ridiculous. And the way he staggered it as well, Mangoes go forward, Sprimmels behind. If you try to dive him, he just pulls back and the Sprimmels kill you for the dive. It's really efficient. I swear to God, this guy is single-handedly going to get walls nerfed again. He's on a mission, a crusade at this point. The infamous Louis box. Or as I like to call it, Louis encampment. Well, looks like Alyona's going to try to go before he can set it up. Sipahi. I mean, they are able to get in here. Mangoes can start being targeted. Great bombards with a strike in. They go straight off with the backline siege. Doesn't care about the Springalds, apparently. Just needs those Mangoes gone. I mean, the Springalds, they're very easily replicated. The Mangoes are what are going to burn a hole in Louis' pocket. Look at that. We were up to 42 siege. Down to 6 population into it now. Damn, that was a critical fight for Alyona. I think control of this game was slipping away until that point. Fantastically done by the Frenchman. Now, can he follow it up? I mean, you've got 3 great bombards. You have to assume it's just a barrel towards the enemy base with limited hesitation. I mean, without the Mangoes, what really is the answer to mass Janissaries? Doesn't feel like there is one. Back to the 2x speed here. They rebulk to go again. Louis is going to try to lead Mangoes once more, but with very limited gold access is a problem. Dropping a castle to try and secure additional. Series diving in. Jumped on top of, but he has got that starter step to pull away easy peasy. Up and back here. What? He got the great bombards. He actually sniped them. Okay, that's sick. Spearman group comes in clutch here. Louis MT has forced him back again. Oh, apologies for the 4x AX speed, but we are meant to be casting a tournament series right now. I just don't want to leave this one hanging anymore. It's got so incredible. He's going for even more great bombard kills. He won't be able to get this one. I mean, the reset, getting rid of 3 was good enough. It brought him so much time here. And with that time, all of a sudden, Lou's going to have additional gold access. Oh, hello. Nice denial. Castle has to be cancelled by Alyona. Really frustrating as well. He's got 2.5k stone he wants to commit. There's nowhere of committing it. 2 more gates. Love this. Just strategically smart. Just allows you to pull the siege out much easier. Soon. Soon. Oh my god, Janissary attack speed OP. I thought a Louis game wouldn't go in. Yo, he doesn't always pull the game in. I mean, this one looked good to end at a reasonable point, but now... Now I am full the shrug. Alyona going up to 62 Janissaries, and we are seeing that correctly. He's queued a Carrick. guys. It's not a meme. It makes sense. If he's building only Janissary, how does he break through a wall? Carracks. Big brain. We even actually have lightweight beams on the way. So LuMT might try to sneak some siege workshops and be annoying. Alright, we're just going to speed this up until we get to the big fight, because Louis is turning this into a tilt raid game. I mean, this is the problem with Elyona's strategy. Just going into mass Janissaries is great if you have stone walls. You know, for those stone walls that'll... Oh, he doesn't have any stone walls. So you've got 64 Janissary that can never actually catch up. They'll eventually be able to cut it off, but by the time you cut off a raid, you've now gone to the back of your base. So Louis is just not being harassed. And there's that tech we talked about before, fine-tuned guns, alongside the siege crews, which I believe we already got. So there's the immediate deploy, and then fine-tuned guns, quite funny. Not really necessary against Janissaries. I'm pretty sure you one-hit Janissaries with bombards, but hey, you know, maybe we should add an extra ragdoll tech to this. So that you send them flying. Guys, you need to finish. I've got a Lucifron Scatterbrain series to cast. You guys reckon if they ever rework Mangoes, is Louis just going to retire from it? I feel like he likes this. So like some people, I don't know, so some people don't like this style. Some people say they don't like this style and they're lying. Wow. Some people actually very clearly like this style and they wouldn't even lie to you. And I feel like Louis fits that final category. We've got more supply now coming. Whoa, right from the back as well. Louis! Spears? Can he protect him? I mean, he's still getting good trades into Jannies. Get mobbed up in here. I just feel like this game is never ending. This is ridiculous. How is this game not over yet? Can he get the Great Bombard? No. Elyona packed it up at the perfect moment there. Keeps it alive. Janissaries, of course, can repair him. And we do have 2 bombards, so that should be able to clear the castle. The key here, by the way, the reason why fine-tuned guns is important, why all these details are important, killing the siege. Great bombards are very tanky. You need every little bit of damage you can get onto these bombards. With the pack-up tech, he can move in, snipe, and move out. It's a very big deal. The problem right now is the UMT moving in would require basically headbutting bunches of power. Does it not one-shot Jans without the tech? I thought it does, because they're 105 health. You get plus 50 against infantry. Oh, yeah, I think you do... No, you do enough. You do 75... Isn't it 75 base against infantry? And then the base of... sorry, 75 bonus and then base of 50. You do 125 now. No? So Janissary gets one hit by a bomb. Unless I've mapped it correctly. Or even if it's 45. I think bombards might be 45. You're right. Ah, that's music to my ears. Say it louder. Yeah, you gotta remember, hand cannoneers very tanky 130. Janissaries are made of glass. Mass mangoes again. By mass, I mean 5. I mean, you don't really want that many. It's enough against Janissaries to kill them. The problem is if you build more, the supply you're going to eat. Might even happen anyway. He only built a single gate here. Louis, who's infamous for his gating, actually kind of pushed himself over a little bit there. That creates the space. Great bombards to get rid of the castle. So now Elyona has double sacred site access. He's got to keep on the south side. He even has an emplacement inside it. I don't know, this is starting to look like an Elyona game now. I think Louis, he's played really well up to this point. He has still got gold, so theoretically it's not over. But I think we're starting to see critical mass here. Great Bombard count up to 4. And I like the balance. I think Elyona earlier on had a regular issue of either building too many cavalry or too many gunpowder. this comp looks more balanced. And he's at a stage now where he's building reserves. So if Louis does his classic raids again, I don't think you focus on that. Because if you run back now, like, you lose control again. Crazy how much gold Louis still has. I mean, it's only a few hunting cabins. Yeah, it's only a few hunting cabins. Yes, like only a few. Do I need to say it again? It's only a few hunting cabins, guys. 9 villages on gold and 1,152 gold per minute. Just Ruse Sphinx. Also just Ruse Sphinx. That's a lot of bombards. Can the GBs do it? They need to deploy. Goes for a shot, but unfortunately that snipe means he doesn't have enough firepower now. And the wait, what the Janissary is doing? Oh. It's not over. Oh, God. Eliana have an RL job? I think he does. So Louis like, I guess we just keep going until you have to go to work. Louis like, I'm a kiddo. This is my work. Oh, back up to 4x. We do at least have another raid attempt on the back. I think Louis did lose a few villages on the golds. Doesn't really care too much. And it's going to be a move back to the gold. He's just stopping him from getting that 6-side wing condition. We've got Louis CG on the way again, or CGMT. And oh my God, guys. We fast forwarded to live. I can't fast forward anymore. Oh, help me. He's doing it. I've seen less box wall palisade defenses in Cossacks than I see in Louis MT games. And if anyone's played Cossacks, you'll realize how often you see this type of like layout in a scenario. Why do you think casting a Louis game was a good idea? Because like I saw he was there and I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. Ottomans versus Rus. That's not really a matchup that like goes into the late game that often. I feel like roll Ottomans will do something crazy. He's starting to get the walls up. He's using Elio's own code against him. Elio's trying to bait him into an overextension. Wait. Louis? Look! Pathing, kind sir. Alright, that was almost a wipe of the siege unnecessarily. Louis MT wit. Like, just have them attack at this point. They're drunk. Turn and fire. What the hell? Backstab now, Eliona. It's happening again. With siege already cleared, rest of it should fall. Louis MT is now pulling, what, 1/8 of his economy to try and protect it. He actually has... Whoa, hold on. He has actually kept a decent amount of bombards alive. I don't, like, feel as if you need this many bombards against Sabah. I think it's for the great... Like, I think the bombards are to deal with the GBs. It's for these. And also, actually, like, in hindsight, Eliona can make this more frustrating for Louis if he just remembers siege works. But then you have to get additional bombardments. Like, 2, I think? No, it should be 1 extra siege works. No, I think it's 2. Because siege works got altered slightly, didn't it? If I can... No, it's 20%. Okay, why am I doubting myself? Yeah, so if you get an extra 50 health, it doesn't require more than 1 additional bombard hit. Because your base is 66. Is there a point where you garrison the GB would have been nice? It doesn't fix his pack-up issues. He'd still have that. The biggest problem is that he went for this great bombard ticket here. So yeah, he definitely would have in some ways benefited from siege crews. But like other things that could have been nice, I think. Dare I say like the meta move speed? Maybe Is this game where Kinji could have been relevant? I believe. But just raiding? Possibly. This game's still going? Yeah, and we have like a comp series to cast. But, you know, like sunken cost fallacy? We've been casting this for an hour now, so we're seeing the resolution, and then we're hopping into Lucifer on Scatterbrain. So. Well, yeah, sending it again. Wait, but that... Whoa, hold on. You have landmarks. That's a lot of army. Oh my god. And the spears get pulled back to deal with this, but he's rolling into the base with a second wave. Louis, he's doing the exact same maneuver here. Doesn't know where all the landmarks are, though. He only sees 3 of them. The Istanbul Observatory is further to the south. Wait, he does know. He scouted it. It's a base race. Never an Imperial Armory first. Villages being pulled here. You need to be careful. Those springles, if they target onto the villages, he can easily protect this. Nemo, other side. The High Armory, absolutely fine. Gets the repair crew in. Never an Imperial Armory is down. Madrissa next on the hit list. Springles, look at the massacre. The villages are stacked up. He's not shooting them. He's actually shooting onto the Sipahi instead. Finally turns onto the target. Meanwhile, it's going to be Istanbul Observatory down as well. It's a base race. Elyona barely keeping it alive. The berries are being roasted right now, but they'll still be gathered. Minaret Madrissa soon to fall. The TC almost derelict. The Golden Gate down, but the High Armory stands tall and stands firm, as does Bambi Land over here. Unbelievable. And he's still pushing. The men-at-arms are just going for the torch damage. If he Springald fires here, yep, goes for the shots. The Springalds haven't been finished yet. The other group of spearmen have arrived. He's going for the Madrissa. Surely it's just easier to fight the army right now. What is this game? Neither of them are dead from this. Are you actually serious? Madrissa is down. But that is not enough troops to end the game. The Sipahi have been chased away. I can't believe this. This is meant to be the race that just ends the game. And instead, it is a mere stalemate with both of them pretty much taking the same amount of damage. You can argue Elyona had more of his buildings torched down, sure, but like the reality check is Eco State. They both got gutted down to about 70. Unbelievable. Elyona, oh my god, he's going again. He's actually going to try it again. 67 Sipahi. If this can't win him the game, at this point, just resign and, I don't know, take up competitive Sudoku or something. Screw it. What's the point? In terms of landmarks, he has got his work cut out for him, though. TC's not being actively repaired, but he's still got high trade house plus high armory behind a castle. Also, you know, Sipahi, compared to mass men-at-arms, more easily counted when they die for landmark snipes because spears. These production rates are kind of sad, I'm not gonna lie. All of his stables are around the observatory. He hasn't got the influence, so his production rate should be kind of wild. It's not, it's really not. Once more to the breach, I guess. Okay, I don't mind this idea of military schools. Both of them got exhausted by that, so you have to remax. What an incredible game. Elyona's trade might be about to be seen. That's important. That's the only real way he's getting gold now. I mean, he has got the passive gold, but if you want to actively produce Janissaries, it's not cheap. And another hunting cap. Wait, what? Every little piece of gold matters, guys. Every time I see Louis do this type of crap, this one actually the most is giving me flashbacks to Takeshi's Castle's maze level. They need to be more hexagon shaped, but it fits. Actually, it wouldn't be hexagon, would it? It was, is that hexagon? Yeah, I think they're hexagon shaped, yeah. Honestly, love these super late games. It can sometimes be interesting like this, but if they hit it correctly in the trap, like this game just doesn't have enough base racing. It's kind of sad. If there was more base racing, then yes, like late game. But I've highlighted this before. Like late game suffers from a lack of finite resources. The game can go on too long often in the late game, and that dilutes the experience because instead of getting meaningful fights, we're just watching two people just send an army into each other on repeat. So it's really important, like I think late game's probably the area that still needs a lot of refinement in AoE4. And I think the devs feel the same. It's something that still needs to be adjusted. They tried a little bit with the changes to the university. I think there just needs to be more. I think it's like, instead of making things more expensive to access late game, you just need more amplification points in late game. Like, people were mauled about Sync Shot. Like, Sync Shot kind of fits that idea. Like, maybe it should be an Imperial tech instead. I don't know. I just don't like the idea of something that's only being Imperial. But, like, the concept of what Synchronized Shot can do in a fight, I'm okay with. You can have your slower pace, easy to digest in the other game. But it feels like in late game, you need to have a way that an army can just get erased. That's why Revoltaquins are theoretically really good. You enjoy watching it? So, what has more impact? Watching two dudes fight non-stop for 2 hours in a movie, or like the anticipation, the build-up to them fighting, and then like, so like, yeah. Okay, so I'm assuming a decent amount of you've seen Star Wars, like the cartoon series, right? I think a perfect example of this is the Obi-Wan Darth Maul, which if you've not seen it, I recommend going watch it. It is literally, like, the length of it is perfect. Now, some people are like, I want more cartwheels, but, like, reality check is what happens in that fight is emphatic and matters. That's why, like, a wall lull feels epic in Age of Empires 4. It's hard to get, and when it goes off, it is immediately impactful. Whereas right now, what we've got is a game where both players are struggling to find in the late game that final emphatic. We get mass mangoes every game for an army can be erased? Well, no. So, like, I think you've misunderstood what I just said. The current issue is that mass mangoes is the only way to mass wipe an army. So it is optional. What if you had more ways of disintegrating army? More units like Landschnechter. Techs that, for example, allowed certain units to do penetration attacks. Like Spring. It's kind of like the idea, you know, like what adjustable crossbars embodies isn't bad. The problem is that adjustable crossbars is just its own thing. Without a clean counterburst. Does that make sense? And it's always a balance. You have to like very much be careful, because if you make Imperial too good for the ability to wipe everything, then what people do is they rush Imperial every game. So it needs to be refined in a way that, like, obviously these techs are very expensive, but when you get to them, they have incredible impact. KP advocating for Attack of the Clones? Exactly. Like, if we just could, like, we have Attack of the Clones, if you think about it. Like, these guys are definitely not being born and raised across 16 to 18 years. They are 100% being rapidly aged. 100 of them die, and then all of a sudden there's 100 of them that all look the same again. This is the Clone Wars. Only in this version, both sides of the Clone Wars. That's just not true. All Reese Pickers are bots. Lou trying to communicate with wolves? Yes, but he does so in an ancient hieroglyphic tech that we have long since lost the biblicals. So but no one actually understands what it's saying. All right, we're doing it again, guys. I feel like we've been here before. I kind of have little faith in this. He's already used fortitude to try and take this one out. And the villagers are keeping it alive long enough to be even more annoying. This also is leading to reproduction of spears. Other side, we've got something maybe a little bit more convincing. A slow siege through, leading the military schools. Double mango here with no Sipahi to snipe them. Means Janissaries actually can't fight this Ford army. Late game torch damage should get buffed because of games like this. Yeah, just like have additional text that you keep buffing it. I think I've talked before about how I would actually like to just see the Sacred Site timer rework so that it resumes, but obviously you need to rework Delhi. I would solve this, because then they would have been fighting into this point instead of each other's bases, and you would have seen an opportunity to end. It doesn't mean we wouldn't have the epic base race opportunity, but you'd have an equal point to contest. Yeah, because if you make Sacred Sites resume, you'd have to rework Delhi. Otherwise, Delhi could just win the game way too easily. So you'd have to change it so that they can't get a resume timer into a castle. But you'd also, like, it's awkward because you'd have to code it in such a way that if they had 5 minutes on the clock and they could castle and they got decapped, it couldn't resume the fight. Alright, so Elyono is saying death to wolves. This is going to be a long process. The Lucifron Scatterbrain series was meant to start 45 minutes ago. Miscalculated. Oh god. Just Louis MT things. And we now have the block of the trade. Okay. Can we stop it? He's walling the same way that you would kind of like set up, what is it, kind of concrete rebar expansions where you leave gaps so that like if it expands it doesn't break. All right, guys, now we can be a campaign scenario. You stick basically a Streltsy in each one of these tiny little choke points. I'd laugh, but I didn't want to cry. Is that triple springled? Are you kidding me? They walk around. Oh my god. For a man who walls so much, I can't believe how much he hates trade. Okay, but Elyono, I think, is sick and tired of this. This is do or die. Look at the population. He's bobbed. It's a go. If this doesn't work and I'm Elyono, I'm just leaving the game because even if Louis like, I won, yay, my brain is like, neither of us won. High trade house being sniped down. But architects are going to be good enough to protect. Great bombards have arrived as well, so that's one landmark dead. The TC already on fire. This is it. Rushes to the backline. He knows this is going to be the challenge point. Spearman can intercept you here if you don't rush it. Fortitude is not being activated on any of the Sipahi right now. And the villager crew is just repairing. Louis, with a 900 wood in reserve, should be able to hold on. The great bombards need to finish this. He knows it. The pathing, though, the pathing! Where are they going? High armory. Now starting to feel a real impact. The spearmen have wasted all the time with the Sipahi. There's nothing left to counter the bombards. Castle's trying. Might be able to get through this one. This is going to be tight, though. A hairline finish. The walls, the buildings roughly break. He gets it again. This is it. Elyono. One more shot. And he's done it. Wally MT will not win the late game. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't, man. That guy's genuinely gonna get walls nerfed single-handedly. I'm convinced of it. Alright, so let's get ready for the set. So Lucifron versus Scatterbrained. If I can find it. Yeah, got the draft. So Lucifron got House of Lancaster. Dude, how are they getting through? House of Lancaster made it through. And then we need Hidden View G1. All right, let's get ready. I can't believe that goddamn series. That game. Might be a YouTuber. I mean, it might be. I don't know. It's like, it's weird. I don't know if people like short games on YouTube. That's the problem. Like, if it's a short game, you almost feel like it's like very obvious the outcome by halfway through the video, if that makes sense. Because of the, once again, the pacing of AOE4, it doesn't really allow for like a 15-minute video to have like lots of back and forths. Does that make sense? It's very weird in that regard. But G1, we're going to be seeing House of Lancaster versus Malians again. Okay. A boy can hope. We've seen this once today. It didn't go well for Malians. Let's run it back. Top level pros always getting this is ridiculous. Hey guys, KP here. I don't get it. Top level pros in Midweek Muster keep getting this civ, and I don't know how. House of Lancaster once again this week. This time in the hands of Lucifron, going up against Scatterbrained on the Malians. Oh, I don't know. We've seen this matchup once already, and if this is for Rimba Rush, I am a little bit hesitant for Scatterbrained as the outcome. House of Lancaster just looks very strong with this. We'll get predictions up for who will win. And we'll put Scatterbrained and Lucifron in for you guys. Yeah, so I've been thinking about how you can actually play this as Malians, and I'm wondering if actually just, and this is going to sound weird for Malian players, because I know you guys like to sit in your base and play Pat Cake, but I'm just genuinely wondering if a full-on device send it is the best option. Maybe. I wonder if you can hit the timing. Like, your units are very expensive is the only concern, but I don't know, like, Pro Scouts has felt a bit weird. I think part of the reason why people still gravitate towards Pro Scouts and Malians is because of Lancaster's Demi-Lancer rush. If you have to play out onto things like your deer and your berries and all that stuff, Demi-Lancers will be able to raid you in the mid-game. So for that reason, I think most Malian players feel safe just basically playing Pro Scouts. I am actually kind of wondering if the old Fulani rush is just the optimal strat against Lancaster. House of Lancaster too defensive to pull that off? Maybe. I think Javelins are actually like a much better unit at diving the Lancaster mana defense strat than any other civ in the game. And that, oh my god, what? You gotta be kidding me. Is he gonna shove these in? Because if he does, it just ruins the Pro Scout plan entirely. It won't even get to the we got our scouts to pick up deer stage. 3 TC Malian is the answer. Don't forget trade. Gotta trade. This is dirty. Does the Lancaster castle see into the tree line? I'm pretty sure it does. So if you do gear shove here and then you start spamming manas around it, maybe? I don't know if it's worth spamming the manas. But if you commit to the deer shove, you should technically be able to get them all the way back here. It's going to be a bit annoying around the castle. But if you can push them to this area, then this is where you want to mana spam anyway. I will say, actually, like, Lucifron has a really big weakness with his spawn here. It might force him to only do 3 mana. It's the stone. Like, this is possibly, like, the most undefendable stone I've ever seen a Lancastrian player have. He built his defensive landmark on the opposite side. And yes, I did tag it correctly. I disagree that this is a military landmark. This is a defensive landmark. The only thing that, like, military about it, I mean, yes, it has the demi-lancers, but the real thing military about it, you know what it is, guys? It's the fact that it militarizes your buildings. Is Lancaster considered a bit too good still, or do they have counters? Well, there's some counterplay, but I think most people are in agreement they're still a bit too good. I don't think people have even begun to tap the essence of what the Civ can do. For example, you know, a week ago, it was just, yo, do this mana spam, and that was annoying. But people are going to counter that. Like, the mana spam build was kind of cheesy. But now, even with just, like, triple mana into Demi-Lancer spam, or the potential for Lord of Lancaster builds, or mass Hobbler strats from Castle Age, I think there's a lot of ways that Lancaster can still win that hasn't been figured out yet. So yeah, I think, like, Lancaster, mana should still just be retweaked, but everything else I think should be kind of paused while the meta develops further to see what the implications are. I know a lot of people are crying about Yeoman, but I've already made my stance on Yeoman, and the reality check with Yeoman is they feel OP right now because of the mana spam. The mana spam gets them to a point in the game quickly where they overwhelm. It's no different than, you know, when Fulani was over the top and someone had 50 Sofa at a stupid point in the game. You know, it's like when HRE had 300 gold gen per relic, and they could get 900 gold with 3 relics. Fast Imperial and all these other things was a problem because of the gold gen from the relic. You know, I think a lot of people often fancy themselves as like a designer or a rebalancer, and they focus on a symptom instead of a cause. Start with the cause, work back. Because otherwise, all you're doing is you're just basically patchworking the issue. H3 still OP? Oh yeah, but I'm talking like old H3, when it was just all about fast imping. And there was a stage where, like, if you legitimately didn't all in on the relics, you just lost the game. Like, remember when Hill and Dale was practically 100% pick rate HRE mirrors? Oof. So anyway, Pro Scout's coming in. Lucifron has actually done a really good job of defending himself on the stone. It's just those short bow fires. The Warrior Scouts couldn't really contest him. And we have something different. It's 2 TC with the manas coming in. Super greedy, but your opponent went Pro Scouts. And normally, you'd believe that Pro Scouts can beat 2 TC. Unfortunately, this is just ridiculous. How do you pick up the deer? Oh my god. And Scatterbrain is wasting so much time on this. He hasn't tried to get his own deer at all. He hasn't picked up a single one, so right now he has Pro Scouts in, and he has no value to show for it. That's toxic, man. We're moaning about Yeoman. What about villagers? Look at these guys. They can attack at range 2, and they gather resources, and they cost 40 less than a Yeoman. OP. This is ridiculous. So much value as well. 2450 from the deer, and then an extra 800 food here from the sheep. And then the berries for another 2k. You're living at large, man. There are over 5,000 food on the screen. And then you have another million food over here. Because, you know, banners are infinite. Yeah, I gotta say, things look really good for him. And we already know what Scatterbrain is gonna do. I love for him to do something different but it's inevitable, surely, that we're going to be seeing Farimba. Okay, you know what would be kind of sick? And people aren't going to like that I'm going to say it, because I haven't been seen in a while, and it kind of feels like a meme, but... Freeborn. We've seen Javelineer whiff pretty hard. I think Javelineer struggles to keep up with the tempo of push that Lancaster has. In fairness, though, you know, this is going to be Lucifron staying in Age 2 a little longer. And, yo, he's actually going Fulani. With 0 cow. So, guys, normally the counter Fulani is 2TC. And that's in a game where you actually have ranches. But he's rushing it up with 13, and I'm kind of scratching my head. I think for Scatterbrain, he's targeting relics. This has to be about relics, because there's no other reason you'd want 13 on a Grand Fulani with 0 ranches being built. He has no units to upgrade. Sofa Rush is not going to feel great against 2TC Lancaster, because as you can see, they're just going to play spears. So I think for Scatterbrain to make sense of this, it should just be an immediate monk drop. Instead, he goes triple stables. And here come the Demi-Lancers. That's going to put pressure on his side of the map. This... A reminder. These Demi-Lancers hit harder in Feudal than Castle Age. Design-wise, balance-wise, they are 100% not as they were intended. Like, he actually stops off the outpost as well. Give him a heads up if there's a raid towards this location. Does see the one veteran sofa. Pretty much reveals the intent. If you see veterancy on the sofa, you know what your opponent's doing. The problem is, if Scatterbrain has a second layer, this would be great. But because he starts to add in the ranches, he's got nothing. It's just sofa. The sofa coming so late, the stone-wise, like, what? You already have the triple mana plus the TC. You're more than happy with that. Yeah, and I like Lucifron's thought process. We talked about this making sense for a Monastery rush. Exactly what he's thinking. He's probably a little bit confused right now. He's like, wait, is he actually playing relics at all? Because you've got vision, you've been checking around the map, you haven't seen anything yet. Demi-Lancers might be about to reveal the truth. The one upside for Scatterbrain with this build, it potentially forces White Tower, but I doubt it, just because of the amount of spears. Like, just let us pick it up, man. Just let us... No. No. Do you have a permit? To hunt on the King's lands, you require a permit. We're not going to rally over here. Sofa's trading out well right now because they hugely outnumber. But he has to back away. This is pre-Billman, by the way. Veterancy plus Billman, and all of a sudden these imported armors were made with inferior iron. You know, like when you see the Elder Scrolls Oblivion Guard, the armor he wears, it looks super rusty, you don't think it's going to work? Yeah, it's kind of like that type of armor. Yo, do you guys hear? There's going to be a remaster of Oblivion. The best Elder Scrolls game ever made. Okay, so like I believe for years it was, and I'll stand by this. I actually think it probably still is. I know some Skyrim people are going to be butthurt, but I think Skyrim really was made the best by modding. I will say this though. The realms in Elder Scrolls, like Oblivion, the different realms you have to go to, were the boring, repetitive part. Everything else was going. That was an overextension, Lucifron. He didn't want to hold in the choke point, he wanted to protect the tech up. Sofa's still doing pretty well. We dive to the back now. So this one is going to have to hemorrhage some workers here. And he's wheelbarrowless. He's a wheelbarrowless maiden right now. Spears are actually getting a good trade. Because of that dive under the villagers, he essentially lost the overwhelm factor. As he fires, eventually tickling him down. Maybe not quick enough. Crossbows are now coming out from Lucifron and being ignored. This is good. Spinman on the back. Starting to defend the gold. Veterancy about 20 seconds out. It looks like Lucifron is going to survive the onslaught. And if I look in that base and see 0 cattle, I'm going to cry. He's had the Fulani for like 4 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. 3 minutes of Fulani. And it's a no-Lani. I just, you can't make this up. At this point, maybe Furuma would have been worth it just to have something. We got timeout? Oh, dynamite. Uh-oh. Pour one out for the boy. Unbelievable. I just... I don't remember the last time I saw this ever end well for a Malian player. I mean, Scatbrain will be like the greatest Malian player if he now wins this game with 0 cattle ranches several minutes in the castle. He's at least got relics on the way home, so he's hitting that timing now, but the problem is you're full countered. It's spear, crossbows. Oh, the arguments about the games. Fallout 3 was so goated. Yeah. You know what's funny about Fallout 3? When you look at the acquisition timing and the arrival of Oblivion, it very much seems like they kind of stole the introduction arc of Oblivion from the script original Fallout. By the way, Fallout 2 is actually good. New Vegas was incredible. But I'll talk a little bit between games about why Oblivion was good. I think there's some things people don't realize about Oblivion. Oblivion was technologically the most advanced for its time that Elder Scrolls has ever done. I don't think any game came close to it. Oh god, these guys. Demi Lancers. Look at that! Turns out going Castle Age is enough. Yeah, less damage on the charging. Still a nuisance though. I don't know what he does now. He's got the ranches finally coming in, but it's so late. This is the equivalent of Gandalf arrived at Helm's Deep in movie number 3 instead of 2. I just don't like the look of this. Maybe if Scatbrain can just keep attention on his side of the map, like keep Lucifer on his base, he can actually go 2 TC here. And then you can see a recovery arc, because Fulani plus mass hit mines is more income than mass manics. It's technically. Whoopsie. Sorry, I forgot to mute the mic for that. I really need to buy those new plugs. Okay, so Lucy... Looks like his Fawn army is going to get mopped up. He just has so many more behind us. Maybe just hunker down in Viral? No, okay, he's going. I like this. I think Lucifron understands. He's built such a big lead. The all-in has kind of failed for Scatbrain. And he hasn't seen any new unit type other than Sofa. So now's where you kind of punt. You take a slight gamble that maybe your opponent has a second layer to the comp. Because if he doesn't, the game is over. If it does, it's a stalemate. You can't even approach this fight. Yeah, for those who didn't know, Oblivion actually had like the biggest advancement in AI around the time. They actually had to dial it back because the AI was, and I say this as someone who like knows AI quite well, quite bloody smart for video game standards. I think one of my favorite stories was how it was. There was the guy who sold chems, and the whole desire behind the guy was the logic was that he wanted money, which is why he sold the drugs. So what the AI interpret that as is that, like, you know, he wants to sell a lot of drugs. So what was happening is they would go to this city later in the game, and everyone would just be dead. Just like these sofas here. All dead from drugs. And they figured out what happened is that the AI was giving the drugs away for free so that everyone would overdose, then was looting their bodies and selling all their stuff to get his money. But yeah, I don't know what else you want through that. Ending was grim and pretty obvious. Really easy peasy opening win for Lucifron. Malians, man. In theory, they should be the counter. Do you guys think that they'll get there? Do you think they'll actually be the solution to Lancaster? And which Elder Scrolls was yours favorite? Let me know in the comments. I'll catch you in the next chapter. One on the board for Lucifron. It's going to be Lancaster versus Malians. Left side win. Get ready for G2. So we've got... Did you guys hear the whole Elder Scroll story, or did my mic cut out? Oh. Okay, hopefully we're okay. Did it cut out again earlier? I looked across and I couldn't see the bars moving anymore. We heard nothing? Okay, you're lying to me. Stop griefing. Is that real? What, the whole, like, AI doing that? Like, AI giving everyone free drugs so it could loot their bodies? Yeah. Like, they discovered... So basically, like, if those didn't know, when it came to Elder Scrolls Oblivion, a lot of the things that were happening in the game, they had to dial it back. There's literal dev interviews out there. You can find out about this yourself. But they had to dial back what the AI was doing. So let's hop in. Yeah, no, I'm serious though, guys. With Elder Scrolls Oblivion's AI, they basically had a version of the game that was... It wasn't a game as much as it was a simulation of AI. Like, the AI was doing crazy things. They were finding AI in completely different cities because of their desires. Because they were using a value-based weighted system where there were things the AI wanted and different actions in the world gave pluses or negatives to achieve that. So it's called a utility-based AI system. So basically you have a default value on different behaviors. You have modifiers, and then you have multipliers, which are extremes. For example, if I'm low on HP, my desire to find health is going to be higher. But yeah, they had to dial back the AI fully with Oblivion because they ran into an issue of no longer was their world immersive in the way intended because the AI was doing everything different than what they meant to. They weren't in the cities where they meant to be. They weren't doing their jobs the way they were meant to. So the final form AI you saw in Oblivion was intentionally crippled because it kind of Skyneted a bit too hard. Yeah, we've got game number 2 here. Lucifron with Jean d'Arc in the green and Scatterbrained on the Deli in the yellow. Dry Arabia. This matchup, historically very good for Jean. Easy peasy to kind of just snipe down a lot of Ghazi and farm a lot of XP. So we'll have to see what different thing he could do here to make it a little bit better for the Deli. Then we got Starfield and they just did there. Yeah, but that's like the comparison of Bethesda now to the comparison of Bethesda in Oblivion was it 2009, I want to say? It might have been 2008. 2006 even, sorry. Yeah, I was thinking 2008 because I played it on PS3. But yeah, the different people. Long different people. Yeah, it's like you can, and you know, I think. Can I just be real, you guys? I mean, maybe I should do a podcast on this. I think the quality of video games has drastically gone down in more recent years. Games have become overcomplicated, chasing the fairy unicorn that is perfect graphics, perfect gameplay, perfect everything. And as a result, they've overbolstered teams, overloaded expectations, and as a result, teams have time and time again underdelivered. Also, the fact that games get treated as a live service was meant to be a positive for the gaming industry. Instead, it's turned into a negative because developers use it as an excuse for incomplete products. And publishers use it as an excuse to milk more money out of you. I hope we do kind of reclaim a golden age of gaming, but I actually think it's not just RTSs that have gone downhill in the last 10 years. I think every genre, almost without exception, has. Baldur's Gate 3 is a banger, no microtransaction. Baldur's Gate is the rare exception, though. And, like, the reaction of the overall development industry to the statements from Larian Studios says everything it needs to. Because they said you shouldn't expect Baldur's Gate as a standard. That's not how things work or whatever. Basically, what they said is, look, our excuse is games aren't going to be that good, right? I can't remember the exact quote, but I read it. I was like, this is a cop-out. They argued that it was unreasonable, but as the head of the studio said, if you put your money and your faith in developing something you love, it will find its audience. I'm paraphrasing, but that was the general idea. One of the biggest issues in game development nowadays is everyone is interested in spending 200 million on one product and getting it wrong, rather than spending 10 million on 20 products and 2 of them get it right. Everyone is once again just chasing, what's the saying? Is it the green dragon or whatever? Everyone's chasing that giant golden goose. They'd rather fail on the route to the golden goose than find solace at an inn where they can get a job as a tavern wench and live out their days. Anyway, that's kind of Elder Scrolls appropriate. We have got age-ups coming in. Lucifron with the opening is going to be Jean almost ready for level 2. Likely, we are going to be seeing the range form, melee form rather, over range. Range feels pretty sucky here because of Ghazi. And usually the play is like when you go to fight with Jean against Delhi, because it's going to be mass Ghazi, you want to hide in your knights. So melee makes a lot more sense. And also you take less bonus damage. Oh, that is sneaky. Oh, that's kind of sick. He's sneaking pro scouts. That's so cool. I think the goal here is to sneak pros. No, okay, it's wheelbarrow. Okay. So he just does this to walk out for the boar then? Yeah, that's why. I thought for a second he was kind of gambling that he could play pro scouts unseen. But this is literally just going to be because he wanted to get the boar. It does look quite comical to see someone walk all this way out for a mill. That's blood drawn. Good start. Scatterbrain sleeping at the wheel there. Yeah, very, very late racks here. His macro suggests he could definitely got the racks in time to stop that knight. What is he aiming for? Sad to see beloved studios like Blizzard, Bethesda, and others fall. Yeah. You know, like, I admire devs that just, so there's 2 different types of devs that you can generally categorize. There are those that treat it as a job and those that treat it as, like, an artistic expression. And that's not to be unfair to those that, like, have to make a living, but it'll make sense in a sec. So, like, for example, there's a guy who made a game called No More Room in Hell. Some of you may have heard of it. Some of you may have played it. It's a zombie game. It's a very hardcore zombie game. Like, if you get bit once, you will eventually turn into a zombie. And there's loads of mistrust because, like, randomers online won't tell you they got bit, and you'll just be going along, and all of a sudden your ally bites you. So that game has children zombies, and some people are outraged. They tried to get it, like, pulled from the platform. Like, this is disgusting. How dare you? You made me kill a child. I don't want to kill a child. It's like, good. That's the emotion you're meant to feel. You're meant to feel disgusted at the need to, like, kill a small kid, even if they are a zombie. And the guy just put it quite bluntly. He's like, look, I made this game for free. You don't have to play it. And when you did, you had the correct outcome. You're not a psychopath. Congrats. Don't play it. I'm not changing it. I miss that kind of stuff. You know, like, you'll never see a Call of Duty with a mission like No Russian again. Ever. I don't think you'll ever see that again in a Call of Duty game. Scattering. Well, he might not see ever again if he's not careful. It does move away just in time to scout. So he knows about this ball play. This is very dangerous by Lucifron against a Civ like Delhi, but makes a lot of sense when you consider that your opponent has to go spears first. So Scatterbrain is now going to rush out with the whole army to try to contest that, I think. And that means Lucifron can sneak in. Yeah, he could actually just go into the base. Oh, and he sees him. Yeah, ooh. You only see the scout, though. He's going to come home. I thought he actually might gamble on the dive. The zombie game I was talking about is called No More Room in Hell. I think he made a second one. That one actually might be put. Pretty cool game, though. Very challenging. Lots of replayability. Bleed mode activated. Now, this is actually the perfect number. Like, this spear count, you can technically pinch Jean, but she just doesn't die quickly. And if you surround her and attack her, the knights will hit you in the back. So, Scatterbrain has a really awkward fight here. Lucifron is just trying to starve him super early. And love this. He hugs the side of the sacred site to minimize damage. This is also a bait. He does have Divine Restoration. He's going to get pumped. The Ambitious of the Night dive in. He's going to lose one. Jean. The damage is adding up fast here, folks. Archers are going to start targeting down those spears, and you just see the XP haul. Look at this. It's 174 XP. We're only 8.5 minutes in the game. Yeah, this is the brutality of Jean against Delhi. Because most civs, they can just kind of wait in the base for timings. They can avoid the Jean factor. The thing that's kind of Delhi's double-edged sword is they need these sacred sites. So Jean knows where you're going to be and when you're going to be there. And what I've loved watching, actually, from Jean and French picks against Delhi, something they do really well, and a little tip to people who want to try to beat Delhi when they fight here. Have you noticed what he's done there and what you've been seeing a lot of French players do at the moment? They don't attack here, they attack here. Because you've got less units of a higher quality, it's better to hug the sacred site so you can't be surrounded by a flood of bad units. And this is where the game just becomes a bit discombobulated for Scatterbrain. He's already lost 2 villages in this game. Chivalry's going to be kicking in. You have no upside. You've got no sacred site control. Rushing an age doesn't really feel good here because it'll be mirrored. And, like, you don't really... Like, you've got 5 scholars. You can't rush an age right now. The key was Scatterbrain needed at least 1 sacred site to generate gold so that you could spam scholars. Without it, this just feels bad. And to make matters worse, we've got double blacksmith. He hasn't even queued. Even when he does, almost 3 minutes to get anything. I don't know. We might upload this series just for the interesting dev talk.
I'm kind of tempted to maybe have a channel where we just have, like, we talk things. I kind of miss that on the internet. You guys, like, anyone ever watch, like, the OG Call of Duty people like Hutch? Where he would just have some gameplay in the background to entertain your eyeballs, and then it was more or less a podcast. Maybe I'm just, like, looking at the wrong creators, but I feel like we just don't really have much of that anymore. Which is kind of a shame. It's smart because, you know, maybe it's because people prefer the personability of, like, vlogs, where it's a talking head. Lucy actually going back for spears. Yeah, this is smart. He actually wants to fight very actively now. Most of them went to TikTok. I don't know about that. I think they evolved their like content. Everyone chased the, once again, the golden dragon of, like, you know, being the pro. I think there's way too much onus in gaming content on being the best right now. And I think it's kind of old. I also think there's too many people who do it. So, like, you're basically fighting against the storm, if that makes sense. Unless you're literally esports. I think there's a market out there to be tapped. People who are really bad at games. Or just make it about the meta content. I mean, there's proof in the pudding as well. Just look at Age of Empires 2. What's the most popular pieces of content around Age of Empires 2? It's Forest Nothing, and then it's low elo Legends. Because seeing someone play the game badly is more relatable for the majority of players. I know some will be like, how dare you, KP? I've got a 1 on the beastie number. But the reality is, like, most of us are not playing at that level. We can't relate. We can appreciate. We can't... Like, we can appreciate the way that Luciferon has played this in such a fine way to win, but we can't understand... Like, we can't understand it and replicate it like this. Big clash coming in, and oh my god, she doesn't even die. Just dies at the end there. 100 XP away. But just such a beneficial position for Luciferon to be in. Even the micro there. Single Archer just dragging the spin further away. Ghazi trying to wrap around, but there's none of them left. Once the Ghazi died, it didn't matter about Jean anymore. She missed out on a lot of extra XP, sure. But now your army's just big enough to win like a French player would. Did I forget to hit the record button on that? Oh, goddamn. I have to remember to go back for that one in the vlog. In the VOD. Chat is conk 4. That's true. That means it's illegal for them to play the game. So, yeah, Scatbrain, unable to get a point. I think, like, that's not as much a hit against him as a player right now. I just think, actually, Luciferon has shocked a lot of people by how quickly he just was back on it. You only watch RTS Caster because the fast switching perspective of people playing bothers me. Yeah, I've talked about that as well. I think it's very, very unrelatable for most players. Like, even when you watch FPS pros, it's not as bad. So, one, because a lot of high-level FPS games, like, their sensitivities are lower to be more accurate. But even in fast-paced games like, say, Apex Legends, you are anchored to the perspective still. So it's relatable. But in, like, RTSs, someone switching between a gajillion things is just very hard to relate or even track. I mean, more Donati streamers? Yeah, I mean, like, there's some grandpas that kind of really fit that bill for Age of Empires 4, I think. But, like, it's also, there's, like, an ADHD brain of being that fast can also appeal to a different crowd where it's like, wow, look at all the things he's doing. And we've talked about, like, APM versus meaningful APM before. Where it's like, actually, like, someone could be doing very meaningless APM. It's just, it looks really cool to watch. So you're like, oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, so do you guys want CSO versus MSN? Starflak versus Miyamika? Or B versus 194, the Great Unicom? We have a few choices. One for B. No one else saying anything. I guess he gets to choose. Yeah, I can't comment on Starfield. I haven't actually played Starfield, so I never bothered with it still. So, won't say whether good or bad. Alright, so let's reset the scoring. I'm going to just add them in now so that when we switch over, you'll be able to see everything. We're going to do B versus 194. The Great Unicom. Such a bloody long name. There we go. Okay, so I'll switch us over now. Wait, why did the draft not load? What? Oh, did I use... I see what happened. One sec. Boom. There we go. We got draft. Problem with Starfield compared to Skyrim is that the pacing is much slower. I did hear that like, it feels like it takes forever to do anything. Like, so I recently played a little bit of No Man's Sky. And the way people talked about Starfield, it made it sound like a worse No Man's Sky. I think No Man's Sky definitely has some pacing issues early on as well, to be honest with you. Okay, so let's get B's profile up. I'll be keeping an eye out for additional series getting scheduled today. We've already told the players we want most of the round of 16s. Actually, we want all of them really to be played today. Obviously, the players were busy on the weekends, so some have been lagging behind. It's like we still need Gileadi versus Jif. We need Vortex's series. We need Anno versus Elio. Dimu versus Voldemort will probably be tomorrow. Dimu is going to have to risk playing potentially 3 series on one day unless he wants to play it on the Thursday, which he's already said. I think last time we asked him, he said he didn't want to play it on Thursday, which was problematic. I'm still trying to figure out a format that I like. If we do KPMM again, I might try to introduce like the final 4, enter a double elim or something. Just because I don't want to put players in a situation where one player has to play back-to-back series while the other played his the previous day. But it's also like very hard to have a tournament format where your grand finals day is literally just one series. Because if you're not lucky and it's just a 4-0, it's a terrible experience as a tournament organizer. You get really bad viewership. It's a really bad look for the tournament. So yeah, we need to figure that out. But let's have a look. So 194 versus B. Game number 1, we got Byzantines up against Malians. Been a while actually since I feel like we've seen that matchup. All right, one sec. We'll get ready to hop into this. Just give me a sec. I think I had a message I need to respond to behind the scenes. Let me just double check. Okay, there we go. Yep, classic Monday. I just looked in the background. I've got like a bunch of things I'm going to need to respond to later. I know it may seem like I get plenty of time to relax when I'm not streaming, but we're always doing something. Okay, into the round of 16 we go. This is going to be a fun one. Hey guys, KP here, back from the round of 16 for B versus 194, the Great Unicom. All right, guys, help me out. I'm trying to figure this out. Do you guys prefer 1 and all as an introduction or the Hey Guys KP? I don't know which one I like. I love the outros. I'm never sure on the intro. Maybe we need to be more over the top. Maybe we just need to slam a door every time we start a cast to get everyone's attention, because you should be paying attention to this. B may be favorite in a lot of people's eyes, but do not write off the Unicom. We've seen him on the ladder. He has some crazy builds. And he ranks pretty damn well, actually, because Unicom right now in the world ranks 71st, finished last season ranked 87th. And we're finally seeing them starting to appear in tournaments. They did, in fact, I believe, play in the EGC qualifiers. Yeah, and they went out to Scatterbrain 2-1 in the round of 32. Scatterbrain, who, by the way, went on to almost qualify up against CSO in the decider round. So, really not that bad of a player. Excited to see what we can do here against B. Byzantines versus Malians isn't really a matchup I feel like we're seeing too much at the moment. These civs tend to lean into different map formats. For example, like, Malians usually more kind of open exposed maps. Byzantines like those kind of funneled maps or maps with a lot of berries like Lipany. Lipany, not really something that Malians benefit a great deal from being picked in. And it looks like we are going to have him being, a 2 rock boy. Okay, so what this means is that 194 is going to have a weaker tempo timing in Feudal Age, but a much, much better boom. Because when you put 2 on stone, you're essentially sacrificing your tech timing slightly, and you're focusing more on getting the systems up than getting your mercenaries out. But that's fine. Think about what he's playing against here. Are you really going to be capable of diving Malians? Do you really want to? Because I think in this matchup, your biggest concern is to just tech and greed, because the reality check here is against Malians, they're going to have access to a lot of javelins. So you don't really want to build javelins because they'll outmatch you there. You don't really want to do lombos against javelins for very obvious reasons. So that leaves like one option. It leaves an option that makes me sick to my core. I don't even want to say it. This has an advantage in their Rams versus Mali houses. It's true. I just don't think this gold vein is maybe that delightful of a target. I wonder. So you go Jav into Camels or Longbow into Landsknechter. I wonder if actually you can make LBs work on a timing here. Yeah, LB Horseman against Javs plus the Rams. That's a fair point. I said we haven't seen it in a while, and thank you for reminding me. We do often see the single Kira Siphon against the Pit Mine, because you can burn everything down. But I do think like it's a do it and get out strategy, and that one used to be effective because of the system timing. But because early system timing has been nerfed, I wonder if you still hit that timing quick enough. I think that's where my brain is going here. Like, before, with cheaper systems, you had a good enough timing to run across and prep Kira Siphons. But now it might be a little bit too slow. We'll see, though. Remember, Biz would sometimes build the Merc House to get the Knights? Here in this game, you could get Knights. It's just, we changed the position of trade compared to standard high view, because high view is kind of toxic. Old high view had the corner trade post, which just wasn't very good design. So yeah, you only really see neutral trade posting on maps like Lipany, where sometimes the trade post spawns right next to your base. Dry Arabia does do it sometimes, but I feel like it's so infrequent, it's not a reliable one, whereas Lipany used to be. So level 3 assistant already. He's trying to be as greedy as possible. It's going to be Pro Scouts. Okay. Ooh. So the old Kira Siphon build felt really dependent on the idea that Malians were going to try to cheapskate and go through Lani. Does it work against the Pro Scouts time? Because with Pro Scouts, and considering it's B, we're probably looking at Farimba rushing. That means Javelins. That means your opponent's going to keep scaling Javelins and stuff after getting the initial scouts. I don't know if you want to like send it at him with that type of idea in mind. Oh, did we pay out on predictions before? I think we forgot to. Alright, guys. Ones if you think Byzantines will win this game. Twos if you think Malians will. You have the Merc House now being dropped. It's not really indicative of whether he's going to send it. It's just obviously you can use Mercs to defend. And also considering the nature of this map, you're probably going to want them. Because these berries are right up next to the tree line. Interesting. So B. Yeah, it is going to be Javelins from 194. I guess on the approach, it makes more sense than Longbows, because Longbows just won't be able to run away, so you'll just lose them. So this at least gives you an element of I can be offensive. Long feudal just doesn't seem like the goal, and yeah, we can see it's going to be a castle rush. I like this. I think 194 has the correct idea here. One awkward thing is you're now scaling Javelins against Javelins. Even when you get Veterancy, though, like Farimba into Javelineers just makes you lose. So if he wants to be present on the map for, say, a Relic Rush, you're going to need something more here. And it looks like we are getting the racks. You know, we were just talking about, like, loads of different games. Talking about RPGs earlier. I'm just thinking back to, like, upcoming RTSs. I don't know if many people felt like Tempest Rising hit the spot, but I'm curious, actually, like, what else is on the horizon that could. I'm quite eager to see maybe some more fantasy RTSs added in. Because I'm gonna get my itch this year in different areas, like Anno and Might and Magic. Wow, that's actually that's a lot of reliance on you, by yourself. Are there any other RTSs I haven't noticed? I'm curious to see how Batlace is going to do, because Batlace obviously has that open beta, but outside of sponsored streams, I don't think there's been that much content able to be created around it. But that might just be because of the coming and going nature of betas. I think some games die because they're like way too beta-oriented. So by the time you actually get your hands on the product, there's nothing left. So like a clean, obvious example that comes to mind for me years ago was, I don't know if anyone played this on PlayStation 3, it was a game called Mag. Mag was actually a phenomenal game. So Mag, imagine this in like 2010, 256 player FPS. That's what it was. Well balanced though. The whole idea is that you basically came at a base, attack and defend from 4 different angles. So you only got the 256 player experience kind of when you got to the final objective. So it had great scaling, great pacing. But that game had about like 7 different beta phases, maybe 8. So what ended up happening is like you could pre-order the game to get beta access. And well, by the time we were getting close to the pre-orders being fulfilled, the game being released, people were bored, so they cancelled the pre-orders. And it sold really badly. So I think like sometimes games spend way too much time in beta chasing that perfection. And it basically makes it impossible for them to actually go see of content, of player base, etc. Am I hyped for the new Anno? Hell yeah, dude. Roman time is actually one of my favorites. Romans and Greeks are like my favorite historical points over the years. Think about all the games I've enjoyed. I think I've enjoyed the most around those periods. I will give credit to Stormgate. I don't know if you guys have seen the new models that they've been showing off. Actually, finally, their units start to look like they have real character. But yeah, I don't think Stormgate is going to be able to. If Stormgate comes back, it's going to be a 10-year long tail. And that's not me being toxic about it, it's me being realistic about numbers. So, numbers looking good for Byzantines, by the way. We have got the Horseman layer. Oh, this is sick. So, we were talking about against Delhi. It's really good to go Longbow, Limitane, and then into Horseman. Similar idea here from the Javelin step against Malians, because your opponent sees Javelins, he wants to mirror Javelins. Even more so because B really deep down wants to do Farimba. So the Horseman detail is meant to catch him off guard at a critical juncture here. It's starting to work. I've got reactions coming in. Pro Scout's getting somewhat denied, but he did get most of the deer home, so I don't think B is going to be too begrudged about this. Got poke attempts to the full backside, but way too many javelins there. So from here, 194, does he think about going castle maybe? I don't know how much more value you can get by scaling now that your opponent knows what he's up against. Because Donzos will be the answer to everything you're doing. Valheim's still in beta? Yeah, so like the problem with Valheim is people just played for all the content. Valheim, I think Valheim is a pristine example of a game that releases in beta that didn't need to be in beta to the full degree, if that makes sense. There's a lot of games that just enter early access because it's a great excuse for not being ready. But then the reality check down the line is there's no content left. It's not like you release a sandbox for people to test. I get, well, that's unfair. It is kind of sandbox, but the way it is to my understanding, with Valheim, there's limited content. Will I stream Anno when it comes out? I think so. I think I'd look to. Be nice to actually have a contact at Ubisoft and maybe do some sponsor streams. Like, the other one I'm keeping an eye on and ear to the ground for when any news comes out is obviously Europa Universalis 5. Battle for Middle-earth 3? Okay, you're dreaming now. That Battle for Middle-earth, that game series, is in a perpetual state of who owns the rights. There are games that suffer from that, like Simpsons Hit and Run is another one. You'll probably never see a sequel because of the complexities between game development IP rights and original owner IP rights. Clash coming in though. Looks like we are getting the tech from Unicom behind us. So Golden Horn Tower on the way. He's still blobbing a lot of javelins, but you can very much start to feel what the intent is likely going to be here. I do wonder if when he hears the tech up, he just shies away from Farimba, worrying that he maybe misses his timing. System level, look at the reach. Unicom already just going this far forward, taking some big risks. How are we looking Olive Grove wise? Not a single Olive Grove yet. 12.5 minutes into the game. Is Farimba viable compared to Filani? With Pro Scouts, yes. With Pro Scouts, Farimba is actually considered very good. Mainly only for the Javelineer contract, though. Ooh, ugly fight with the Horseman there. Was Unicom not looking? He pretty much just, by the looks of it, ran headfirst into Donzo. So yeah, I think he was a little bit distracted. Maybe on the flank over here getting caught. Okay, this is looking pretty bad right now for Unicom. 23 military to 46 when you're attacking. He does have the age up, so straight away we're going to see him go for Anjin, which is the correct call. Javelins will be able to kite him out, but B might try and poke here and then just back off with the tech coming. I don't know if you have enough firepower to kill the game right now. new crop of Age of Sigmar games. I think I saw like, wasn't there one, was it an RTS of Age of Sigmar? But it just looked like, the best way I can describe it is Unreal Engine brain. Like they had these really pretty graphics that were kind of generic in lighting and texturing because it was Unreal Engine. And the gameplay was quite, I don't like using the word basic, it's not like an insult, but like the gameplay didn't have the depth that maybe the strategy crew wanted. Coming in there. Brangian are starting to arrive. Javelins are upgraded, so like B, it's all about numbers to try and win this fight. Com barely has any right now. He's trying to bait B to dive deeper into the waiting arms of the angry Vikings. I think there is enough Vikings here to kind of stabilize and keep B pinned. He's switching Musafadi, so yeah, no intent to just go up an age. Actually, that being said, like you can go up an age while prepping Musafadi defensively. It's just awkward right now because B, he feels like he's got pressure on his side. The Javelins are all dead. But unless he can convert into his worker kill, standing here isn't achieving much right now. It feels like it's costing him a lot as well. Got ranged armor 2 on the way. Dialecticus has been triggered. Only 27 seconds to get that. Okay, so Varangian Flood coming. B is going to pry into Musafadi. I think he's holding on to the Throne Dream. Good Age of Sigmar RTS would be awesome. Yeah. You know what? Like, okay, and I know some people are like, I don't trust EA with it. I would legit go for a Red Alert 4 attempt now. I think even if they captured only half the character of Red Alert 3, right? So not even like setting high expectation of Red Alert 2's character. If they caught half the character of Red Alert 3, it'd be bad. I did notice there's a lot of Warhammer mobile games. I might try and get sponsored by those. Try them out. I'm a bit of a Warhammer. Okay, so the Musafadi defense has started to mass. Javelins don't snipe these that well. Remember, the counter Musafadi is actually to go archers. You don't really want to do that here, though. Angry Viking mode. Wait, against Javelins? Oh my god. Unicom Psycho mode just activated with that single press. He probably felt like he had numerical advantage, but that's a lie against Musafadi. He gets wiped. B maintains the Javelin lead. That Berserk button is not always your friend. Unicom now going 2TC behind this. Reminder, that takes away 4 armor, but gives you 6 damage. The problem is, like, attack speed, plus clump on your side. All of a sudden, you have only got 2 ranged armor against Javelins. It just didn't feel worth it. And yes, we have seen Tempest Rising. We talked about it earlier. Tempest Rising has some cool things about it. It tries to recapture the Command and Conquer experience. And from a mechanical standpoint, it does a good job. But from a characteristic standpoint, I think it does. No Kane. No, what's his name? Romanov. No Yuri. It didn't have that jungle. No Stalin. Oh my god, he berserks again. Oh, in fairness, the Javelins were kind of frontlining. This guy is a psychopath. I cannot believe this. After that last fight, he's like, yeah, went pretty good. Hits it again. I mean, in fairness, he's now scaling a villager lead. B has not got ranchers coming. He's running out of deer. So I get what Unicom is going for. It's just as dangerous for him, though, guys, because he doesn't actually have many farms. That is wild. The insanity on this man. But yeah, also Tempest Rising, I was talking a bit earlier, it has some issues around simple things that make no sense. So, for example, in the UI menu, if you want to produce units out of a barracks or a factory, they all exist on separate tabs. You have to click through each of them to queue up units in multiple factories. Don't like that. You can use the control groups, but the way they've done control groups is questionable. You can't shift control to add to a control group, from what I can see. It's all just you have to set a control group. So, like, for example, I've done this and go, like, control 1. Oh, did they stop? Oh, that's interesting. Capture rate got updated. In Capture Age, you used to be able to do things like add control groups, but it doesn't work anymore. I mean, it makes sense. It was kind of silly that in the like spectating perspective, you could just see 1s, 2s, 3s on units if I misclick. But my god, are you kidding me? He goes for Ember still. I guess at this stage B, with the way the fights are going, maybe he suspects 2CC. I don't think he's scouted it yet. Maybe he's like, oh, okay, I'm not really winning the fights, I'm drawing them, which is good, but that means if I tech and then I mirror his javelins but make mine better, I can just run him through. The risk with be doing this is it's very much a tempo-based build. Farimba doesn't feel great right now if you don't control the narrative. In theory, in the hyper late game, Farimba is really good. Because in the hyper late game, you're making your units incredibly impactful. For example, you go Imperial Age, reminder, Farimba gives you a second choice, and you can go into Mansa Musafadi. Which is nuts, because all of a sudden, Mansa Musafadi have ginormous amounts of melee defense. I think they have 5 or 6 in Imperial Age. But it does mean that at this point in the game, you pretty much put yourself on the clock to do something. You can't just chill, you can't just scale. You have to kill. It actually deletes the scout. So that's the third relic now coming home. Javelins are going to dive into the second TC. And Horseman now on the way from Unicom. Horseman with so little food. And again, he has got the berries safe in the corner. Boars aren't being gathered from, so it definitely feels like Unicom's playing quite a dangerous game. Oh wait, we got the timeout war again. Oh no. You guys. Oh, time me out for the Musafadi. In terms of raw count, they do have similar militaries. Just B is hunting for economy right now. Understandable. I don't think you win just by saying Javelineers to this fight. In some ways, it kind of feels like the Javelineer strategy is already failing because of how big Unicom's army is. Why is Farimba good if you're leading the game? Because with Javelineers, you can keep pressing an advantage. Javelineers are... The best way I can describe Javelineers to you is imagine an impactful version of the Genitors. Because I think Genitors, the new unit from Knights Templar, the horseback javelins, could be this. You can't catch them, they keep poking you, they slowly win a fight. Sadly, Genitors have a really terrible wind-up point, and they're just not worth it. But these guys are fast, they have poison damage to do well against armored units, they can't really be caught. They have great hit. They're an all-rounder good unit. And because of the movement speed, you're able to just be in places other people wouldn't. Because of the ranged armor, you're able to be in places other people wouldn't. So that's why Javelineers are all about timings and pressure. If you don't get control of the game and keep pressing an advantage, your opponent eventually gets this counter. Once the Horseman count gets up to about 20-25, the Javelins start to fail. What do you tell people who are silver ranked scrubs talking about how they're getting destroyed by 400 APM Korean streamers on ladder? Maybe stop buying accounts that are high ranked. Why would you be against the 400 APM person? I mean, if you're silver and up against the 400 APM Korean pro, I'd like to see what the meaningful AMPM is, because it must be 2. Back in his base. Oof. Well, he knows about 2TC. Relics actually end up good for B in the end, by the way. He actually snatches 3. We still don't have ranches getting added in, so no sliver of extra economy. I wonder if B considers 2TC maybe here, just so he doesn't fall behind. They're not fighting 400 APM Korean streamers. They're getting dunked on by drunk toddler. Yeah, but wait, like, aren't you also the drunk toddler then? So, like, what you're saying is, baby battles. That's what we're missing in Age of Empires for. On LAN, you just like throw 2 little toddlers in the ring and have them fight each other. And they have to get up battered and bruised and play Age of Empires 4. Oh, it's going to be so fun to watch Dragoman and MSN fight on LAN. Well, yeah, of course the drunk toddler has 400 APM. Have you never seen a baby, like, roll over a keyboard? They hit all the buttons. That's not Horseman Raids. Does he have Expilatoris? No. So, no payout, no easier kills. He's going to send it. We're up to 49 Javelineers. The problem with the Javelins at this point is they haven't been doing that much. They've just been scaling. Usually you want to poke and scale. You've given a lot of time over. Let's see if it actually bites you in the butt here. Horseman. What? Unicom A-clicks it. Into the spears. Not even an attempt to get round the back. He just brute forces in. Archers were meant to be there, but they weren't enough to deal with the Donzos. Javelin line was held back by Unicom. That's now going to be coming in. The Horseman just about able to brute force through, so that is going to force a reset by B. But crazy the fact that he just frontlined against Donzos like that. It's getting a bit awkward. Military count is completely against Unicom. Does have a defender's advantage. Farm count is looking decent. He's at 36 groves. He should be able to keep the Horseman pump pushing. And Berserk again. So pick your poison. You either kill the Javelin or you kill the Angry Viking. Can't have both. But you see what I'm talking about. Like, this is where Javelins look best. They are a skirmisher at heart. More so than Javs that look like normal skirmishers. Because of their ability to disengage. You have to think of Javelineers not just as you normally do, but think of these like also a horse archer. A two-legged horse archer. Military Academy now comes from B, so he knows he needs to reblob. You are essentially playing a Zerg comp here. Because the Javelineers, like, they need to be assisted by someone that can just brute force in. It feels usually quite tricky to end the game with just Javelineers. Like, quite often, to win the game for Malians, then there needs to be a conversion point. Something new. Sofa, Mustafadi. Something that can actually blow up buildings and dive. Well, diving isn't their problem, but yes, actually being able to take out the things that keep your opponent alive. Oh, Donzos. Rallied the wrong way. He's at least doing a reasonable job of trying to keep the economy in check. I just think Unicom has too many farms. 51 groves now. Good lord. Gonna try to do something about it. B is gonna move into the second TC. Torch is out on it. Behind this, B has got ranchers coming in now. He's too fast eating the cow currently. Why is he adding 1 or 2 Mangoneltars? Doesn't seem to have the stone. I think he's so focused on horseman spam, he's not even thinking about standard defenses. And even if you did, like, here's the big issue, guys. He has 50 olive groves. How do you, like, how does 2 mango tiles protect all that? It doesn't. I think for Unicom, his mindset is actually he likes this. He kind of likes... sounds weird. He likes having his face pummeled in. He likes that his opponent just keeps attacking the front because he has an eco. And if he keeps attacking the front, it means the farms aren't harassed. So, like, B may look like he's winning these engagements or slightly edging ahead, but what he's not actually doing is stopping Unicom from coming again. And as long as there's a second TC, that's going to scale in favor of it. The amount of timeouts you guys are redeeming, I'm going to have to actually get some response. Okay, this is bad for me. Like, critical mass is reached. Look at the archer count. 31. Archer plus horseman can break this. And a sofa switch now. Okay, good idea from B. Without Fulani income, that is going to feel a little bit weak. And again, what B could do is use those sofas to raid. This game is kind of wacky. I don't think many people would have had Unicom written to be still alive in this type of game. Goodness gracious, is he playing this really well. Anyone else play Lord of Realms 2? No. I think I've seen Lord of Realms 3. I just never played those games. The one that always intrigued me, and I would 100% hop onto it if they made a sequel, was the fantasy one, where you had like an RPG hero. It was kind of like Warcraft before Warcraft. And it had loads of broken builds. Oh, time to break this gold, though. He gets shivs out against Vet Horseman. Oh my, once again, no Exploratores, though, so actually not the worst of ideas, I guess. Percentage-wise, a decent amount of HP to work with. Problem is, the sofas are getting blocked by the villagers. What? They can't actually defend you if you don't get out of the way. Be attempting a citizen's arrest here. Just didn't realize that actually the guy was packing a shotgun. So Unicom able to chip away, build an even bigger village lead. B, the Javelineer Mass just doesn't feel like it's crazy anymore, but this is all about sofas now. Good thing for Unicom, he's already switched into Limitane. Limitane with teardrop shields could actually just kind of roll over everything, no? Trade looks a little bit rough right now for Unicom. He has 3,500 food income a minute. I mean, this just looks like a raw eco game win now. Do you feel like Unicom lost every fight and still won? Yeah, because he played it as a macro game. Age of Empires 4 is at its heart primarily a macro game. And B got sucked into the bait of it. He saw his winning fights, he kept pushing the same plays. Like, I think B, if you asked him when he looks back at this game, his feeling is probably maybe I should have peeled a few javelins east and west. Or maybe added in a few surf earlier. Because I don't know, I don't think B realizes just how wide this farm spread is. It is literally spanning half the map. A lot of openings, just none being exploited. And now at this stage, your opponent has Horsemen. He's got Camel Riders coming in, which is perfect against sofas. Also, guys, he has almost 1,000 olive oil income a minute. He could actually just spam camels to kill you. I'd love to see that. I think camels is a really smart maneuver now. If you can get, say, 10 to 14 camels together, I just don't see a world in which sofas stand their ground. Only tricky thing is, I think he's trying to contest the javelin count directly. Yeah, because like, if you go camels, what's your answer to jabs? If you, well, you basically have to go camel or horseman, but then your opponent can just spam Donzos, so it's a double counter. It wouldn't be a B game past 30 minutes if we didn't start to see some springs. Makes sense against the Limitane, not so much against everything else. Crossbows now from Unicom. Usually an ideal answer to Sofa, but I think that's where the Javelineers are pretty incredible in this comp. The other problem for B is he actually has to keep fighting like this, guys. If he ever stops, Unicom will just go Imperial, and he'll rush techs in less than 30 seconds. You can't compete with that. Okay, easily overwhelmed. I'm going to push it back. Unicom has got a second wave of horsemen coming in swift. The Sofa line looks a bit thin. And, okay, there they are. I wonder where they went. Horsemen, they peeled off to go hunting. I'm trying to target, but weirdly enough, B actually freaks out about it. He pulls the army back. I understand where he's coming from, though. Did you see what Unicom's doing? He was bringing them across map. So if you kept diving there, it turns into an overextension where the horsemen hit the siege and then the javelins. But actually, the correct call made by B. Trying to hold on the gold. Oh, does end up losing some of the siege. Unicom. Okay, I don't think B was expecting that second flurry of horsemen to hit so fast. Free entry down, fine. Still looking for the spring kills. No? Yeah, Unicom may be trusting line formation a bit too much here. We'll start sniping those springles down though. This is starting to just kind of edge from 194. It's not being kept alive. Kind of feels like it. 194. Oh, God. All right. Retract my statement. Yeah, the javelins were starting to attack springles that were being repaired. I think that's where it started to go a little bit awry. What is this game? It is kind of wild the way they are competing on equal footing this long. Normally you feel like someone overwhelms the other by now with this type of strategy. Like either the all-in wins out or the macro wins out. Border Realms 2 had some of the best turn-based strategy of the mid-90s. Really? I don't know. I never tried it, so like I said, I can't comment. I think the best turn-based strategy of the 90s to this day is always Might and Magic. 1999, baby. The year the greatest turn-based strategy game ever was created. Now, the funny part is that Unicom is playing Blob Horseman and still has never been able to force B to a point where he walls. Because look what B's done with his economy. You've got 31 villagers here. He did have like another 30 or so here. Yeah, 36. And then a small handful gathering. So he's got 3 splits, but they're all within like a quarter map of each other, which means Horseman raids are kind of a bit slow to do anything. 99 best turn-based strategy game of all time? No, dude. Like Alpha Centaur, nah. Like I'm not having that. All right, am I gonna say someone controversial? I think Civ is sometimes overrated. Great for what it doesn't done in the days when it done it. Might and Magic is the I think Might and Magic is the crown gem that years later you have to tip the hat to. And I'll die on that. Just like bees willing to dance. Parasite is now for Unicorn, but guys, he's getting ready for Imperial. This is the convergence point. This is it. Mangoes. Oh, yeah. Double mango. He could wipe the siege. Villagers being pulled for the repair. It's not going to be quick enough, though. In return, villagers pulled out to deal with the mangoes. You can't really afford economy losses here as B, though. Better get rid of the mangoes. Already lost most of the Springwell mass. And foreign engineering company coming behind this. With camels, that's going to be +2 armor. Hard to match up to. Basically turning everything into kind of a mini sofa effect. He needs to push now. Possibly the only gap he's going to find. He's down to under 1,000 food income. Meanwhile, Unicom over tripling that number. All right, you know what else was another goated strategy game, like turn-based strategy game? Some mentioned Advanced Wars. Nah, Shining Force, baby. I know it was a rip-off of, of Fire Emblem? But Shining Force for me. Oh. That was a good childhood. Also, that format brought around, in my opinion, the best Onimusha game, Onimusha Tactics. Game Boy Advance. I still need to play through Onimusha Tactics again. I have so much love for that game. So much fun as a kid. It's combat for those that wonder is like Disgaea. If you play those types of games. No disguising the state of this game. B has no easy way of catching up. And we do remember, due to the foreign engineering company, have the armor. He needs to bring a few camels over here to buff everyone, though. Horseman getting locked up. Limitane just feel impenetrable. They've got 4 melee armor, 4 ranged armor. Still room for an additional layer. B is starting to get grinded down. It took almost 40 minutes, but the Imperial has arrived. Sofa backstab did clear the siege. Kira Siphon's going to be hitting into the castle. The problem I just see here is, like, for a long time, this has kind of felt like an economy game, and for a long time, B has denied that truth in such a phenomenal way. But an economy and a tech game simultaneously. You can be the best in the world. Even then, it's going to be too much. Yeah, that's right. Unicom just beat B. This boy's spooky. Yo. I don't think anyone had that on the bingo sheet today. Now, it's not an overall win. Best of 3, so still potential for B. But that was crazy. Really well played, and it wasn't that old Kira Siphon all in. I don't know. I still think maybe that old Kira Siphon rush doesn't work with the new Sistine build. Unknown new pro makes our champ sweat for the name. Sounds good to me. So Relic River next. Mongols versus China. B loves his Mongols here, by the way. Usually it's about rushing the pond. But this can turn into like a micro battle, no? That has me a little bit worried. Okay, hey guys, KB here. Game number 2, Unicom leading against our reigning champion B in Midweek Muster number 21. I'm a little bit worried though. B has chosen a pretty good situation. Mongols on Relic River, blimey that Relic spawn. A map really good for the pond play. A pond play that China can't really do themselves because Mongol spears. But what they can do is turn this into a spearathon, potentially. What worries me a little there is I don't think that's a play that benefits 194. Based on what we saw in game number 1, Unicom looks a lot better for his macro strategy than his micro tactics. B in G1, despite taking the knee, was able to stay in the game so long because he was just, I think, superior in the way he was approaching the fights. So that has me a little bit worried because like Mongols are the true embodiment of that idea. And this type of play might force 194's hand. Fire Emblem still play at like 1 hour lunch breaks. I really should go back and play the OG Fire Emblems. So I have Fire Emblem Three Houses and Fire Emblem whatever the one afterwards was. Haven't played Three Houses yet, but I played the new one. And I just found it way too easy. For me, it just didn't deliver because of that. Which was unfortunate. Engage? Yeah, that's the one. Like, Engage was, I don't know, I think most games nowadays are too easy. Let me turn into old man shaking fist mode, but like, I think a lot of games are too easy nowadays. Yo, you know what I really need to get into? Although I tried to get a key for it, because they were so weird. I was going to include them as like a way of testing the new PC, like benchmarking, the new Dynasty Warriors. But like, I honestly, trying to get just a key for free out of them was like pulling hen's teeth. I don't understand why they're so complicated about it. But like, I played the demo of that, and credit to them, it looks like they kind of got back on form. Apparently, I think it was their best-selling Dynasty Warriors in a long, long time. I think I played a little bit of Earth 2160. I think a better version of Earth 2160 was, I don't know if anyone knows this game, but there's a game called Fandor. Fandor was very interesting. So, it was... Okay. Oh, mic's gone weird. One sec. Okay, we good? I don't know what the hell's doing that. I really don't. I don't think it's even the plugs. I think it's like maybe something's fried with the preamp. Like not fully fried. But yeah, so Fandor was a very interesting game, guys, because Fandor, it was modular. It was modular unit building. So you'd have a tank and you have like the template of the bottom of the tank. And what you could do is you could basically like modify it with different tops to the tank. And keep in mind, this was like 1998, I think Fandor was. It was really, really old game. And it was also 3D. So yeah, I'm just double checking. Sorry, 2000. It was 2000. It was 3D, and it had all this modularity in 2000. Very unique. So anyway, on to the game. We have got Deerstone plus Imperial Academy going in. Nothing was really done to stop B. And Unicom's macro here suggests Pro Scouts? Yeah, first team official coming through. Stable's being dropped. This is Pro Scouts. B has a habit of mirroring Pro Scouts, but obviously opens with aggro. And he's got a lot of Stoner Crew to do so. I don't know what it is with like games that I start playing on my Switch. I don't know. I only really use my Switch when I travel. I still haven't completed Breath of the Wild. The reason on that one is like I don't want to play Breath of the Wild on my Switch. I want to play it on a screen, a TV screen. Because I just don't think playing it on the Switch does it justice. New Pokemon games suck. That doesn't help. Smash Bros is okay because you just pick up or whatever. The problem with Smash Bros is if you don't play it regularly, you just kind of feel like you fall off, you know? I'm trying to think like what would be the best games to get for it. You know what I would buy in like I've been talking a lot about Might and Magic. I legit would actually buy Might and Magic if they put it on Switch. Because the last time when we traveled to Garrison, the AoE2 LAN, do you know what I'd done on all my travel? I was playing something called VCMI, which is Might and Magic on your phone. So we have got Horseman, so it's not even Pro Scouts. It's Horseman spam to get rid of a dock. Okay, I thought he might open Scouts to harass the dock. I didn't expect this. Unicom is wild, man. Archership is going to come out too quickly, though. B's got double Keshik on the way. You might burn the dock, but what stops him rebuilding? I mean, one Archership, not much. Look at the timing as well. He's going to have to hang around so long to kill this. His Archer shot's out. Gonna dive onto it. That's buying time for the Keshiks to arrive, though. If he pulls the fishing boats, he could easily repair this. The Keshik's gonna just jump in. Oh, no! No, this is turning into a bait! The Archer ship! Takes ages to kill. You've now got Horsemen against Mass Keshik. Oh, I say mass. There's only 2 right now, but 2 more on the way due to all the stone accruement. This is the value of the Uvu. This is why you Uvu first. You don't rush dock. If he'd rushed docks, he would have been in a much worse position than this. Beautiful block there. 194. Does use the scout to absorb some blows. He's going to turn the torches on again. Archer ship. No, this is going to be a fractional difference. This is a game of seconds. Archer ship comes out. It's the second one. And this is now rough. Like, you can't beat the Keshik down and the Archer ship at the same time, surely. He does get rid of the dock. If he just repairs with the fishing boats, I think B's safe. And there we go. Yep. He baits him in. This is dire, folks. Behind this, 194 doesn't have anything else. This was a full commitment to block dock. Now, he did kill the dock. I'm not sure if I'd say it was worth it, though. Because surely, maybe if you're pro scouting behind this, and I think based on his macro, that was the gradual intent. But he had to double down to guarantee the dock kill first. And now you've got a game where it's Horseman versus Keshik. So yeah, you need to basically jump on these ASAP before the rest arrive. Which he's trying to do. The can't. That one hit was so important. He was about to surround the injured Keshik. Khan's at least going to go down. You do have the maneuver speed arrow, so able to microwave the injured. And remember, he has still got that Archer ship waiting to fight. Oh, that was so cheeky. He's turning around because he knows that 10 HP is enough. Horseman hit for 9. You have new fishing boats could repair? Really? Yeah, it's been that way in AoE4 for a long time. And oh my god, he's Barber from rushing. Are you kidding me? Was this the real plan all along? Because if it was, it's about to go pretty bad. Okay, what, like, I guess he gets deer? Maybe. He actually might not get deer. Oh my god. He's turned it into a micro game. We talked about this. Unicom great on the macro. B superior on the micro. And he gets an immediate GG out of it. In less than 10 minutes. Damn. B took that last game personally. A pre-10 GG. Whew. What a spooky guy. So, a deciding game number 3 between these two. I mean, credit to him. I got to give it to 194. That was a very unique way of playing that matchup. I don't really see many people trying Mass Horseman. So, final game is going to be Shushi versus Japanese on Carmel. Japan on Carmel. All right, hey guys, KB here, back for the deciding game between 194, the Great Unicom, and 3D Clans B. One and all, we have a problem. It's Carmel. It's Japanese. I'm not really sure that this is the map for Japan. The gold is incredibly limited on this map. And usually as Japan, you want a fast castle and to mass mount samurai. The difference of 1600 versus 4000 gold is crazy for night spam. By the time you get into castle, you can afford what? 8 samurai, 8 mantle samurai before you have to move on to an extra gold. That's pretty bad. Meanwhile, for Shushi, they have a lot more longevity, similar to China, due to taxation, also meditation gardens. Looking at spawn, this is probably the most desirable meditation garden, like double food. Ooh. Maybe you go... nah, I don't think you want that wood. He might just play it safe. I think you can drop your Medi Garden here, get the 36 food, 25 gold, and then get probably about another 30 wood. There's no, like, ridiculous jackpot one. He didn't get one of these, 120 resource spawns. Another thing that actually worries me is, like, I think Japan is quite bad on Carmel because of the central gold. You can't keep dropping it. And you're against one of the best keep dropping civs in the game due to Shushi's build speed. Remember, Japan doesn't get castles until Imperial Age. And usually, someone drops a castle on this in Castle Age. It's a really big crippling point for Japan later on in the game. Realize this map has no stealth forest? Yep, not one iota. But you know what it does have a lot of? Deer. They're not quite the same as Stealth Forest. But in a way, they achieve a similar scouting goal because your opponent's so busy picking them all up. And I think B's lightly considering that in a Shushi game. It's going to be Coca Township. Okay. So, why ninjas? They can be very good against Pro Scout. Because the scouts are so slow, it's very, very easy for ninjas to keep up and just stab you down fast. Like, ninjas have a really good attack speed. So, if you're able to stand still, once you get that first attack winded up, usually you can get like a double tap going against Pro Scouts. But, trade-off is you're against Shugane. So, if B scouts that and sees that you're like blobbing into ninjas, he can start just getting repeated crossbows. Which are substantially harder to deal with than archers. Well, once they have 4 or 5, yes. When it's 1 or 2, there's like the upside of Chuganu being slow. It means you can jump them more easily. This is rough, man. Look at the food. 21 sheep? Okay, 18 on the other side. But I think, there you go. That's why both of them, crafty buggers, both of them went deer starter. I actually love that. That's really smart by Japanese here. Because you have to build a house anyway, might as well place it on the very close to you deer. Can Japanese go pro scouts this map? Okay, you ready? I'm going to let you in on a secret, 03. You ready? Everyone can go pro scouts here. There is 60 deer on the map in total. So if you minus the starting 3 in your bases, that means up for contest, there is 54 deers. Over 12,500 food on the map. You can just go off them. So yes. Pro Scouts, fair. Wow, he is actually a mass shinobi. Okay. I mean, we said against Pro Scouts, it does make sense. And B is definitely going Pro Scouts. Pro Scouts somewhat mandatory. Yeah, they need to change the way the deer are on this map. I would rather they increase the berry and the boar count by 1 per player. Well, actually, that's maybe kind of crazy. 6 boar is wild. But, like, the deer, there doesn't need to be a deer. First time you see the unique Japan upgrade? That's because it never used to show before, but yes. Tawara, Takazaiku, Fudesashi all now show here. Good read, by the way. You know exactly which side his opponent's going on, but makes sense. Remember, if you look at the spawn, you can see B only got one deer pack on the north. This map has some very big indiscrepancies on deer spread. Sometimes you get a nice 50-50 if your deer spawning south and north. Other times, you've seen all but one deer pack on one side, or even every deer pack on one side of the base. Unicom, of course, behind this is going to be going castle. So everything expected so far, even the Chugani reaction, just makes sense. You don't want to build horsemen against Shinobi, you just get destroyed. Seriously, guys, never ever build horsemen to counter Shinobi. You'll be crying. Kind of like when you see someone build horsemen to counter navigation. Okay, we're good. No, my mic is being really weird today. So, like, the fact that unplugging the preamp fixes it, it's a preamp issue. I've had the DBX28 success for quite a while. Probably, it's got a little bit of dust on it. I probably need to clean it. I'll check all the wire connections. It might be like there's a loose USB. Yeah, hopefully it's okay. What I'm not sure about is whether this timing is okay for 194. B is barely behind him on his tech timing. He's got enough Chuganu spears to defend onto the deer. Unicom's going to be forced to dive. And remember what we said about why Japan's going to feel bad on this map. It's gone. It's That's it. That's all the gold from your starting. So he has enough for 4 samurai. 4 mounted samurai. Sorry, less than that. 3 mounted samurai. And what? That is wild. I'm kind of shocked by this. He doesn't even take the small vein. He says, screw it, I don't want to move around that much. He punts for the center of the map on a civ that has absolutely 0 access to castles until the final age. And oh my god, he gets sane! Alright, yeah, that's a bail. That was agreed too far. A bit too ambitious in his ideas. He's now going to leave. I can't believe he tried it. Yeah, honestly, Unicom kind of looked like my door in that moment. Which egg do you want? The biggest one. You can't eat all that. But they still want it. Actually, that's not true. My daughter, she would eat the biggest one. Guys, seriously, like, I don't see enough subscribers in the chat, and that's a problem. Because my daughter yesterday, every time we fed her, hungry. All right, I'm painting a picture. This is wild. So, she had a plate full of chips. She had 10 chicken nuggets on her plate. She had a little bit of Emma's steak pie. I had an extra 8 chicken nuggets, I think I put on her plate. She ate it all. She then also had some lemon tart. She was still saying she was hungry less than an hour later. I'm starting to think she, like my mum made the joke that the girl's got worms. I'm starting to think she might. It's ridiculous. She's more hungry than a Byzantine player who feels the need to build 100 olive groves. Wild. This game feels like it's about to get wild. We only have Mount Samurai slowly being accrued. Honestly, Unicom, that walk to the center and walk back hurt his timing really, really in a big way. Only 5 Mount Samurai now. Be probably not going to be mirroring the Lancers. He could technically build a handful just to raid and then focus on defensing. But instead, his defense is going to turn into an offense here. And you've got to be kidding me. With the soul read. I think he's here for the relic, but if he goes just a little bit deeper, it's going to get so much better. Oh no, wait, he leads him in! What? That guy right there is a traitor. Traitor and a coward. Meanwhile, Mount Samurai, they enter the Shushi base on the opposite side of the map. Shinobi forgot how to jump over walls. Mount Samurai gets 0 kills on the dive. Gold just got blocked out. Now, he does have backup reserves. He's got about 2,500 in this corner. Plus relics. These faces don't feel great, though. Shinobi as a defense mechanism against Chug. That is technically a quick way to die. I mean, for now, it doesn't look too bad due to numbers, plus the fact he has got the upgraded health. Wall lol, though. Oh my god, the panic, the panic, the panic! It's not a normal monk! And 194 did not respect that. A double Mount Samurai conversion goes huge here. Unicom down to just 2 heavy cav units. I just don't see the way. He already hemorrhaged so much, but you have to remember, like, you know, when it seems like I'm overhyping a Wallalow, at 13 minutes into the game, 2 premium cavalry units. It's not just a loss of 2. It's a gain of 2. It's a 4 differential. This is brutal. And now he's just going to go hunting, see where his opponent maybe gets to next. Meanwhile, crossbow's already being prepped by B. I feel bad for him. 194, he played game 1 phenomenally well. But B, I gotta respect it. You know, he had game number 1 up against Unicom, and I think he kind of got a feeling of, I get it, I see. You're like a mini Louis experience. You want that late game, you like that late game. I'm not gonna let you get there. G1, a pristine example. I mean, in fairness, 194 actually was very crafty with his horseman opening to try and get the edge there early. This game, however, B, I think he's had a good temperament in the way he scaled. He hasn't taken a lazy approach of defending because it's Mount Samurai. He understands the urgency of Carmel, the critical nature of gold, and does a phenomenal job to block out 194 from what's a mandatory resource if you want to play Japan. At this point, I don't really see what's left for 194. Ecosystem, they're at least neck and neck. It's the military difference that's too big. And that's it. Great start to the series, but in the end, B, our reigning champion, able to strike back and make sure that he proceeds deeper in the round of 16. Should get the attack speed upgrade. Wow. You were building these sucky normal speed Mount Samurai? You don't even have 1.35 attack speed? What a noob. Let me teach you. Okay, so that is going to be a 2-1 victory in the end. Oh, apparently Anatan and Elyona are playing. We can either watch from game 1 or just hop in mid-series. What do you guys want? Let's get the draft. Live? You guys want live? It's alive. Let me reset everything first. Atan versus Elyona. Where are we at? Let me get the draft and then we'll hop in. Okay, so game one. Wait, was that? Yep, game one's an Elyona win. Whoa. Bruh. Elyona, what up? And that was, I think it was Ottomans versus IU. So G2 is going to be Jean versus Chinese. And Elio is going to be Onjon. Yeah, you guys are kind of regretting live now, aren't you? You're like, wait, what happened in game one? Rogan? All right, so start predictions. Who'll win game two? Anatand or Elyona? I'll hold on the timer. I'll give you guys 2 minutes when we're down to 1 minute. Oh, actually, that's a good idea. I'm gonna run 2 minutes ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them. I kind of triggered that so fast. Someone's going to hear, that's a good idea. And then they're going to just get like something about not chopping your balls off when shaving or something. Monka. You all subbed? Well, I see some people without icons. And I don't know, like the amount of people who got in here and the amount of subs I've got so far this month suggests a lot of people forget to use their Prime subs or subscribe. Reminder, it actually does help out the channel a lot. For one, you guys don't have to worry about ads anymore. But I think, let me check. What's our unique subscriber count at right now? It may have just increased. Yo, what's up, Berenon? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Yeah, so we're currently on our plus goal. We're 19 away from cracking our plus goal. We've got a few days to do that. Yo, what is up, Farake? Thank you for continuing your sub. Thank you very much, mate. And also, Alessa, thank you. Appreciate the subs. Look at that. You guys are starting to train. Keep it pumping. 4 days a week. We do try to spoil you here. Gotta dye your hair like an Oompa Loompa? Yeah, let me just like put a goal up for 9,000 subs. And we'll do that. Kind of gutted, actually, we didn't catch that first game. The problem is the players like literally said, we're playing now. There was like no heads up. Otherwise, I would have tried to schedule it all. Let's get ready to go. That's right. That score is 100% correct. 1-0. Elyona is leading against Anachad here. Really surprising outcome in that first game. Ayabids versus Ottomans. Elyona able to flex the Ottos to a win after he just flexed them on the ladder against LuMT. This man is an absolute monster and will be on the monster Sean. Anno, meanwhile, is a beast from the east with this Civ. He's brutal. He's one of the scariest Chinese players. His Archer comp that he loves to lean into just so effective. Map is going to be Gorge to see if Anatan can stay alive. Be crazy to see him going out this early. A rarity. I feel like Anatan consistently always being seen in those quarterfinals at least.
Could it be Elyona's weak? Time for him to flex and say, Marine Lord's not the only one that can get to Grand Finals and win. I mean, it'd definitely be a tricky path. You can just look at it in the bracket. Dumu, Voldemar, CSO, Vortex, Miyamiko, Starflark, MSN. A lot of top-level opponents. In some ways, he has at least dodged some of the bullets of like Lucifron, Louis, B, Kiliadi all being on one side of the bracket. And what is up? I see you coming in strong there. Milton Dover, thank you much for the sub. Appreciate you. Welcome to Swarm. Righto, guys. Always a good time to subscribe to the channel, whether you watch this later, watch it live. All supports us on our content creator journey. Just like the KPMM has been supporting these boys on improving week after week. Both of them actually quite frequently present, I want to say. Like, Elyona a little bit less fluid in his regularity compared to Anatan. I think Anatan has played all bar maybe 3 to 4 of the Midweek Musters. In fact, yep, Anatan has played 19 out of 20 in the past. So he missed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he missed out on 5. Wait, how's he still been 19? I'm confused. Yeah, but he's played in all but 5. Meanwhile, Elyona, he's missed out on, wow, quite a lot actually. I think 10. In fact, Elyona, this is his first KPMM since KPMM 10, which was the start of the year. So he took a very big break from these competitive series. Definitely seems to have turned up so far. Leading the series, equal spread on the sheet. That's actually really good against China. It's meant to be very difficult to do because of the extra vision that their scout has. Imperial Academy coming in. Looking at the spawn, this is probably going to be a Pro Scouts game. Really good one for Anatan to rush towards the deer on the west side. Equal split for Elio. I don't think you really like this split as much as Jean. You just don't really care about the need to diversify, like de-risk being able to go left and right. But it's good that Anatan didn't get this, because if you're playing pressure gameplay with Jean and Knights, you want this. You want something you can move over to and park in front of. Alright, how did the predictions go? Oh, one sec. We've got to add the map, so just the overlay for people getting confused. This is, of course, good old Gorge. Predickies, 50-50. Honestly, like, it's kind of comical to me, because I think if it wasn't for there being a one-game lead for Elyona already, probably would be like an 80-20. And that's no offense to Elyona, it's just Anatan has consistently proven to be a beast. I mean, this guy automatically qualified to EGC's tournament for a reason. Start of the year, he kicked off in the EGC's tournaments by getting his best performance ever in an S-tier tournament. Really hate that maps RNG so hard. The problem is that's an appeal for a lot of people. So if you have, I've wanted to have the budget to do a crafted map tournament, but we need to be a lot bigger in size to justify it budgetary. The reason why I thought a crafted tournament would be cool is it's a completely different playstyle to normal AoE4 in the way that you approach the game. But crafted maps wouldn't be good long term, they'd suck long term. Because people would figure out the optimal strategy and just play that, right? So you just get a linear motion instead of AoE4. The way it makes up for being slower paced is the divergence of gameplay. The alternative is you could do mirrored spawns, so you generate half the map and flip. But that also has really big negatives. It devalues the importance of scouting. So, you know, it takes certain risks away from the game. It removes certain surprise factors, etc. Because you could just know what your opponent's doing in half the time. Or what is viable, rather, in half the time. Calmly start. I know, always expect to go spears here. It's fine to delay Pro Scouts. In some ways, you won't hurt as much by the nerfs to Pro Scouts costs because it's hard to have those resources quick enough, and it's much nicer to prep the spears in anticipation of the pressure coming. Email for Elyona. We have him actually just going straight into the deer. This is becoming a more popular strategy for devaluing Pro Scouts. Because of how much Pro Scouts is and how slow it is now to return the goodies, it's become a lot more viable to just snatch away from your opponent. And what is up, Neck?
Appreciate the sub. 9 months. Look at that. You've had a Twitch, baby. Thank you, thank you. He's going to move out the 4 as well. That's a nice detail. You know, got a nice corner camp spawn. Down the line, if you're afraid of raids, you can basically wall yourself in here. I've seen players do it before. It can be quite effective, especially if you're playing cavalry as well. It does confirm what he's up against fully. Team goes for a cheeky charge in. Bit of a comfortable pick as well for Eliona. He knows the French very well. I think it's still to this day like what, a top 4 civ in terms of plays for him. Alongside Delhi would be the other one that comes to mind quite frequently. It makes sense. You're French. You've got to play French. I think that's the way the rules work. Villagers. Whoa, Elio. That's cool by quick enough. Looked like he was actually hesitating a bit there, which is scary. Because the horseman could have blocked the retreat, and then the spears stopped the knights from fighting. Much scarier than it appears. So is the state of the economy. China, of course, has got all the imperial officials already. Usually what you expect to see here is Barbican next. Anatan, of course, has to delay that timing to guarantee the pro scouts. So he has to build enough protection. But Barbican is usually kind of a given against France and China. France and John, rather, as China, because it just stops you getting dove entirely. Is Eliona rushing Castle Age? Macro's looking a bit like it. He's definitely gathering a bit too much food, but that could also just be his economy caught him off guard because of deer. Remember, deer, you gather a lot before you drop off. You're going to gather 30 food, and it comes in really fast. There you go. It's just a recommitment. Yeah, I see this a lot. Even at the highest level, it still catches you off guard. Because you're just gathering substantially more than you normally would. Double what you normally would. Yeah, what the hell is that comment, Philsberto? That's so racist for a guy who just mains Mongols. Because, as we know, like, Mongols were completely not racist. They would equally pillage and burn and murder everyone. So what's Anatan's win condition? And you're playing for a Vengeful Castle. It's got a lot of wood. Which normally for Anatan is because he likes playing into archery. But against Jean, who's only showing knights, it doesn't make much sense. So maybe you look to Barbican out here, and then you build a small farm cluster behind. We'll give you a safety net. First scouts are on the second deer pack, and wow, Eliona. I don't think he saw that. He has got the scout here. The timing, though, no. Well, he sees the deer drop. I don't think he saw that. No, he didn't. So he gets pulled away by the other scout. That's another 2 deer through successfully for Anatan. Okay, I think Anna's just getting castle comfortably here. Eliona probably doesn't want to mirror into castle until about 16 knights, so he's still got some way to go there. I'm going to try this again. This time the spears, though. Oh, wait. This is potentially a big error by Eliona. The scout, has he got him in a different control group? He left him behind. He can get backstabbed here. I know. Okay. Eliona does steer just in time. Yeah, line formation not used there by Anatan. He just wanted to protect, guaranteed, so does get the clock down now. What was happening here? I genuinely think he just accidentally deselected. Luckily, it doesn't cost him dearly. Yeah, where that especially gets scary is when you're approaching inclinations because your vision kind of sucks. We've all been there where we're like going up a hill and we just see less. Look right here. Whoop. See, that cuts part of your vision, not like a crazy mouth. Like the steeper points where it does kind of screw you a bit. Always have to be careful for that. Okay, so Elio, now with the tech up confirmed, we've got Shiver on the way to top off all the Injured Knights. He's probably going to be looking for a little bit of counter pressure here while he gets ready to be greedy himself. Because there's no point having all these Knights and not doing something while you're even thinking about teching. The whole logic is if you make a bad move, you just leave. That's the benefit of having a Lamborghini in the fuel age. Just drive away. He's about the readies. Oh, yeah, no. Not even trying to split raid. But this is the classic issue of Pro Scouts, isn't it? Is that your opponent, you know exactly where his economy is. He's reaching it, that's the problem. By the way, credit to Anatan. We said he'd need Barbican, he didn't do it at all. Skipped it entirely, which is quite rare in this matchup. Balance for Pro Scouts is about right. Yeah, I think there are some civs that can still Pro Scout, some don't want to, that have better options. There are also civs that are still doing Pro Scouts too much because it's residual. Oh, John. Just gonna try to muddy this up. Nice. Wow, he brute forces into speeds. John goes down. That was not worth it. That was completely not worth it. These are not feudal spears. It's a completely different ball game when you charge into vet spears like that. Wow. Immediate buyback on John. Didn't get anywhere near enough XP out of that fight. And to be honest with you, even if you get level 3 John here, against this many spears, crossbows already, what does she do? And how do you stay on the gold here? Crossbows are coming. Line formation is spread it out a bit. Does get a good initial charge in, but Jean's immediately going to get slowed down. Crossbows. Funnel volley. Gets the punt, gets the kill. And now the Knights will get wiped. And this is going to be a blocker on the gold. He just ran out. I mean, that has to be game. Scouts are already yoinking the extra food as well. So they take the deer, and they also know now that you're out here. This is over. Really well played by Anatan. And he finally does go for that Barbican, but to secure the 8k gold. The difficult point in the game. Doesn't look difficult at all. What a really well executed game by Anatan. Just clean Chinese. Elio's at least going to pump for the tech up, but you've got 9 Knights for a Royal Institute, and also you're about to lose gold again. Like, this many spears, you can just burn it down. This many crossbows, the Knights can't protect you either. Oh, they're going to have to try. Oh, no. Baguette's gone a bit stale. GG gets called. We're going to be seeing a deciding game 3. Oof. A rough-looking game for Elio. Yeah, that just felt clean, kind of cruise mode-y for Anatan, I'd say. Didn't really feel like he was threatened, per se. Oh, we forgot to update the tile, didn't we? Sorry. Let me update tile now. Anatan versus Elio. Oops. So, Juan. Deciding game, Dry Arabia. And we are going to be seeing Shushi up against Delhi. They have a comfort pick, actually, for Elio. Alright, we've got like 3 minutes to catch up on, so we'll just fast forward a bit. And we'll start the prediction. for scouts in military schools, oh yeah, it'd be busted then. It'd be so good. Considering the generation speed for like a spearman, and scouts would be quicker. Because they're cheaper. Elio off to a great start in this series, but everything seems to be firing against him. One and all, we get to a deciding game here in Midweek Muster 21 between these two lads. Winner going up against either Dimmer or Voldemar. And, well, after the way Anatan just played game number 2, I would fear this man with Chinese in any form in his hands. It's going to be Shushi taking the field in the yellow. Elyona on his, I'd say, signature deli. It's probably the civ he's most known for. Map is going to be Dry Arabia, purest of pure. But this is not pure cut. Anatan, what am I looking at here? We're going to get the, what, 48 food, 25 gold, and probably about maybe 8 wood. So nothing too crazy, actually. He did prioritize the food, though. I think this is something that's quite interesting, is I felt like Shushi would go back towards prying the big berry vein. Just because of Pro Scouts being a little bit slower or weaker. Curious to see if he's going to rush Pro Scouts here, actually. Against Delhi, it's a little bit tricky. Later on, this is a nicely wallable area. You could actually secure a lot of food without Pro Scouts. You know Delhi are going to be getting PS, but they're not going to be rushing it, remember, because we used to get the double mill start. Nowadays, most people just do the 1 mil into Pro Scouts. The reason is, ever since Pro Scouts got nerfed and a lot of less civs are doing it, Delhi were one of the biggest winners of that change. They were actually a civ that was falling off pretty hard against Pro Scout civs because of how slow their own timing was. But now, between the increased costs and a lot of civs that just don't want to do it, Delhi all of a sudden are like a top 5 Pro Scout civ. So we're on the 2x speed just for a moment as we're catching up. I think they're literally about like minute 6 right now. Spear opening into what, probably Chug is what you want? Yeah, because this matchup, like similar to China, it had a funky detail to it with the Arrival of Dome of Faith. Tower Victory used to be the counterplay to get through Chug spears, but now you don't have that. So like your Premium Ghazi are a little bit disabled in the fights compared to where they used to be. Yeah, I think small walls for mana. Oh yeah, no, just being a little bit cheeky. Smart wall here. Whenever you get a double 4 tree line and you know you're against cavalry, this is one of the best moves you can make. It just makes their life a living hell. And makes your wood incredibly safe. But we do have a deer shove in from Anatan. Yeah, so he's skipping Pro Scouts entirely. Oh, this is cool. So mass spears to contest the Ghazi on the sacred site. And in the meantime, you get all the food. Yo, you know what would actually be sick? If he doesn't see a reason to use these aggressively, go for the North Deer as well. And Scout's going to try to lane them. Elyona does have archers already in the way. That stone outcropping actually kind of makes Elyona's life a little bit easier. So he gets rid of on the deer. Honestly, if you have to just tiny wall here and build a mill, I don't think you hate life per se. They all look to shove him all the way back to the starting mill. Archers, yeah. Anatan is switched on. Did not skip a beat there. Immediately sees the archer pull. So you spot your Inception. There's already Horseman to counter. What's interesting about the Horseman is it came so quickly, I wonder if Elyona thinks that Anatan was going Pro Scouts. Because even though you're deer shoving in like this, you can still do it. And yeah, this is Pro Scouts. I think so anyway. When you kill the deer like this... He kind of has to. We're at 7 minutes. You know Sanctity is going to be complete soon. So if you spend more time, let's say you spent an extra 25, 30 seconds pushing the deer, that means you're giving a sacred site. So Anatan intentionally done this to block the win condition for Elyona. First sacred site now being targeted. Horsemen are already here though. This, I don't think you can defend this. He's going to try. Oh wait, hold on a sec. He was hiding a spearman in there. That does complicate matters a little bit more for Anatan. Has to essentially just try to move in a way that you ignore with the A clicks. Okay, this is looking good though. He's pushed him off the sacred site. Spearman now in retreat. Good overwhelm there by Anatan. Great start to the game. Able to take control of the narrative here. And now, with the gold macro, Pro Scouts gets ticked in. Supervision will be coming across, so PS to complete in 25. 4 scouts just got queued up. Nanatan, I believe, should be on at least 2 Imperial officials. It's going to be free, which means he can supervise the scouts out every 9 seconds. South side Sacred Site will be secure. North side, though, is going to get blocked. So I think you're okay as Anatan if you at least keep your opponent down to 1 Sacred Site. Things get a bit shaky if he gets 2. Because with 1 Sacred Site, you've got a Meditation Garden giving you the equivocal, roughly. Well, not quite as good, but close enough. Yeah, it was only 6 wood in the end. Early PG. Yeah, this was quite popular against archer openings. Does Anatan take it all the way? Because there is kind of like a funky build we've seen once or twice. It almost felt memeful, where you just flood Palace Guard and Feudal Age. You don't even necessarily rush Castle. And that was against old Tower of Victory build, where it should have been even worse. It's really bad to do PG like this against Ghazi, per se. But maybe Anatan just feels like his opponent can't do Ghazi at all. You know, his own ponies. Hello. Oh, you're not. You get pinched here. He doesn't have textiles. So 1 village down, 2nd one to easily fall here. The scout actually absorbs a lot of the priority there. So Spearmen get the worst trade possible. And keeping pressure now on his opponent's side of the map while he can go for the goodies. So scouts, I believe, were already pulling back the safe deer. Wait, were they? Oh yeah, but they get priority on the back mill. Which feels a bit weird because you've got this mill here. Which is still being supervised. Wait, what? I don't think Elnathan realizes his Imperial official's still doing this. Yes, I've trained the Phantom Force to gather the Phantom food. Yeah, but I like eating real food. I'm not Peter Pan, this is not Neverland. Anyone have suggestions for a fun starting Civ? I played a lot of versus comp, but looking to finally start doing ranked. Is Japanese decent? Japanese is simplistic. At the high level, you'll just get probably counted out pretty hard, but honestly, most low ranking players don't know what to do against a good Japanese build order. You just want to make sure you've got optimal timings and efficiency on getting to castle. Mount Samurai opening, prioritize relics, and then the challenge you might have is people in lower ranks aren't just necessarily going to GG as quickly as you like, so you need to make sure your macro is good going on. But like Japan is one of those civs that I think is very simple to optimize around the 10-15 minutes opening gameplay, and most low ranking players don't really know what to do against it. High level, like Japanese are just really bad, because the problem is like against high level players they played all the matchups very thoroughly, so being predictable is bad. But actually, like, predictable isn't a problem against low-ranking players if the strategy is good. Delhi's complicated, but Delhi's another one. Like, if you figure out a build order and optimize the first 10-15 minutes gameplay, you'll win more games than you lose. Okay, so Elyona's getting ready for castle, but he's slow. Anatan's already there. Look at it. Last piece of gold being dropped off, and Shaolin Monastery now in the way. This feels like it's slipping. Elyo has been struggling to maintain Sacred Site control. The deer looks really good for Anno. There's more he can easily grab. And it's a 6 worker deficit that Elyona has to deal with. Scholar count isn't too bad at 9. Not really crazy here for the castle timing. It's not that you've got 15 ready to rush decks. And you're against the Civ who does rush decks. Death to taxes. Valamogula. And I remember he was scaling PG. He already has 10. Double Scurry. Elyona's going to go into the men at arms, but home blaze won't unlock quickly, is my only concern. Trying to muster up the courage to start queuing? Yeah, just go for it. Just play the game. Like, people are way too obsessed with perfection. Why? Are you planning to become the next EGC Grand Finals Master? You just want to play the game to have fun, right? Have fun. Winning and losing is overrated. It's the experience, the journey. That's much more engaging. The best thing, honestly, the best thing you can do as a gamer in the 21st century is rediscover playing games to have fun. A lot of the time, people's fixation on being like pro level leads to them not having fun. They're more interested in making their opponent have less fun. Like right now, Anatan is making sure Elyona doesn't have fun. The Palace Guard are just holding him back and in place here. Going to come with backstab. Archer will be able to trade out there, but this is looking pretty brutal. He does get the Lancers out, so that will force Anatan back. But the detail that matters is what's happening behind this. What's the state of relics? Although that should get the convert. Okay, so yoink the relic here. There's another relic already on the way home. I think this is looking like probably a 4-1 split for Anatan. Back in the main fight, it is veteran Chuganu now. So the Lancers will win out in the end. But the whole goal is Anatan is trying to block food, block his opponent out. And also, he did get an additional, what was that, 5 villager kills off of this? Yeah, this is well and truly worth it. Anatan just seems to be everywhere. He's even now snatching the deer away alongside all this. The problem is if your income depends on the game. I mean, but why would it depend on the game? Like, once again, if your income depends on the game, then yeah, you're trying to win EGC Masters. But I don't know. I think if you're trying to like go full-time pro, you're maybe a little bit late to the party. The current size of the scene. And a much better way of finding a way to pro is just playing the game to enjoy it. Because if you are that good, you'll find your way there anyway. So, what's Elyona's way out of hell here? You can't gather stone. So most people, you know, if you're like a low ranked player and you've played some Delhi in this situation, you might reference a time where you just went on stone and gathered free key. At the highest level, that's really unfeasible here. When you're this far behind, to spend 900 stone to build a castle, which is going to take you a long time, to eventually get village fortresses, to eventually get villages, pretty bad. You want to do this play when you're at like 50 to 60 to 70 villages, because then percentage-wise, it's not so much of your income diverted towards stone gathering. At this stage, to get a good timing on a keep drop, Elyona would have to dedicate 25% of his economy to gathering stone. You just can't afford that at this stage. So Elyona instead is going to focus on Lancers and raiding. His hopes being that he can basically find his opponent being greedy. We do have some signs of that, like the ball gathering over here, and also the fact that Anatan is returning deer. He's like, I have a retreat. I'd like to refund that one. Oh, good lord. Yeah, this is looking like that 4-1 relic split we talked about. UI doesn't show up. There's already 2 more relics on the way at home from the Shallow Monks. Close being rushed up. Oh, yeah. It's going to be quick enough. There are some crossbows here, by the way. In fact, majority is crossbows. The Lancers are starting to lose out. Might be a slight overextension from Anatan. Lance count is still pretty good, but if you can just draw attention onto melee, the crossbows can carry. So he's going to back up, meanwhile type comes in. The problem for Elyona is he's built Lancers, but we mentioned using them for raiding. There's been 0 raiding so far. The Ghazi done more raiding in this game. He looks a bit stuck. Props to Anatan as well. Just so much value playing down here. Sacred sites being blocked. Relic being picked up eventually. The deer for the pro scouts play. And also blocking berries. Funnily enough, Elyona moving for economy away from danger. He's going for the north side. But it's going to be too low too late. But, yep, he just calls it. He sees the overwhelm coming. GG. So Elyona, crazy start to this series, but unable to close out. Anatan comes in from behind with the 2-1. Yeah, I mean, economy-wise, yeah, the trend was continuing. Militarily as well. That fight there, I think that flatlined any potential. But I think the issue came a lot earlier in the game for him. The timing on the Pro Scouts was really smartly crafted by Anatan. The Horseman raid was sick. I think the Horseman, the fact that like when you're in a game as Delhi and the Horsemen are raiding better than like Ghazi, you have a big problem. Okay, so what have we got next? The Starflight versus Vortex a lot later. We maybe will be live for that. I'm not sure. I'm stroking my chin on that right now because that's not until like 8:30. So we might catch that one tomorrow. I think we've got Kilyadi versus Jif in 2 hours, apparently. Oh, I haven't been updating this. Let me add in some scores. It's very important because we've done like, is it 3 series now? 3 or 4 series? So we need to keep track of where things are. So give me a sec. And we'll add those in. Okay, so B versus Unicorn was 2-1. We haven't seen the Kilyadi series yet. Mahodo versus Louis was a 2-0 for Louis. Scatbrain was 2-0 as well, right? Lucifron 2-0'd him. Louis MT up against Lucifron again, actually. That's kind of crazy. Happens again. And then we just had Anatan Elyona, which is 2-1. So we've done like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 series so far? Nice. Let me just... I hate it when it does that. There we go. And Vortex? Vortex's series would be later today. So we could do Starflark versus Mio Micah. Or we can do... So we can do Starflark versus Mio Micah, CSO versus MSN. I think are the 2 available. And also, yes, I did just notice I spelled B wrong. Well, technically I didn't spell B. That is a way you can spell B. How about Voldemar Dimu? That series will probably not be until tomorrow. Because Dimu doesn't play Mondays. So. Yeah, I'm just double checking it didn't already happen. I'm pretty sure it didn't. So let me add in the extra B, the extra E on B. Woo. Should we do CSO MSN? Yeah, let's go CSO MSN. That should be a fun one. So let me get the draft ready. Reset this. And CSO on the left side. Okay. Wait, I see it. I just said CS on the left side, didn't I? Yeah, my brain. Oops. So open a map, remember, is going to be Pigeon's View. Let's have a look at the drafts. So, happy to see CSO playing again. Yeah, usually like the issue with CSO is him not being able to schedule for his series. It's like usually like he signed up before and it's just turned into default losses. So I'm hoping he's able to start getting the flow on that right. So that he doesn't just have to have forfeitures. So, that in mind though, let's have a look at, where are we at? Pigeon's View. Game 1. What the hell just happened with my downloaded maps? What? One sec. Oh, I know what's missing. I need to get the... Oh, dude, I can't... Like, it won't even work now, will it? I have to Alt F4 the game. So basically, for those who don't know, there's a huge bug around attack timings on several different crossbows. There'll be a video on my channel eventually about Gilded Chuganu to show that off. But as a result of that, EGC and our weeklies are both using a mod that patches the attack speed intervals. Basically, when they upgraded the animation, there was a little bit of an oversight when it came to the actual attack speed of things like Gilded Crossbows. So Gilded Crossbowmen are attacking every, like, I think it was 1.5 or 1.25 seconds, which, for reference, is quicker than a normal archer. It's very, very fast. 1.25? Yeah. And like 1.25 for reference, a gilded archer is 1. So gilded archers were just worse to build than gilded crossbowmen, because gilded crossbowmen have substantially higher damage. Like base damage is so high, it's just better to build them. It's a bit ridiculous. Why is my game not showing as closed? I swear to God, Steam sometimes. There we go. All right, starting up now. Oh, by the way, how have people been doing on the historical battles? Anyone set any world records? I really want to try to encourage that in the community. We got like some decent times for someone who doesn't play the game much. Not sure how you lost all your points. I haven't paid out yet. Anatan with the win. Blink. Okay, what's going on at AV4? It's being really slow to load. Like, really slow. Full drunk driving. Wait, why is Moo messaging me? What? I can't even check my messages from Moo. Like, dude, Steam is being really weird. Give me a sec, guys. I might have to force crash Steam. It's being, like, super drunk. Okay, we good now? Well, apparently I have 5 messages from Moo, and now I apparently have no message from Moo. I'm gonna... Wait, maybe? No, I'm gonna force close Steam and just restart it. It's being really stupid. I don't know what happened there. Like, the bugged mod completely, like, crashed the game, and then it was crashing Steam. Huh? Yeah, like, I don't know why it's being slow as well. Like, memory, CPU, everything's low on use right now. Oh yeah, chill music while we wait for it to reload. Do more Minecraft villager sounds? Hmm? Hmm? Is that the default state? Hmm? Bro, what's going on with Steam? It's just being ultra stupid right now. Okay, it's running in the background, but it's not running. Like, kind sir, can you please? Okay, force close it again. Then open Steam. Can you do the German accent? Yeah, jawohl, of course. It's very easy to do a German accent, you know? You just got to put a little bit of thought into it. And decide where you want to be in the country. You can go through a few different places, but it's okay. Why? Why did you want a German accent? Like, KP says 20% of his audience is German. Let's insult them. Oh yeah, look at my little accent. I'm going to go really, quite kind of frilly-intillion and whatnot. French accent's the best. Oui, oui. Très bien. Bonjour. I'm the only caster. This is Chevalier Renfer. The correct way. Why is everyone so bad at it? It's just petit simple. I'm legit struggling to get Steam open right now. Like, no cap. It's just being a douchebag. Here, I'll show you. Have I got display cap? Like, bruh. Is running. It's not running. I've like clicked it like 5 times. I can force crash it. I'll do end task. But it doesn't work. It's like, it's gone there. So it doesn't exist anymore. What on earth? Am I missing a Steam here? Nope, Steam's been closed. Yeah, I have a lot of crap open in the background. I'll remember that later, maybe. Probably not. Okay, so... Yeah, I can't be asked to change my background either. I'm lazy. So, where's Steam? Maybe click the icon? Yep. What was that? It just black screened OBS. All right, we're in business. Oh my god, dude, that was taking forever. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Steam was just having a heart attack on repeat. No cap. Nice wallpaper. I just didn't bother to change my wallpaper when I made the new PC. So what I used to have was like... I can probably just find it by putting home free meme in. So what I used to have all the time was... Can I find it? It's like it's a wizard annoying everyone. Ah, yeah, here you go. So this is like what I used to always just have was this. Which is a banger for anyone who knows Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I mean, you kind of don't need to know Heroes of Might and Magic 3 to really get it as well. He's giving a telescope to a blind person. He's giving a necklace to someone without a neck. An orb of vulnerability to a dragon that's meant to be invulnerable. I like it. It's an effective meme. Maybe it's a boomer meme. Because, like, it's an old game. But it's a good meme. Alright, so, anyway, let me get the games open now. Sorry for that delay. Oh, yes. VES MSN. It's like two possibilities with Volta Esports. They've either got like, so they either are hemorrhaging money via either ambition, or they've got like good government funding and they can afford to pay the players well, or it's like a play to build a roster and then eventually bring in money so you can realistically pay them. 50-50. It could generally be either, because like the reality check guys is that there's not really anyone in Age of Empires 4 offering big money to sign players, really. You know, Liquid, I don't know how much they'll spend on Demi per month, but then the other one is Gentlemates. But like, those are rare exceptions. The majority is like, there's just no money. Oh my god, I griefed myself again. I done this. I pressed this button. This is because I forgot to download one map. It does this when you forget to download one map. Right. So. Let's force crash game. And remember, this time when we open game, we are going to download the mod. Wait, has Oblivion actually got a release date? Oh no, the reveal. Apparently there's a reveal tomorrow. Poogies? Alright, screw you guys. I'm becoming an Oblivion streamer. It's just inevitable. Okay. So, we're going to remember now to download the mod. We're not doing this to ourselves again. So the mod that we use basically... Wait, what is this? Dude, it's Cossacks! Yes. I see who made this as well. Well done, Hussein. That's cool. That's a cool idea. So if there's no military units nearby, you can capture anything. That's gonna be cool. Guns and Zombies I'm curious about as well. Might check that one out. But there is meant to be... Was it called EGC something? I can't remember. Nope. I find it. There we go. So yeah, this is what it done. So the Gilded Crossbowmen are fixed. Also, Shushi had issues with their 10,000 bolts. Yeah, 10,000 bolts was making them worse on attack speed, which is weird. Yeah, that was also like, yeah. When we done that free for all, the tower elephants were ridiculous because their crossbow attack speed was stupid as well. So that should fix all that problem, and also that should now allow us to load into game without getting blocked by a very long text wall of mod. So game 1. Let's go. Wasn't there a bug that made you take ownership of the neutral buildings you garrisoned in when AV4 first released? Maybe? I can't quite remember that one. It sounds somewhat familiar, though. So probably. Because I think people were able to capture... It does not make sense. But yeah, I think there was like a thing where you could capture someone's TC after they're eliminated, and you could play multiple civs. So it does sound familiar. Alright, let's get ready to go though. Ah, it's one of those. I mean, it's CSO, of course, it was going to be one of those. So CSO. And then we need to go for green. Boom. Teeny tiny CSO. Wait, why is the... Did I change font by accident? Yeah, it's meant to be Arial. Oops. I need to get a new preamp. Ugh. I might just start off getting a new, like, plug connector. Maybe we'll give it a clean. I don't know, like... I mean, a DBX should not be crapping out after a few years. It's pretty bad. Oh, it's that time. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. A fun one here. CSO up against MSN DK. One of the rising stars of the West versus one of the rising stars of the East. Ironically, flipping the location of civs. You've got the Chinese guy playing as, like, a Euro-esque civ, and then you've got the European playing as a Chinese civ. Who am I to judge? Roos versus Shushi to kick off the series, though. Pro Scouts nerfs as they are, was this not, like, maybe a nerf to Shushi in this particular matchup? The timing on getting the scouts back is a little bit more difficult, so you can play blocker with spear, Chuganu, horseman maybe. The other thought is like playing Chuganu isn't a bad idea because it leads into a counter to horse archers. So we'll see. It's always possible MSN's just going to mirror the pro scouts play. You have your own advantages, Shushi in particular. And also, potentially, could he fit that there? I don't know. I don't think you get that funnel berry batch. That might not be worth it. I'm looking for good meditation guns right now. Found a very strange interaction yesterday. Docks with naval aristocrats will attack in progress stone gates. Huh. That is weird. I feel like stone gates in the in process building method has always been a little bit funky. It's definitely a bit of a clunky system. Like, for example, if you have a wall that's about to be deleted by attacks, you can start building a gate there to essentially get an opportunity to refresh it, which is very peculiar. So Medigarden in the end is going to be 25 stone, 25 gold, 36 food, probably in the region of about 15 wood. So pretty respectable one. Roost, meanwhile, usually the way you want to play this, if you're going to go for pro scouts, you'll usually get 3 to 4 scouts quite rapidly, usually before you complete the tech up. CSO hasn't actually checked that marker yet, so are we getting aggro instead from Roost? They're going to add a Welsh sift to the game? Okay, I'll be totally real with you. I think you got, like, no offense to Welsh people, but they're probably the lowest priority on the United Kingdom map of civs to add to the game. Now, I'm guessing here, but I feel like I'm correct in saying there are more Scottish people than there are Welsh people in the world. Let's see. Scotland population, about 5.5 million. Welsh population, yeah, 3.1 million. And then Irish population is going to be 5.3. So, like, statistically, from people interested, the number's going to be lower. Also, thanks to games like Age of Empires 2, with campaign focused around the Scots, and also good old Mel Gibson, I think a lot more people will be interested in Scotland over Wales. Yeah, maybe in the long future, when we have many variant civs. I don't know, though. I wonder how much they want to lean variant civs. So something that was quite interesting, actually. And I kind of get a smile on my face now that I think about it. Because, like, I'm pretty sure I talked to Winston about this years ago. It's actually quite funny how often, like... we've talked about this before, where he's like, no, we were doing this before you even talked about it, but it's kind of funny you had the same idea. I talked about the idea that maybe variant civs would eventually be blobbed up and then folded into existence.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
And what is up, Vortex? Blobbing up and folding in the streams. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Thank you, Vortex. Shout out to him. He's going to be playing his series later on today. We're checking in on the person that, if he wins, he'd meet up against in the quarterfinals here. But yeah, so something I remember talking to Winston Waffles about, maybe another dev or two, I thought it would be cool if eventually, because the variants could overcomplicate the game, like it's quite hard to get new people in the game if you have 40, 50 civs. If eventually what they've done is they then had a cleaning it up type moment where they took all of the variant civs and folded them into standard civs. So let's say you've got like Jean, Burgundy, Brittany. You eventually say, okay, we're going to bring them all back into French, and you choose to become them with certain choices throughout the game. Now, the Commonwealth thing is that whole thing, and how that would be conceptualized is what Knights Templar does. So, like, I wonder if they'd ever do that to re-simplify the game. Because there is a concern that, like with Age of Empires 2, there's an argument that Age of Empires 2 has reached its peak of people that could get into it. Because for any new player coming in, there's just, like, from a Civ perspective, so much that can overwhelm you already. Good denial here, by the way. MSN playing aggro to de-escalate the roost timing on Pro Scouts. He already pulled 1D stat back, so it's not the end of the world if he gets harassed out here. It's just going to be a divide between the two. Now, the good thing for MSN is he should get a lot quicker of a tech timing here. Just because Shushi with the increased gathering rates, with the supervision, and Meditation Garden, and then finally, they do get it cheaper. Can CSO actually fight fast enough here to potentially block castle. Seems unlikely. I just love the fact that MSN is just raw using scouts to protect. He's not over-investing in the age. What a cool approach. By the way, what biome are we playing on? This is kind of different. The snowy area? Is this... This isn't European temperate. Is it... There wasn't one called Altai, was there? Oh, this is the Chalk Downs one. I've been seeing quite a bit of this at the moment. Chalk Downs, folks, has some really weird implications on certain maps, such as Gorge. I noticed on Gorge in particular, it tends to push the small cliffs to the side of the sacred sites closer to the center. And the tree lines become a bit more connected. It's a very different style of Gorge you end up getting. Okay, so it looks like we are just going to have them locking into the age up now. Honestly, I don't think CSO got much value out of adding these units. The Archer and Spears. Maybe his paranoia was that he'd get blocked on his own deer as well. I mean, ironically, that is already happening. Please just take them one by one. Ever since, like, came here for the deer, we'll happily leave with the sheep. And Shalom Monastery is on the way. A lot of races that will probably never happen because they have no long help. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you mean for the fold-in? I mean, it doesn't have to be every civ that gets that. Like, Netherlands is its own thing. What's up, Camroff? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Like, Netherlands could easily be its own unique civ. You don't need to make you don't need to make them, like, a part of the Swamp people structure to make Netherlands. But there's definitely countries that will get more hybrids variants that could just fold into each other eventually. High Trade House coming in though. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing more civs given the approach to the design that like the Templar Knights have. I have this situation where, you know, you become a different state. Like I think actually Italy would be perfect for exactly what they've done with Knights Templar. You're Italy and you become the city-states. So choose if you want to be Genoa, or do you want to be Venice, or do you want to be Florence, Milan, so on and so forth. Okay, so High Trade House coming in. That is going to be an insane one, by the way. Oh. Okay. You have my attention, sir. CSO is cooking. That has to get your numbers in. That has to be like, what? Probably... He's about to crack tier 2 by the time we'd see it, the real number. So probably like 1.8. No, more than 1.89. I think that's like 210 maybe. That's crazy. What a good Medigun. What a good Medigun? What a good High Trade House, rather. Shalom Monks are on the way, so MSN should be able to get the majority of relics with this type of timing. Roost likely going to be going the Horse Archers. Can play good blocker, but obviously Body of Iron offsets a lot of that initial pressure. And we do already have Lancers on the way, so that actually might force CSO's hand to play more defensive here. wait, was that the first deer? Is a High Trade House so good you just gotta share? And look at that, 124 gold. Wait, isn't that the first ticket? That's the first ticket, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, I think it is. He's gonna need it if he starts losing villages like this. Remember, he walked out here without wheelbarrow, by the way. We'll get confirmation in a sec, but I'm pretty sure this is a... Yep, 248 gold High Trade House. Truly a trade house so good, you just gotta share. And the cool thing is, like, because of the fact that CSO decided to be this greedy, he now has to play extra careful to defend it. So MSN should get a very clean opening to just rush all relics. Bar maybe one here? Yeah, he's still limping around. Spain with Castile, Leon, Aragon, Navarra? Yeah, exactly. Because technically you could have like an Abbasid type Civ that would have a rework of that, where you could just have, you know, Tunisian, whatever else in there, maybe. But there's loads of potential for this type of thing in different areas of the world. Zen is eventually gonna Oh, he gets the spear. Okay, that's actually big. You can't even rush him in now. Nicely played. MSN. Another relic on the way home. See, I was going to say, like, you could even imagine a world in which Age of Empires 4 gets the Free Kingdoms. I don't know if you guys have been tracking that, but AO2 just got the Free Kingdoms DLC, which adds in Wushu and Wei. Now, I'm a bit biased to that because I actually love Free Kingdoms because I'm a big Dynasty Warriors fan, but I wouldn't mind having that in AoE4. And I kind of say that, I say that as someone who actually like does not like the Chinese Civ. I think Chuganu and Nesta Bees is like very, very polarizing units for obvious reasons. Okay, so CSO, this macro, there's no way he's rushing Imperial. I think he's just not sure what to build yet. He needs more information. He's spamming into Knights. He's gathering stone. Dare I say 2 TC? Yeah, there you go. He buys for it. So second town center would make a lot of sense over near the high trade house, just to secure the area. Instead, he builds it embedded in the tree line. Okay, so very, very safe. Free Kingdoms is too early in history? Yeah, but also screw it. Who cares? Like, okay, so to the argument, so here's the thing, guys. To the argument of too early in history, isn't Knights Templar too early in history? Food for thought. Because, like, for example, the Delhi Sultanate, like, has overlap, but obviously went a lot deeper, like 15th century, for example. And then you've got... I guess you can be okay with Lancaster, but Lancaster's, I think, compared to some civs, leaning on the earliest period as well, if I'm not mistaken. Because Mongol Empire was 13th, 14th century. Knights Templar was the full, like, the technical disbandment was it 13th century? Yeah, 1312. Which is why, by the way, they don't have gunpowder yet. Overall, by the way, this is looking really good for MSN. I don't know, CSO just looks headlocked at this stage. Even marches the army in slow with the crossbows. Lancers definitely want to be peeled to chase. It's taking so long with this, the Knights are actually reacting. How do you feel about the new points of interest on this map? I like it. I think the outposts are actually fantastic for this map and necessary. There's an argument to be had that you maybe should have like one here, one here, one here, one here, instead of on the sacred sites. But I think from a spawn code perspective, what they've done here is safer. I'd just instead say maybe these outposts should have more vision. I don't know. I prefer an ability to activate that temporarily gives more vision. Lance for Knights. Voice Fortune's there. This is not a good fight for MSN. Wait, actually, he has got Dudley horses. But the numbers don't feel formidable. Really? Oh my god. Did I get baited? How many are crossbows? None? None are crossbows. Are you kidding me? I can't believe that. Dudley horse is actually kicking CSO in the face. With defender's advantage as well. Leslie's got Knights hitting the backside. I think this is the only risk to MSN right now. Like, straight up sending it into his opponent, he should be advantaged. But obviously you need to be careful on the flanks. We have got 2 TC from Shushi as well, so we'll not be falling behind on ability count. Damn, that got me thinking. You know what I'd actually take another one of? Dynasty Warriors Tactics. That game was a banger. Because we were talking about Free Kingdoms. It's also not cheap, if I remember correctly. I thought about buying it recently for PS2, but I think it's like, it costs you 60 or 80 quid. Let's see, shopping, Dynasty Tactics 2. Oh, yo, no, it's cheap. I think 1 was expensive, though. No, the prices are coming. Okay, I'm buying Dynasty Tactics. Hell yeah. There was a point where those games were so expensive. That is usually the way Chinese games go. Just because obviously they sell very limited over here. Oh, get a kill. MSN does have a timer ticking. CSO should be safe in his base now with mangoes, but I don't know how he's getting out of the map on his base. he has got farms coming in. That's something that MSN has not mirrored yet. So there is an argument that you can meat blob more as Rusia. No walling either. Like, that's the difference between the two, is MSN's now trying to secure flank so you can go all in, while CSO is still kind of exposed. I just can't stop looking at the 250 gold he's generating per minute from his landmark. It's kind of ridiculous. Kind of crazy just how big the difference is between Dali Horses and Boys 42. 62 HP left over. Yeah, and by the way, to make it kind of even more crazy for that trade you just saw, the Rus have the melee attack off. He went for +1, which is someone that MSN did not use. So yeah, Dali Horse is actually good. The funny thing, guys, is usually Dali Horses doesn't look good, and the reason is most fights aren't linear. They're not static, rather. Like what's happening here. Time and time again, MSN's getting maximum value because CSO's just not moving. If he moves, attack speed difference doesn't really matter as much because you attack and then instead of just attacking again, there's like a wind down to the point that like the difference in attack speed is irrelevant. That's not what we're seeing. Oh, Nesta B's. Oh. Why are we Nesta B? So MSN doesn't know what he's up against, but understandably, when he's got this many lances, his assumption is that there's probably crossbows. In fairness, building mass Nesta Bs isn't bad against mangoes, which he did see it already. Because mass Nesta Bs can just wipe out mangoes. The reason why Nesta Bs are really good against mangoes in large fights as well is you can't pull villagers to repair because of the flurry of shots. You always get hit. So I kind of see what MSN is thinking here. Also, not too bad at sieging into farms. When your opponent's clustered like this, that spread damage could be good. It's another reason why, for example, Mansion Geeks feels so good. And he's riding blind. Oh my. MSN Cardinal Sin here on Highview did not bring a scout. Yeah, I think does he have a scout over here? No, he has like, 0 vision with his army, which is kind of crazy. Okay, yeah, Ford Outpost is giving some eyeballs on. But wrapping with the crossbows blind, a bit of a shocker there. I don't know, CSO's kind of just skimping by here, holding on. We've got knights now marching around the back. Oh no, MSN, does he realize? There's one knight here. There's also, weirdly enough, a villager in the corner. That belongs to green, by the way. Wait, what is he doing in this corner? And oh my god! MSN is losing the entire eco lead because of this. Finally, there's a reaction, but there's a fortress. I don't understand what the hell. Like, there's gold for a while. So this is a long con by CSO, but this is the safety net for MSN. He hasn't got a Northside gold. What the hell? CSO's cooking, man. This is crazy. MSN's main army just hasn't really made any real progress into the base. Militarily, they're a mile ahead. He needs to start flexing it, though. I'm worried. I'm looking at the knight count. Against mangoes, this is not enough. How does he snipe the siege? How does he not just die to the siege? Splat goes 8. Knight in again. What? This one guy! Game of Field promotion! Field Marshal Wilhelm over here is just doing it all. Crown him king of the Rus Empire. That one guy's winning the game. Nesta B shots are not going to be good enough and not clocked out, so they can be targeted. Knights have to back away, though. Second Mango Flurry, another good hit in there. Villagers come in for the clutch repair between the knob shots. A staggered approach to shooting would probably be a little bit better, but this is just enough. That's all he needs. MSN down to just crossbowman. The knight on the back. He truly is the king of the land here. He's massacred these farms. The gold as well. This single knight deserves a funeral, a countrywide funeral. One that we give to the queen here in England. He's a national hero. A pride of the empire. Oh my god. No doubt about it. CSO is a mile ahead after that. He's got all the passive gold gen from hunting cabins, high trade house, all of it. Relics, fairly split. I am flummoxed right now by what just happened in this game. One night to turn a game. And to make matters worse, when have you ever seen Sushi massing mills instead of granaries and felt good about it? This is a huge issue. CSO's a monster. Of the highest order. No one 5 minutes ago would have had CSO pegged to win this game. What now? Crossbow's at least going to move in to block the keep, but I mean, with the mangoes, and you've only got double nested bees, who cares? You can't stay here. Get a cab and go home. So keep drop into an 8k gold secure. If CSO wants, Imperial seems very feasible from here. Remember, he's already sorted farms at a decent pacing. He's already got 20 farms. And obviously has all the deer in the high trade house. He's cozy. Damn. It's not often mangoes feel that impactful in Castle Age, but situationally, you see the viability here. I think MSN got a bit too crossbow brained. It's crazy as well, because like I think if MSN had kept scaling knights, he would have been GG and CSO out by now. But it's a food issue, right? Like we can see he was running out of food. The fact he didn't even have time for the granaries tells you everything you need to. He couldn't afford lances anymore. Once more into the breach. Always unseen until the last moment here. MSN, any losses are just unacceptable at this stage with the way things are going. To make matters worse, your opponent just has full territorial control of the big veins. And he is going into Imperial. High armory on the way. I don't know. MSN, like, switching horsemen here is a gradual play. You've only just set up the farms. And by the way, you've only just set them up, and every time they are taking coffee breaks left, right, and center. Yeah, there's definitely a British colony. Because it feels like they're taking a tea break every 15 seconds. Double Sacred Site locked in now. Honestly, MSN, the moment he hears the tech up, he just needs to go. So one punter only. And yeah, High Trade House is now 277 gold a minute. And another castle drop. So even if MSN somehow doesn't feel that the game is over when Imperial hits, it's going to feel over when he runs out of gold. I mean, he stopped gathering gold is the weirder part. Oh my god, he was going for a keep drop. Look at the stone. He's going to be rocking this one blind, folks. He's going to try to set up the outpost. Okay, no. The timing on this is cruel. Knight's pushing him in. Villagers haven't been pulled just yet, but... Surprise! Oh no! Okay, check south side. This is it. He's going to discover the keep. Well, he already knows about the keep of the south side, right? This is brutal. There's just nowhere he can go. He's going to march in. But this horseman count isn't exactly high enough that you feel confident about keep drops. Keep dives, rather. And he builds it just in the center. Okay, so in fairness, this stops your opponent just rushing your base. In theory. In practice, not so much. Knock, knock. Okay, so the villagers will eventually fail. The goal is to last long enough on this wall that he gets the rest of them up. And it looks like they'll fulfill that requirement, that obligation. So crossbows with the backstab now. That's going to stop the raid. So well played. MSN does get a stay of execution here. Does look expensive. But at this point, you can't be stingy. Instead now he's going to wrap in. Not as impactful as the knights, of course. And they do get bogged down on the horsemen. I'd like to see Vikings or Korean civilization AoE 2 in the future. I don't know. Wait, I thought... Am I imagining? I thought Korea was... Yep. Was Vikings as well? Yep. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure they're both in AoE 2. You mean AoE 4? Probably Koreans would be more interesting. You already have a sprinkling of Vikings via the Vrindli. Want Kema? Kema would be really cool. I wouldn't mind Bengalis as well. There's a lot of cool Indian civs that come to mind. So MSN is massing the trebs. Problem is, have we got adjustable crossbars on the way yet? No. Okay. So, but he's stockpiling. I think this actually might be adjustable crossbars soon. It's got 1,600 gold. Bombard's also pretty solid here, just sniping out the SPDs. Or you could just send in the horseman. Oh, MSN. He wasn't looking. And Biology just kicked in as well, so these guys are insanely tanky. Meanwhile, secondary group goes towards those farms again. Reminder that MSN is still an age behind. Yeah. Last time he had sufficient reaction to shut this down quickly. This time with how tanky these horsemen are, they can stay here for a very long time. Probably like a full minute. Maybe longer. Like, you're losing this fight. You might have better attack speed, but much worse health and worse base damage. Center bombards, able to take out the castle. Horseman just there to body block. This is the advantage of being just an age up, voice fortitude plus biology. You don't really need to worry about the counter system as long as you can just get horsemen to protect siege. Then it just becomes a game of blobbing. And Mr. Blobby seems to have gotten the big win here. Nestabes are going to try to march up, but against bombers, GLHF. Also on top of that, like, there's just no army anymore. This is game. Damn. What a ton around there. From a high trade house that felt like it needed to be shared to a game that could only belong to CSO. Really impressive game number one. Okay, so mark it up on the board. Game number one for CSO. So that was Roos versus Shushi. Next up, where are they taking us? So we are going to be seeing... Am I blind? Dry Arabia. 8-tree Byzantines. I think pretty good for 8-tree. Is buffed in some ways, nerfed in others in this matchup. Dry Arabia as well. Swedish Empire could fit if not Vikings. Sure, like, Sweden makes a bit more sense. Maybe even just do all-encompassing Scandinavia. Like, actually, for the time period, the Danes would probably make more sense than Sweden. Sweden really started to mass as a powerhouse in, like, was it 16th, 17th century? So people were kind of complaining about, like, the time frame of the game. Like, you'd actually be looking at the Danes and the Kalmar Union. Right, let's get ready to go, though. Oh, thank God. They spawned the same... Wait, not thank God. They spawned the same side, but, like... Why is he yellow now? He's one of these people. Wait, Byzantine's yellow? Byzantine's yellow instead of purple. That's sinful. One and all, I cannot believe this. This man changed his colors. He was just green playing as Rus. I guess he was trying to camouflage in high view. For some reason, now we're into yellow, but MSN is into the true yellow. HRE. Powerful pick here. And already going for a powerful opening. Is this going to be an outpost rush? It is. Smart move. Byzantine's allergic to this play. For multiple details, usually the system change means you don't necessarily have the actual defense available everywhere as quickly. But also, it's a reason why Mongols are good against this civ as well. The berry play. There's something outpostable that your opponent wants so late into the game that it feels all but undeniable that it will get blocked. What's up, Tej Top? I appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. I'm liking this. We're seeing the subs roll in. Keep them coming, guys. Let's see if we can set a new record this month. And yeah, very reasonable. Love that. MSN knows the exact distance, so you don't want to reveal this play, because if you do, and your opponent has too many villagers on the food, he can use Acto defense and rush you to block you. So we're now going to arrive at the back. Now, that should make CSO suspicious about what's happened here. Does almost lose the spearman, but as long as he's at least got 1 HP, he will become a efficient piece of firepower inside the outpost. And 4's usually good enough, by the way. Makes it very difficult to justify a pull to burn it down. And this is smart. The reason why you want to harass the mining camp here, partially because you don't really have much else to do, but the other logic behind it is if your opponent comes out to repair the mining camp, you know he's going to be greedy. Because why would you care about the mining camp? Why would you waste wood repairing it if you're not going to use it? CSO has to know, surely. Interesting thought, by the way. This is one area where I think Byzantines did get amply nerfed. This is crazy, by the way. 4 on stone is not something you see often. Usually it's 2 at the start of the game. So I think the way this happened is he didn't open on stone. He opened just on gold and switched over. No. He was gathering because he didn't have enough of the initial system. So he was 1 on stone and then went up to 4? Is this 2 TC? Very, very different, actually, if so. But the interesting thing I was going to say, though, is with the way you have to play onto the stone outcropping now, early on for system building with Byzantines, you're probably more vulnerable to outpost rushes now than Byzantines have historically ever been. For a start, because you put villagers on stone early, that means a slower tech timing into Grand Winery, meaning more likely there's going to be an outpost on the berries when you do it. But the other thing is there's just so many things you could outpost rush here. You could block stone. You could block the berries. You could block the gold. Lots of value points. More value points than you get against most civs in Age of Empires 4. This was greedy. What? CSO. An ambitious idea, but MSN fully switched on. It's the outpost vision. I don't think CSO... Does he realize he's seen here? No, I really don't think he did, because if you suspect an outpost of being here, you know there's going to be vision on that play. That's crazy. Meanwhile, mining camp definitely going down. MSN on his way with the age up. Really not that far behind the Biz here. And I believe that is just in range to be painful. Yeah, luckily it's not 5 in the tower, otherwise you might lose one villager. MSN with Arkan coming behind this. Is there a world in which we do anything but arrow slits? Probably not. Because like in this matchup, H3 plays aggro very, very well. Your opponent's trying to claw together a small eco buff while you've just buffed by 40% for most of your opponents. Now, keep in mind the Arkan does get less value on the sheep because he's played a very long Dark Age. Normally you tech up, you've got like 8 or 9 sheep that you just eat through. Not the case here. Oh my god, if at first you don't succeed, huh? Oh, the... Why is MSN that deep? I mean, it's understandable. He's kind of like got eyeballs on the berries. But if he just looked a tiny bit... You've got to be kidding me. He sees it now. I Okay, the question now is, can he actually do anything about it? The archers are out, so realistically, yellow should be safe. This is such a weird game. Byzantines going Grand Winery, only to then have to play forward berries, and then to play back berries, and you're just getting blocked time and time again. It's just kind of wild. And MSN, I think he's fast castling. So he pulls villagers out onto the deer. He hasn't added in any extra units. This is an FC. And for good reason. He's seeing that yellow's struggling. He's floundering like a fish at this stage. He hasn't even got wheelbarrow. He has to run back and forth on his base. I mean, the mercenary timing is going to be non-existent. How do you ever get mercs out quick enough to do anything? Sick opening from MSN. So I think there's like layers to this, and that you could argue that the new Byzantines are nerfed slightly in this matchup, but also it has to be highlighted that CSO's plays were maybe suboptimal. The way he played against this anyway. Because like he didn't even scout for the output, and then he ran very egregiously out into this forward berry. So he gave a lot more value than maybe MSN should have got. But I think even those details aside, like this matchup, I think is better for HRE than it was before. Because your opponent's initial timing got nerfed, and also HRE don't really play into pro scouts as frequently now. I don't think they need to anymore. So I think that mutual detail helped HRE on their opening timings more. What a cool game. Yo, what's up, boy? Appreciate the resub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. You know what? I love seeing that giant pigeon bully that old man. We should see more of that on the channel. If you're not looking at the screen, that was very confusing. But that's why you subscribe. So, I guess CSO is just going to mirror. Fast castle, but yours is never going to be as quick as HRE did. Regnet's already on the way. Honestly, it might be worth building a second prelate out of the TC. Just so you can actually rush the deepest relics here. And he knows. Yeah, this many people on gold, there's only one thing and one thing only that's happening. MSN about to get smashed here. Those are bold words. Why would you think he's about to get smashed? He looks great. His opponent's teching up with 0 mercenaries. He has to go Sippy Cup, surely. Against HRE Spears? I mean, they haven't been vetted. I haven't been hardened, rather. Archers are going to raid around the back, but he realizes the goose is cooked here. He checked the gold, he saw the vein. He'll leave someone here just to make sure there's no night spam coming. But there's already enough of the first one for MSN. Wolves as well. Big investment. So yellow, he actually doesn't go for Sippy Cups, this Golden Horn Tower. Okay, so there's like no pressure onto the map then. MSN's just going to get 2 relics for free. Marching out with 1 now. He actually stays garrisoned in the Archon. Which is a bit rough because of the gold being harassed. Yeah, he actually walks out just to gather enough for another prelate. There is a knight. Yeah, he's on his way now. So he'll be able to secure the gold. It's crazy how different this game would be right now if CSO had left 4 archers on that. But he pulled them for the patrol and the relics. The problem now is with a knight, I don't think his archers can actually protect the relics. It's a bit of a gamble. Yep, that Grand Winery. Just look how valuable it was this game. And he actually does the Keshiks. Rogan? Okay, so let's talk about why Keshiks. The reason why he wants to do Keshiks here isn't because Keshiks are great. It's because he needs something to block relics. And cataphracts are way too expensive. Horsemen are way too slow. Not in terms of move speed, but kill power. So this is solely about stopping Regnets from paying. But you've just hit yourself really hard in the nuts with this play. Gulums, Keshiks, both these things get countered by crossbows. Also, your opponent can easily build in the spears to mirror Keshiks. And if we ever talk about men-at-arms versus Gulums, we kind of laugh because heavy maces disintegrate Gulums. This is a bit worrisome. Got Archer and Archer here. Looks like the Prelate has been cleared, given all thumbs up to go for it. And we're going to be seeing deeper moves here. But the Monk on this side, yeah, looks like CSO will at least be able to block one relic. But MSN does not see the oh god. And the other one's on the east side where they're contesting. How has CSO done this? Wait, no, CSO, don't be greedy. No. Okay, so it turns out not seeing the relic, but your opponent seeing the relic is a good thing. What? That's kind of crazy. He is running over to the spearman intentionally. And oh my god, I don't think CSO meant to do it. Wallo, MSN? About as live as MSN the service right now. We'll pull away now the spears. Can come back in afterwards. And it looks like the crossbows protect. I am a bit shocked. I felt like MSN was easily cruising towards a free relic game. We'll always keep this one up for contest, but I'm always a bit worried when I see H3 players do this. Like, if your real goal is to fast castle and rush relics, you need to make sure you've scouted the entire map, or at least until you see 5 relics. But he completely missed one over here. And that's bad, guys, because this relic could be either here, it could be here, it could easily be here. He doesn't know. So there's a gamble of going for these locations with a prelate. Oh, the boys aren't going to square up. Dale's like, I'll take a nibble. Banking on fast imp for Ellie's? Please see yourself out. I mean, once again, do you really want to be building tower elephants against spearmen? H3 spearmen? Because if you're playing on ladder, sure. But remember, guys, we have got a tuning pack to fix the attack speed of crossbow elephants. So they actually don't Gatling gun people down. Weird that so many top players don't scout the full map. It's just something you kind of forget. You feel like you've seen everything you need to. And that's usually forgivable, but if you're playing a Civ where your win condition is relics, that's where it gets a bit weird. In fairness, there was a lot that MSN was trying to scout. Like, remember, he was waiting to see if the berries would gather back here, saw the gold, etc. So, like, I can kind of forgive it to a certain degree, but it should have eventually got checked on. Because now he has to kind of punt and guess. Unfortunately, by the time he would, it's going to be too little too late. Third relic, picked up on the way home. Eventually, we will see poor CSO reduced down to Aqueduct level 3. Assistant level 3. Oh no, okay, we're not going to kill the Aqueduct. We just wanted to put it down from 600 HP to 500. Balance. Because I'm pretty sure they used to be 500, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, we've got Flimsy Knights versus Good Knights. Decoy Gullims as well. Wait, is there a difference in blacksmith text here? There is. No undermesh for CSO. Wait, he has got 0 text this game. What? No wheelbarrow. Fertilization, nothing. At 15 minutes in. And range 2 is on the way for MSN. This is big. This is actually huge. Archers can carry this engagement. Horseman now arriving as well. He's going to pay attention to the crossbows. And he dives to the back with the archers. CSO fully overextended now, and he knows there's no getting away from this. The marching drill's difference guarantees that. So boys are going to get wiped. Even getting 2 for the price of 1. An insanely good fight for MSN, and a great position now to barrow from. I'm really hoping he's not thinking of just greeting, because he actually has a perfect position to attack from. His opponent just went 2 TC, lost an entire army. He doesn't have massive Olive Groves either. It's only 3. Berries in the corner ran out. Berries in the fort are not really that safe. Good lad, MSN. Perhaps to go deeper. Alright, let's kill the Grand Winery, get the relics, and go home. He actually is going 2 TC. Okay, so why is MSN doing 2 TC? I don't know if he actually scouted the other TC. It's more possible this is just because he just took a big win. And usually after you take a win like that, you could double down, but I think you can like half double down and still be fine. So, you know, if you're not going to put all your economy into a full push, you want to get something for it. That can either be a tech or it can be a TC. And a tech is pretty greedy. Remember, they did nerf the tech up on passive Schwabia. Barely get any discount anymore, right? So, I think it was 15% reduced down to 10%. It's like overall, it's just a lot safer to play 2 TC. That's the farm. Oh my god, that's... Wait, what? Okay, I kind of respect the fact that he's just playing the map to the maximum, just tapping all the limited resources. But it is kind of crazy that we only have 5 farms here. That's quickly going to be fixed, though. Plenty more where that came from. Honestly, feel like a ram play from MSM would be kind of sick here. Just to knock at the aqueducts, because you could disable 2 aqueducts. Like, you hit the aqueduct here, you disable double system. Meanwhile, we do have a keep drop, plus deer being shoved in quite neatly. Not sure if that was intentional. Mainly for the 4k gold, but... I know usually Byzantines don't like to go on deer. Honestly, while you're transitioning olive groves, though, it might be worth it. You have to also remember that the Keshik Gulums aren't that valuable. So, what does CSO need to win? The gold secure is pretty big. You don't usually want to go Varangian against HRE unless you have an advantage, because they'll vomit out heavy maces and mirror you. I think Varangian are kind of okay once you get into things like the blacksmith decks to upgrade them further. So this one here, teardrop shield, is pretty important. The attack speed is like kind of a game changer to a certain degree. You still feel that you kind of lose, but you usually feel you have like a better pump in the hyper late game. The other thing you can get into is the berserking like buff later that makes you decent against HRE. But like at this point, usually my feeling is like equal number men at arms, equal number Varangian. Gonna feel better about men at arms. And yeah, the prelate count is because he did go for Inspired Warriors tech, so he's gonna get that 15% damage buffer. Interesting to see actually. Not something you often see HRE do, but kind of smart against Gulums, guys. Gulums do double strike, so getting +1 melee armor is actually a big deal there. You're mitigating double damage. Extra damage. Veterancy just came in on archers. MSN also, like, if you dive with those prelates, they can just keep on healing you. The alternative is you keep them here so that your reinforcing wave always gets buffed. But here we go. It's into the base he goes. Mango emplacement is going to be on the way, but it's a good 20 seconds out. He could easily just run past by then. I think that's exactly what the intent is going to be here. Maybe? Just have to kill a bit. We'll hunt deeper. Gulums pretty much just marching out to their death. Okay, we're just begging to get mangoed here, MSN. Let's move this show on. Come on, a little bit deeper. What? At this point, CSO throws in the Kashyyyks just to keep him here. But who would win? 6 prelates or a mango tower? I actually think the prelates might be winning. And he's into the back. I mean, this game looks over. MSN could even just start prepping for Imperial Age off the back of this, I think. The rush of villagers to try and get that outpost up. Handful of archers. No textiles. CSO now only going for that. Still trickling troops to their death, and a villager lead now starting to rear its ugly head here in favor of MSN. Yeah, only thing he's got to worry about is a wolf on the back. I don't really think there's much of a way out here for CSO right now. Mango towers are a big deal, don't get me wrong, but MSN has the counter. Double ram being built now. At this point, I don't think you even need to dive the economy. At this stage, that was a good enough raid that if you just hit the main base and slowly work your way through, you should be fine. Hey, what's up, pulling around? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the resub, and welcome back to the Swarm. Is this a keep drop from CSO? Maybe front of base? Awkward timing with Rams being killed. Horseman. We'll get the outpost up quick enough. Keep most of the villagers alive. I mean, MSN could actually just switch back to knights here. It'd be pretty good for his comp. The crossbows are just going to be the real carry push. If CSO can get 5 mango emplacements around this area, I think he's fine. Mathematically, he can actually afford that. It's not the worst of ideas. It's actually quite toxic but effective. Because Rams actually kind of struggle against mango towers. A fortified mango tower can actually beat you back quite well. Could you imagine if MSN actually loses this game from here? I mean, I'd be on full tilt. MSN hasn't secured the other sacred site, so he's not giving himself a clock to pressure onto his opponent right now. Here we go. Like, this is what I was talking about a ram kind of has to fear a mango tower. Like, your damage is actually decent against them. A normal emplacement would be doing 1 damage right now. This thing, doink, yeah, just 27 damage per shot. And the other mango tower reaches. Oh, God. What a unit. Oh, we do have Siege Workshop. Okay, so yeah, MSN's ready to end the game. This, we already said it's kind of over. CSO just needs that one convincing little nudge to tell him it's time to leave. And I think that is just around the corner. Mangoes are strong? Yeah, but only the ones that can stand still, remember. The true menace. So, what could CSO have done different in this game? I think that this is a retrospective point, because this is pretty much over. Scouting? I think like that's the big thing. It's really like you get kind of maybe more adjustment opportunities if you realize that there's an outpost rush coming. He lost so much time in the early game when he walked out here to the berries and then ran away again, and then walked out to the north. Think about the implications. Like it's double the time it should have taken you to get to those berries. Really hurt him. And those details matter that early on. Like, it kind of screws your castle timing. He's done pretty good to actually recover for reasonable CA timing. I think being so late to get the mercenaries online, though, forced his hand into a bad merc contract. I'm just never that crazy about catching programs. I mean, statistically, looking at how little they get picked, I'm not alone in that feeling either. There was also that interesting part where he ran 4 onto stone and then ran them away. Like, small details like this, it's not me, like, nitpicking or judging CSO deeply, it's just areas for refinement. Because that early on in the game, if we're just running villages around like that, rule barrels, that's a lot of extra idle time versus just getting the balance of early villages correct. And he done that at a stage in the game where 4 villages is like, what, 20% of his economy almost? MSN's got the trebs now. I mean, this should just be a slow siege him to death. I might just hit the fast foot a bit. Like, it just feels like MSN is playing with his food at this stage. I would like the trebuchets to start attacking. There we go. They took a while. Yeah, I do feel bad for trebuchets with Inspired Warriors tech not working on their bonus damage, but probably for balanced reasons. I think for mangoes that'd be pretty busted. Springles as well. Big clash. CSO, this is the fight you were fishing for, mate. You might as well nibble. Inspired Warriors buffing there. The Horsemen just go to the back. Just a handful of Limitani left to keep them away, but yeah, this is an emphatic victory moment. Prelate heals, the Inspired Warrior buff. Landmarks now getting targeted down. CSO is going to have to try and claw out that victory in game number 3. MSN, we kind of expected this, guys. If you didn't catch him last week, his series against Vortex, bloody impressive. I think that's actually up on YouTube, or soon to be. Had an incredible opening game against the Spaniard. So no surprise that he's going to force CSO all the way to a deciding game. Nah, CSO doesn't like surrendering, huh? Alright, this is why you built the prelates, guys. Go, go, go! Guys, come on. Like, it's free relics. All 3 of them. Go. I'm upset. Like, you've buffed all the army. You have no job now. Go get a new job. I mean, better overkill than underkill. Fade. It's double mango. MSN split reasonable with the range force. Is this the one that just convinces him it's over? It kind of feels like it. He's been blobbing archers and the back tree line has all but dead. Doesn't have anything left to gather there, so he's gathering front line. Mangoes are still live, but you've got counter mango play now. And also, you're kind of lacking anything. Oh look, just as soon as you think you're winning, prelates. Gotta give it to him. This is actually like the best Inspired Warriors HRE game I've seen in some time. We see a lot of Inspired Warriors for Lord of the Dragon. It's just not really a frequent occurrence in HRE because it's very popular. You have to use a lot of population to get a similar buff. There we go. Horseman arrived at a pristine moment there. Limitar cleared out. And if he refuses to GG, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do this. I kind of get him putting that Valiant last stand together, but now he's tapped the entire corner dry. Trebs will be able to just move in. And there's the yoink I was waiting for. 3 relics on their way home. Why is CSO going Imperial? Why? Why is he going Imperial? What is waiting for you there? I guess he's going to try to remaster Limitane with Palatine School. With what buildings? This game's bordering the point where I actually want to buy him a therapist appointment because this just feels rough. GG gets called. Nicely played by MSN. I think that guy's been playing too much Call of Duty with the Reznov scene. Never give up, never surrender, just playing in his head. Good lord. Palatine School will turn this around in the next game. Okay, so deciding game on Relic River. OTD versus IU. So, did I update everything correctly? Yes, that's the best feeling about a deciding game. The best feeling is the fact that you can't get it wrong. You just put the same score on each side and you're good to go. Is that a spawn win? Oh my god, it might be. Especially with this.
One and all, welcome back to the exciting game between MSN and CSO. Let me flip that around because I just realized I didn't flip and switch the UI. It is going to be on this side, not Myriad. CSO in the green because he keeps changing colors. In this matchup, maybe on a standard like ladder map, I can kind of see the plan with playing Hybrids. But, guys, this is risky. Yeah, I'm glad he's doing this. You need an outpost. The unfortunate reality check, though, is this already got scattered straight away, and the Spearman's heading over. He realizes as well he has to leave. Okay, so let's look at the positives. This could actually still be scrapable for MSN, because now the Spearman's going to waste a lot of time burning down a dock. It's a very long period. It could have been a lot worse for MSN, because what could have happened is this. This was my big worry when I looked at the minimap. Everything's forward spawn. Berries, gold. He's very vulnerable here. So, you know, if it had come down to there wasn't a dot play, there was actually a good rush point for these spearmen onto the gold. Which I would hate because usually most games are trying to tech ahead of you. Second spearman. I guess he really wants the dot. This is an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because realistically, if your opponent keeps adding in fishing boats, you're justified to keep adding in spearmen. Like for MSN, actually, maybe the best thing you do is just not add more fishing boats. Why is this spear wasting time on the boat? So it doesn't gather. At all. And then when your second spear arrives, like you can actually potentially get a very easy kill now. Because MSN's been clowning him. But now you just stay a spear on each side, and the boat will eventually die. You have to basically keep it idled at all times, and when that happens, obviously the auto-target goes. Wait, why are we pulling that? Oh, yeah, that's getting a bit funny. Third spear now. 6 on House of Wisdom. MSN is this advancement wing? This is advancement wing. Okay, I know. No, that's way too long. MSN. He loves this wing. When there was a Pro Scouts advancement wing build coming through, at the heart of it, MSN was one of the guilty parties for it, but this is way too slow. Look at the dock. It's already crumbling. So the goal usually with Culture Wing on feudal on water maps is you get your boat out. There's no boat time. It's impossible. He's trying to bait with the scout by the looks of it, but I think CSO knows. Hope makes mass crossbowmen. It wouldn't matter because we have a tuning pack so that the crossbowmen are correct and not broken. Jazz hands. Whoop whoop. Looks like it's going to be tick up now. Probably Arkin. Oh, no. He goes, okay, is he going to follow this up with Men-at-Arms? I feel like most people kind of drag themselves away from Minework. Minework really makes sense if you want to play aggro. Because the blacksmith timings. It's not even about Men-at-Arms per se. It's just like the upgrade point is so swift onto things like Bloomery, Steeled Arrow. And we did mention that MSN's got forward spawn resources, so he is quite exposed here. So tech up complete. Spearman already marching over. He hasn't built the outpost. And that is a Desert Raider build. Against Gilded Spears? That's a lot of arrows. The normal spearmen take quite a while to kill, but these guys are just eternal. The time it would take you to kill these guys, I think CSO could just pull a villager and drop an outpost. I mean, realistically, just add in archers instead. Gold gathering. That also, oh my god, that heavily limits his Desert Raider count. He can only queue up 3. And the next gold isn't exactly safe either. Something that CSO's aware of.
going to pull away. Probably aware of the Desert Raid timing. I mean, CSO historically played a lot of team games, so he knows this volatility around Desert Raiders, considering that this build pretty much began in team games. Yeah, you know how like when you play team games, it's very efficient to just spam one unit as a civ? Desert Raiders. What a civ. And that, folks, looks like an archer switch. Yep, we've got Steel Dara coming. Okay, so things aren't looking too bad now for MSN. He is already prepping the Horseman. Gotta be very careful around these Ghost Spearmen, though, because they hit like a truck. They basically free hit you when they're in the Dark Age, which is wild to say out loud. Wait, did he just cancel the Horseman? Oh, no. Does he think that this is fast castle? I think Desert Raider spam here would make sense if you thought your opponent was just going to tech ahead of you. But yeah, you see the Gilded Archers now. No way you can just spam Desert Raiders into this, surely. Try to poke him. Second Gilded Archer is going to arrive, though. The tricky part about this strategy from MSN is mathematically you can't outmass your opponent. You're spending 180 resources versus 160. He'll always be able to mirror the count, and one Gilded Archer should always beat one Desert Raider, without a doubt. It's 7 damage versus 7, but the attack speed difference is big. It's 1 versus the 1.25, and the extra tower range. So like, you have to keep in mind a Gilded Archer is going to hit you before you hit him, and he's going to hit faster. And I didn't even mention the other key detail, which is they actually have more health than you. Camel's faster and run around a lot? Yeah, but what are you running towards is the issue. That's the challenge. So, basically, you need to raid economy. Well played. Okay, so he does find a target over here. Was this meant to be a castle age? I can't think of any other reason why you still want gold. 200 gold should be enough for all your blacksmith decks. So it's either he wanted men at arms or wanted gold, but I don't really think you want men at arms against 5 milli armor. How the horseman come? Okay, so 10 Desert Raiders into horsemen. Is there a tech play now for MSN? The problem is, I think Dervish would have been perfect, but he already used advancement wing. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think advancement was worth it. Like, I wonder how MSN feels about this. Like, if he could go back and change one thing about this game, one thing about the series, would it have been that advancement wing choice? I mean, you don't always expect mass spearmen from Order of Dragon. It's a civ that gets a lot of value out of just one spear. So I think in his defense, he probably thought he was only going to get poke harassed by a single spearman. And then would be able to thread the needle in the archer timing. Wow, I am shocked. An IB player adding in blacksmith before 10 minutes. Sorry, I just got distracted and glanced away. I've got like someone arguing about the quality of a different channel's tournament from an arts perspective. But for some reason, they're not doing it in the actual tournament's Discord. They're doing it in mine, which I'm scratching my head about. I'll deal with that later. This is pretty scary if Order Dragon ever does tech now. Scale armor is a big deal. The Desert Raiders will do nothing. So the Horsemen are key here. It's all about the timing on MSN's bulk. I've seen him do this type of builds. Guys, this is how he got a huge one-up over Vortex last week. Flooding Horsemen. Not the Desert Raiders, just Horsemen. but hiding it. If he can hide that detail in all in, he could wipe. It is, however, scary. Just a handful of spears can ruin you entirely. Good news is so far, CSO hasn't actually upgraded them even to hardened. So it's actually missing out on a lot of extra firepower. That's about to change. Uh-oh. Right, it's going to be the tech play. So MSN is committed to this now. It's a full send. Desirees don't do a good job of diving in field age. Horseman, I've seen MSN do this with mixed results. He loves just bulking. That's expensive. Oh my god. Almost 3 Desert Raiders down. The last thing you can afford at this stage is any losses with this type of build. For the all-in, it requires minimal loss and succinct timing. Now, timing could still be good because you can see that CSO is not investing in more units. He's just full age focused. My worry right now is where the hell are the horsemen? They're so far away. Because MSN's trying to build to critical mass before he reveals, but this approach means your timing might just be simply too late. And yeah, especially if it's Burgrave. Great read by CSO. Regnitz would have him in trouble. Burgrave is going to give him time to blob Spearman. Wow. I kind of feel for him. Like, MSN has some really cool horseman timings. And I think this is the classic example of, like, if it works 40% of the time or 50% of the time, like, it's kind of good. If I can do this against, like, a Doom and beat, it's good. Yeah, but if it also feels like you're gambling to get the win, statistically, like, how likely is that to win you a tournament? I think it's just so hard to get mass horsemen for an all-in time. Because at the highest level, we've just seen it's very difficult to end the game in field. The best thing you can hope for from this type of play is to build an economical lead afterwards. Burgrave, well, it has been stopped. Now have to pull all the way back. Gets an Spearman out. Brace scares him away. Horseman going for the dive. Gilded are going to stand their ground and just target down the Desert Raiders. He needs to complete that Burgrave, though. Going to hide in the choke points, and this is just not enough. It just melted! You've got to be kidding me. Gilded Archers just shred everything! It's like there wasn't even any ponies to begin with. And back to the Burgrave we'll go. Back to the drawing board MSN will have to go to. This is over. CSO. No doubt about it. MSN has a second wave of horsemen. Maybe if they'd been there, but even then, these are longbows with giga attack speed. Good luck to any pony that dares cross them. I think I just need to, I need to find a way of modifying the files for Age of Empires 4 and adding a minigun whirring noise to Gilded Archers when they start attacking. Bloody hell. Okay. No glasses? Yeah, someone just redeemed it. Emeralds for food. Tuna pasta. Already cooked, I'm assuming. So I have it cold. That's worth a few subs, right, chat? I eat cold food every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Because my partner prioritizes our children eating their food on time over me eating it warm. You don't cook, no complaining allowed? Brother, we doing the streams to make the money. There is a level of complaining allowed. I have to learn to keep if you keep talking like that? Nah. It's a trade of duties. She looks after the 2 kids. And I look after, let me check the count, 493 kids. Actually, wait. 570 free kids. You're my kiddos now. It's more like a nursery teacher role, though. Oh, yeah, I guess that's kind of like what being a Twitch mod is, you know? Have to put them in tiny outs when they're naughty. Can I have nothing else at once? Nah. Like, whoa, you're gonna be like that. I'll just start ordering takeaway for one. I got moved to. Domino's will be my chef. Oh, do you guys remember a time when fast food was actually reasonably priced? I miss those days. It's crazy it's crazy to think that in terms of value for quantity of food, Domino's is now better than McDonald's. Does anyone else notice that on pricing? Like, I remember as a kid, like, I'd see the Domino's adverts on Sky. We never had Domino's because that stuff's way too expensive. We'd have Mackie D's regularly. Pretty cheap. I was a very efficient kid, you know? Like 3 or 4 hamburgers. Like, they were like, you know, not even £1. They were like 60p or something. But Domino's pizza, even back then, would be like, yo, we need £15 per pizza or something. But now, when we rarely do have fast food, as a treat or whatever, look at our options. We're like, well, I mean, Domino's is best, isn't it? We'll eat half the pizza now, half of it tomorrow, each. Pay £30. Or we can get a McDonald's and pay probably at least £15 and be less fulfilled. I'm crazy. Yeah, we do rarely do takeaway as well. I don't make enough money to do that every day. Like, it's crazy because I have, like, some people who do it really regularly. Like, one of my friends, he was doing it almost every day at one stage. And I mathed it out that he was, like, so he's spending maybe, like, £20 on takeaway 5 times a week. So, that's £400 on takeaway. That's almost a quarter of, like, our household's total expenditure for the month of everything combined. Whereas we spend maybe, like, are we spending like 120? I don't know if we spend 120, maybe less than that on shopping. It's hard to tell nowadays because shopping's getting expensive too. But, like, obviously that's everything else as well. So that's anything else you need, like, you know, aerosol, toothpaste, everything. What the hell? She's keeping my glasses off? She told me the glasses look nice. She's lying. Alright. Back on? I don't think that's how that works. Like, you need to count as well. Because 5 minutes ago, the redeem take glasses off was, like, redeemed. So I took them off. I was about to put them back on. Now I have to have them off for another 5 minutes. KP's been on those lines? Not really. It's just... anyone who wears glasses will tell you, if you take glasses off, like, especially look at the nose, like, it looks really screwed. Because obviously you have the marks. Bro, I can't afford the lines. We just went over how I can't afford fast food. Do you think I can afford lines? What world are you living in? So, I'm weighing up whether we keep rocking or if we call it. Because I am very hungry. So I'd have to go and eat at least. But, like, how many series have we done now, chat? Oh, sorry, I haven't marked it up. So that was, by the way, for those just catching it, that was a win for CSO. So let me have a look-see. We've done, was it a 5 or 6 series today? We've done a decent amount, to be honest. So we could chill and just, like, do a bunch of games tomorrow. I think Kiliardi versus Jiff is meant to start soon. But like I said, I am hungry. Vortex's series isn't for, like, another 2 hours. Is the tricky part as well. So yeah, so the CSO versus MSN. CSO through. And then Dimmy and Voldemort will definitely be tomorrow. We'll probably try to cast that one live. If not, we should be able to catch the series afterwards against Anatand. What we'll probably do, I usually like having myself padded with 1 or 2 round of 16 games, just in case quarterfinals are lagging and it's not fluid for tomorrow, so that we just have all 20 games. To be honest, like, we done pretty well, because we done, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 series, and we had that pub game that was as long as a series. So, like, it's not too bad. So I think what I'll do is I think we'll find someone to raid. Because the other thing is I know I've got stuff in the background to catch up on. So yeah, let me see who's online. YouTube, I'm going to end it there. Guys, I'll be back tomorrow. Check in around the same time. We should be live by the same time as today. So that'll be 1 p.m. UK time. We're definitely online. And we'll probably be looking at like a 7 or 8 hour stream for Tuesday anyway. That's usually how it goes. It'll be primarily quarterfinals, maybe 1 round of 16, and possibly a semifinals. But we'll see how things play out. But thank you.